breeze, the half-hidden moonlight, and the senses of an assassin whispering the same thing. In the next instance, we meet our main protagonist, Raon, who receives compliments on his good work. Raon kneels and looks up at the voice that compliments him, thanking the respected Sir Derus Robert. Derus glares at our hero as he narrates that he has been told he will be killed by the man standing in front of him tonight. He comments on the fitting performance of the protagonist as the Shadow Chief and commends that it is because of him that the family has been growing in power faster. Raon humbly expresses that he has just been doing what he should have, but in a slight change of tone, Derus asks him if he thinks the Shadow needs freedom. And following this question, our hero answers that they, Shadows, are not capable of questioning anything that has been commanded to them and are to only follow the orders given to them by their masters. But just then, our hero is startled when Derus questions why he had acted on his own when he knew of this rule in fact. Raon is taken aback by the extreme pressure and tense situation as Derus asks why he had undone the brainwashing. He glares at Raon as he kneels before him, wondering how Derus has come to know of this. We are then enlightened about what brainwashing actually is. It is the method that the Robert family uses to control their assassination organization, Shadow. It is elaborated that they buy or kidnap children and make them work as assassins their entire lives for the sake of the Robert family, engaging in all kinds of wicked activities. And our hero continues to narrate that, simply put, they groom the children into becoming their loyal dogs. However, he coincidentally was able to break free from these chains. Wondering how the man is able to confront him, he asks Derus how he knows. Derus then explains that he and the other assassins have two collars, one is for brainwashing, and he snaps his fingers to reveal the second collar. And just then, our hero feels a sudden intense pain in his chest. He bleeds from his mouth and continues to wail in agony and excruciating pain. He grabs hold of his chest firmly and wonders what kind of pain this is, expressing it to be as if his heart is being sawed in half. A dark red aura surrounds Raon as he glares upon the torturer in front of him, and Derus explains it to be the rage worm. He explains that there is an insect in his body that eats away at his heart upon his command, and this is the worst kind of enchantment that there is, allowing them to look into the emotions of the slave. Raon is startled and dazed in anger as he calls out at the sickening act, and he yells at Derus, questioning if brainwashing them wasn't enough that they had to feed them rage worms too. Derus, however, contradicts the fair and righteous comment as he tells himself to be thorough, and he elaborates that there is a saying that every person wears a mask. He continues to tell that his mask just happens to be thicker than others. This is when we get to know about the backstory of our hero. Raon says that he was kidnapped at an age he does not remember, and he was raised as the Robert family's hunting dog. He solemnly expresses that he was the head of the Shadow, and lived his life without any emotions or a mind of his own. He continues that coincidentally, he was able to learn a breathing technique called the Fire's Ring, and to prove that this was the divine skill of the best swordsman, he broke free from the brainwashing. But he expresses that he thought he would be met with freedom, yet he wonders why he has had to meet with death instead. He dwells into deep despair as he questions his life, and wonders what kind of sins he has committed to die such a meaningless death. However, just then, something flares up his spirit and he picks himself up, gritting his teeth and determined that this cannot end like this. He stands up, startling and surprising Derus, who asks how he can even stand up in such a state. Raon's eyes glow and he glares at his opponent, preparing himself to attack. He is determined to take his arm or even just inflict a small injury. Our hero bravely leaps forward and approaches his torturer, screaming in full spirit and fury, expressing he won't just die so pathetically. Derus sees the wrath of the slave approaching him, and he immediately raises his arm to counter. He slashes through our hero's body in just an instant. In the blink of an eye, we see our hero's body cut through with a sharp cutting slash, blood sputtering out, and his head rolling over on the ground as his eyes fill with emptiness. Derus stands before the corpse of the dead slave as he contemplates that he thought he had prevented everything. But he is surprised that the slave has undone the brainwashing, and even attacked him through the pain of the rage worm. He then makes his leave and notices a small cut on his hand, wondering when was the last time he was injured. He's annoyed at being bitten by his own disposable hunting dog. Other assassins and caretakers make their way instantly to the scene as Derus calls them to take care of the mess. Just then, we see that our hero has not yet given up, his eyes still glaring at the torturer stepping away in disgust. He contemplates the fact that Derus is the strongest, and there was no way he would have won against him. Our hero dwells in despair and hopelessness as he slowly lets go, thinking that there is nothing that he could have done. But just before he gives up, the realization dawns upon him, and he contemplates his regrets, expressing that he is upset about living a life without a reason, being humiliated and manipulated all his life, and that he cannot complete the Fire's Ring. He calls out desperately, exclaiming that he does not care if he fights a devil or a god, he wants to get revenge no matter what. That's when a charm starts to glow right beside him. A system window opens up, and displays that he has been chosen by rage, and his body will now be possessed. But then, the system window turns red, expressing that the body of the vessel has died, and chaotically displays an error on the screen. In a change of setting, we are brought to a sunny and bright field where birds are chirping, and the sun shines brightly. A woman's voice holds a toy in her hand as she calls for someone named Sunny to look at her, and a baby's voice echoes as he reaches out his hands at the woman, calling her mama. The woman asks the baby what he thinks the toy is, and the baby mutters the words, for his baba. The woman is in awe of the child and picks him up, holding him close to her chest, but the baby appears to be somewhat annoyed. The baby expresses that he still cannot get used to this, and the voice of our hero once again narrates, telling us that the woman cuddling him is Sylvia. He continues to tell us that it is still hard to believe, while Sylvia holds him up in the air and playfully asks him to try and say mom. Raon states that it is still hard to believe that he has been reincarnated as a woman's child. With all the memories of his past life as an assassin, he first thought that he had been dreaming and sleeping for the past 100 days, and he did not wake up from a dream no matter how much he slept, so he accepted the fact that he has been reborn. Sylvia holds Raon in her arms as she mentions that the weather is good today, and she wishes for the patriarch to be back home soon so he can give him a handsome name. Raon gazes over at the woman holding him, and points out that she can't keep calling him Sunny forever. But in other news, he also mentions that the patriarch must be busy since he has not shown his face in the past 100 days. He also tells us that he could not figure out too much after reincarnating, but he acknowledges that he has been reborn into a wealthy and renowned family, expressing that it's better to be born into a powerful family than a normal one. And he adds that he needs to get his revenge after all, expressing that the rage and desire for revenge are still prominent in his mind. But still, he gets a hold of himself and acknowledges that he must be patient, because he does not know where this is, what the position of this family is, or what kind of situation he is in right now. Adding to his contemplation, he recalls that he was unable to complete the fire's ring in his past life, so he needs to be patient. He was called the best assassin in Robert family's history, and so, in order to enact revenge, he needs to swallow his emotions for as long as it takes. Our baby hero is curious, gazing upon the luxurious mansion, wondering if this family is more than renowned. But just then, his attention is diverted to a panicking voice that calls out to Sylvia, yelling out loud that the patriarch has arrived. When Sylvia is dazed upon hearing that her father is coming, Raon speculates that the patriarch is his grandfather. She exclaims that she needs to prepare for his arrival, but the maid tells her that it is too late, and he is already here. The atmosphere changes in the room as Sylvia and the maid both stand in a daze, and Raon experiences this change as he questions the sudden tension in the atmosphere. A voice yells out to make it known that the patriarch is entering, and a gate opens as a man follows through with 2 guards accompanying him. Raon expresses that just the man's existence is overwhelming. A royal gown flutters in the air as the man steps into the room, making our young hero squeak in a baby voice. He speculates and acknowledges the man who has approached him, and Sylvia greets her father in respect. The man has a beard, and he questions if the baby that Sylvia holds is his grandchild. This is when Raon realizes his identity. He points out the golden blonde hair of the man, the flame-like red eyes, and his ice-cold aura. He explains the man to be the zenith of this continent, the northern king of annihilation, House Sieghart. Our baby hero appears to be concerned and dazed as the patriarch gazes upon his grandchild, and wonders how the hell he got reincarnated into the most powerful family on the continent. Sylvia asks her father if he wants to hold his grandchild. All the while, our baby hero deems such a fate as ironic. Glenn, the esteemed patriarch of the house, exclaims that the baby will be named Raon, suggesting that the meaning of the name is to live like a shadow, as if the warrior is there but also not there. Raon's baby eyes widen at this statement. It's hard for him to process how he was given the same name as his past life. Night falls upon the land eventually, and moonlight shines through the room as Raon pretends to be soundly asleep in his cot. But actually, he is wide awake and wondering if everyone else has gone to sleep. He sits up and contemplates the fact that after 100 days, he now finally has his chance. He elaborates that he was always sleepy. Every time he would wake up, Sylvia would always be by his side, ready to cuddle him up. That didn't allow him to use his mana, but now, finally, he is able to sleep in a separate crib. Sighing in satisfaction, he expresses that he should get started. He sits upright, crossing his legs to perform a certain stance, calling upon the fire ring ability. Our baby hero explains that this continent's normal training method uses breathing styles. One absorbs nature's energy and gathers the aura in the energy core. However, he adds that the fire rings he has obtained use a different path. Enlightening us about the workings, he elaborates that when a mage uses his energy, it shapes the heart's ring, growing his overall physical abilities and energy manipulation techniques. Because of this, he mentions that this type of breathing technique is the best to become a perfect martial artist. Moreover, this sort of breathing technique has the advantage over transcendents like Derus, who don't know its full capabilities. And so, he expresses that by using the fire's ring, one can grow their mentality and body. He desires that if he can make the Sieghart's swordsmanship his own, defeating and enacting revenge upon Derus won't just be a dream. Analyzing himself, he is skeptical, but he points out that it's because of such a premature body, filled with freezing energy, that his body felt cold even after sleeping for more than 20 hours. He closes his eyes to analyze how many places are blocked, realizing the number to be 9. He concludes that at this rate, he is going to die due to his circuits being blocked by the cold. He knows that he needs to break through them using the fire's ring, but he expresses that throwing away such highly pure cold energy is a waste, although he questions if he can fuse it with the fire's flow and circulate it throughout. Some time has passed, and our baby hero has concluded his training. Although he thinks that it is slow, he is still making very good progress. Just before he decides to move on to the next stage, he feels a bit agitated. He acknowledges that his body is tired, questioning the stamina of this premature body getting tired after such little training. But our poor baby can't help it, and he feels the weight of his eyes as he slowly closes them to sleep. Raon has soundly slept in his crib, and this is when Glenn, the patriarch, emerges from the shadows to observe his grandchild. He raises his hand above Raon's head, and small sparkles of energy twinkle around him. Night changes into day, and the sun shines upon the window of the huge and luxurious mansion. The cutest protagonist, Raon, crawls on the floor muttering nonsense, and Sylvia follows him throughout, encouraging him to crawl a little more while playfully squealing in joy. But Raon seems to be distressed and annoyed, expressing that playing with Sylvia is a pain. I mean, our dude has the mind of an adult, and playing and pretending to be a baby like this makes him want to kill himself. Sylvia, however, cannot have enough of cuddling with her child, as she fiddles with him and calls him playful names. All the while, our poor hero gets more and more annoyed, exclaiming that enduring the cold energy is better than this. This goes on when suddenly Sylvia is called upon by a strange voice, and her attention is diverted towards the man who calls for her. Her face immediately lights up as she turns to face the source of the voice and calls the person the saint. The saint takes a slight bow to pay his respects to the lady, but requests her to simply address him as sir. Raon's eyes widen upon seeing the man. He wonders if the person in front of him is someone called the Saint of the Rags. And enlightening us with more background upon the characters, our hero once again narrates that the saint has divine power, medical techniques, and skills that can reach the ends of the world. However, he adds that although the man is the most famous physician, no one can see him due to his wanderlust. Coming up close, the saint gazes upon the baby, expressing that he came to see Sylvia after hearing about his birth, and he picks up Raon to gaze upon him closely. He compliments the red eyes and the blonde hair of the baby that he inherited straight from his beautiful mother. He then asks the name of the child, and at first, Sylvia hesitates to answer, but she says that the name of the child is Raon. The saint is taken aback, questioning if they named the child while knowing that it means shadow. Sylvia hesitantly agrees with the speculation, and the saint follows up with disappointment, not understanding what Glenn was thinking before naming the child. Raon observes his expressions, as he notices that the two are being quite casual with each other. In his past life, he had heard rumors of the Northern King of Annihilation being friends with the Saint of Rags, and it seems to be true. Nevertheless, the saint holds our baby hero firmly as he smiles in joy, wanting to have a closer look. He then places his hand over the baby's body, and a strange energy flows and glimmers over our hero. The saint notices that there is something wrong, as is apparent by his facial expressions. Sylvia also notices this and asks the saint about it, and the man tells her that the baby has the bitter cold curse. He gives back the baby for Sylvia to hold, as he continues to elaborate that the baby's energy circuit has been blocked off by ice energy. If they treat him concurrently before his future checkups, he will not die. However, he also lets Sylvia know of the sorrowful fate, that the baby will not live for a long time if he is left untreated. Sylvia's eyes widen in shock, and her voice starts to shake as she states that the saint is lying. She does not believe this to be true. And just as the saint tells her about writing a prescription to start the treatment, a voice calls out to interrupt him. The voice belongs to a maid, who rushes forward to the saint to tell him that the patriarch is looking for him. The saint lets her off, telling her that he will be there with the patriarch once he is done with the conversation. But the maid insists that the patriarch wants to see him right now. Accepting the call, the saint hesitantly takes his leave, expressing that the patriarch cannot get his timing right. Observing the situation, Raon thinks that knowing about the disease does not change anything, because as long as he can complete the fire ring on time, such a curse won't be an issue. This is when a teardrop falls onto his face, making him halt in his thoughts. Our baby hero gazes upon the crying face of Sylvia, who still believes it to be a lie. She sniffles and expresses that she cannot lose her child like this, and she refuses to accept that he is dying. Sniffling and silent tears turn into wails and screams of agonizing pain as Sylvia falls to the floor, firmly holding her baby. She promises that she is going to make it better, no matter the cost. She is still in denial that her child is sick with a deadly disease. Raon's eyes widen and his heart skips a beat. He wonders what this emotion is, and he expresses that his heart is aching. He sees himself observing the poor woman, telling himself that he does not wish to see this. Among the wails and the screams, Sylvia suddenly stops crying when her baby's hand touches her face to wipe off the tears. She gazes upon her baby closely with her eyes full of shock, and Raon reaches for her in an attempt to call for her, until he manages to mutter the word mommy. Meanwhile, Glenn was busy engaging in a conversation with the saint, when suddenly, a commotion rises from the other room, diverting their attention. The voices of the maid yell and call for Lady Sylvia to stop, and Glenn questions what the ruckus is all about. The maid follows after Sylvia as the yelling continues, and she warns her that the patriarch is inside the room. The door breaks open, and Sylvia barges into the room despite the maid's best efforts. She glares at the patriarch while she huffs and puffs to catch her breath. The red eyes of the patriarch, Glenn, glare at his daughter as he confronts her about the reason for this ruckus. He mentions the rude and unsightly behavior, demanding a suitable answer. But he stops mid-sentence when he sees his daughter kneeling before him on the floor with tears in her eyes, begging him to save her child. Starting right off where we left, Sylvia is seen begging the patriarch to save her child. However, the patriarch does not seem to be bothered as he sips away on his tea. Being persistent as she is, Sylvia exclaims that the patriarch is well aware of the child's state and how much the child means to her. She repeatedly asks him to save him. But adding to the bleak and tense atmosphere, the patriarch coldly questions why he would want to save someone who cannot contribute to the family. He expresses that the child is an example of how difficult a martial artist's life is. Sylvia continues to persuade the patriarch as she mentions the child to be his grandson. But he is not fazed. The most he can do for the child is to give him the Sieghart name, and he asks his daughter to be thankful that he is being generous even with such an offering. Of course, Sylvia's tears do not appear to stop as she wails and screams for her father. The cruel man then asks the guards to take her away, and the brutish men drag her out of the room. Sylvia's screams and wails can be well heard across the mansion, as she desperately shouts at her father to save her child. The cries do not go unnoticed because the saint observes this commotion. He sighs in disappointment and calls the patriarch stubborn. This is when, in a shocking turn of events, the saint questions what the patriarch plans to do now when he has called him to look upon his grandson's condition. The patriarch overlooks the confrontation and quietly sips on his tea, asking the saint to give the details. He continues to do so, saying that as Raon grows, the condition worsens with his age. But he emphasizes that thanks to the patriarch's aura pushing out some of the cold air, he will be fine for a bit. However, the unforeseen situation dawns upon the patriarch as it is made known that his grandson will not be able to become a martial artist. Following the patriarch's strange dilemma and behavior, the saint asks why he has named the child Shadow, expressing that there are many names that he could have chosen from. Interestingly, the patriarch mentions that the name, Raon, does not just mean shadow. He continues to enlighten the saint, as he mentions that 1,000 years ago, it had another meaning too. At the break of dawn, as the sun shines down, we are brought into the setting of the mansion as Sylvia holds down a spoon with some medicine. She encourages Raon to gulp down the medicine provided by the saint. Anticipating a speedy recovery, the maid and Sylvia both close their eyes, wishing the baby to be healed. They open their eyes at the sound of the baby squealing and reaching out his hand for his mother. Sylvia celebrates in joy along with the maid, Helen, happy that her son is healing and enduring. Helen agrees with the lady as she also adds that he must have understood their intentions. Holding her son firmly in her arms, Sylvia draws Raon closer as he contemplates feeling better. He notices the medicine to be the fire attribute medicine, which is creating warm air to push out the cold air from his mana circuits. Satisfied with the results of the medicine, Sylvia encourages and playfully asks if her son understands her intentions. Our baby hero nervously and hesitantly accepts taking in more medicine. Fast forwarding a couple of years, we are brought to a setting where our baby hero has grown. He narrates to fill in the gaps for us. Raon says that he started training after taking the medicine, and after achieving a groundbreaking first fire ring. 2 more years of training have passed. All grown up, our baby hero is not so baby anymore, and he expresses the same emotion as he continues to narrate his daily routine from the last 2 years. After playing with Sylvia and Helen around nap time and midnight, he would always train. Even more time has passed since the start of his training, and now our hero is 5 years old. We see a grown-up Raon sitting upright on his bed as he smiles in satisfaction, and a system window appears in front of him showing his achievements at such a young age. The window highlights that he has now finally achieved the 2nd ring of fire. By this time, it is revealed that Raon has managed to create the 2-star ring of fire. Raon observes and gazes upon the message window as he contemplates the factors of the 2-star ring of fire. He elaborates that at this stage, the flames revolve in cross formation, and his energy observation gets more sensitive. The deep contemplation and celebration are, however, interrupted by Helen, who calls for Raon, expressing that he is up early this morning. She asks if she can take his laundry, and Raon approves. He observes Helen work her way through his laundry, as he realizes that she cannot see the message window appearing before him. And now we learn, as Raon tells us, that the message windows first started appearing when he obtained the 1-star fire ring. In a flashback, our hero narrates that he did not know what it was at first, but he soon realized it to be a comfortable status window that lets him check all his stats. He also mentions Helen's strange reaction when he first started interacting with the window. He expresses that it was evident that the message was only available to him. Continuing the deep contemplation, Raon expresses that although he has now achieved the 2 stars, his low stamina and the bitter cold curse remain. He strokes his chin and points out that improving like this would not have been possible if not for the fire attribute medicine. Dwelling back on past events, he expresses that during these 5 years, Helen and Sylvia, along with everyone at the annex, have been looking after him diligently, taking care of him like a prince. Rubbing the back of his head, he believes all this prince's treatment must have had an influence on him as well. But it soon dawns upon him that he still has a lot of time left, and he is only yet 5 years old. He then contemplates his condition, elaborating that the curse is a problem, and so is the low stamina, which work together to get in his way if he tries to move even a little bit. However, in his past life, he was known as the best assassin on the continent, and he had learned the greatest technique of the Ring of Fire. Our hero draws a ball of fire that revolves and hovers in his hands. He plans that once he completes the Ring of Fire, using his past experiences, the weaknesses will soon be gone forever. He adds that upon learning the Sieghart's swordsmanship, he will be able to slay Derus' neck. But as Derus is one of the strongest transcendents on the continent, Raon knows that he won't be able to keep his mind stable if he goes insane from revenge. He concludes that even if it's slow, he needs to gain the power and finish him off when the opportunity arises. Just as our hero determines to train even harder, a voice calls at him, acknowledging that he is awake. He turns his attention towards the voice and finds his mother, reminding him that they have to go somewhere today, and asking him to get changed so they can leave. Raon looks out the window and elaborates that the powers that maintain the balance of the continent are called the 5 demons and 6 emperors. As a cart travels across the stone road, our hero continues to explain that of those powers, he has been born into the Sieghart family, which belongs to the 6 emperors. He adds that the emperors demonstrate a positive influence, while the demons threaten the peace of the continent. He also explains that there are several other powers outside of these, and so there happens to be a judgment ceremony to determine if these powers are good or bad. The cart follows into the gates of an annex, as Raon expresses that today is the Sieghart family's judgment ceremony. The gossiping mouths of the families that have already arrived at the ceremony echo throughout the hall as they chat and engage in meaningless conversation. The gossiping continues as they call out to other families and their sons. Just when there is talk about Sylvia and her son, it is seen that Sylvia walks into the hall with Raon holding her hand. The chatter in the hall rises as they call Sylvia an outcast. The cold faces of the families in the hall glare upon Sylvia as she walks in and observes the cutting eyes of the families that stand before her. As Raon walks along with his mother into the hall, the chatter continues, and they point out at Raon, gossiping about his height and the rumors of him being sick being true. There is refusal and denial in the words that cut through Sylvia's skin. She hears people questioning why the outcast's son is participating in the judgment ceremony. The people express their hatred as they exclaim that they did not want to see the two, for it drops the ceremony's standards. Raon notices the harsh words of the families from the direct line. He questions if there are some kinds of circumstances behind the words, but he immediately gets a hold of himself. He expresses that he does not care if they are talking ill of him. However, he is startled to hear the words of people calling his mother, Sylvia, shameless. Hardening his facial expressions, Raon expresses anger and is infuriated at the harsh words being thrown at his mother. He quickly snaps back into reality when Sylvia calls for him. She tells him that it's okay and asks him to just look at his mom. Our hero bravely accepts and moves forward with his mother, and just then, a voice yells out to make it known that the patriarch is entering. He contemplates the long time since he has seen his grandfather, as our hero gazes upon the shiny attire that the patriarch holds as he walks up to his throne. The powerful presence of the patriarch is known as he sits on the throne and the announcer yells out his name. Glenn acknowledges that everyone has arrived at the ceremony, and Raon glares upon what is to happen next. The patriarch's hand swishes, and a giant sword appears before the people in the hall. Raon is taken aback in nervousness as he questions if it is the sword of judgment. And then, the heavy voice of the patriarch calls out for the judgment ceremony to begin. Glenn Sieghart has made the judgment sword appear in front of the audience for the judgment ceremony, which our hero explains that upon placing one's hand on the stone sword, the sword determines the mana ability that they possess. Glenn glances upon the audience when the announcer calls for the name of Baron Sieghart to begin the ceremony. Baron sits up enthusiastically at his call to be acknowledged. Raon observes Baron approach the stone sword, and he explains that from the age of 4, the skull of the child begins to close up, and from then on, the child's mana ability remains stagnant. Loud and shining energy flares up around the hall atmosphere as Baron holds his hand upon the stone sword. Raon adds that this place is where the judgment ceremony takes place to determine the kid's mana ability. Green energy illuminates the hall, and applause follows as the audience discusses and judges the light that is being emitted. They conclude it to be the wind ability of great quality and applaud the boy. The patriarch also commends the great ability, commenting it to be an attribute well suited for a swordsman and encouraging the child to channel the wind forth. Next up, a boy from the vassal family of Raon is announced to come forward, and he sits up to acknowledge his call. Observing and judging the different patterns and interactions, Raon concludes and explains that how far the light travels indicates the mana's purity, while the mana's attribute is determined by the sword's tip. He elaborates that this is how the Sieghart family determines their talent. He also observes the cheering and enthusiasm among the families as they applaud Raon for his ability, commending his family name and comparing him with Burin. Raon notices that these people value their talent just as much as they value their life. And so, he guesses that he won't be able to display good results. Although the Ring of Fire is on the 2-star levels, his mana circuits still have a lot of cold on them. But truth be told, such things don't really matter to our boy. Just in time, the announcer lastly calls for our hero, and he feels the intense glares and sights of disgust that the families portray at him. The patriarch joins this sentiment, and Raon is called forward. Sylvia smiles and calls for her son to proceed, and Raon obeys. He knows that he does not anticipate extraordinary results, he just needs to find a mana attribute that best suits this body. Sylvia guides Raon as she tells him to do the same as the other kids, and Raon listens. He steps forward and sighs nervously, before placing his palm on the stone sword. Surprisingly, a loud golden light is emitted through the stone sword, and our hero's eyes widen at this sight. He wonders what this light represents. The light blinds his vision, and he instead sees a sight of a man standing in front of him with demonic creatures observing from the side. He questions what all of this means. Demonic creatures glare viciously over the man standing in front of them, and Raon sits behind for cover as he witnesses this strange phenomenon. He wonders who the man is that stands in front of him, and before he could muster another thought, the man holds up a shiny sword that glows brightly illuminates the sky. The man swings the sword with full force as he grips the handle firmly, and the sword strikes through the demonic creatures that approach him while wailing in agony. A loud blast follows right after, and Raon snaps back into reality to acknowledge the task at hand, the stone sword. Just as he glances over at the sword, he is taken aback to find out that the light that emitted has not even made it to the halfway mark. Laughter and hysteria follow right after as the families taunt Raon for his light reaching such a low point, not to mention that it doesn't even have a color. The patriarch remains silent, observing the unfortunate outcome of his grandson's ability. Sylvia approaches Raon to comfort her son, and reassure him that he has done his best. But the harsh words of the families cut like blades as they walk through the shame. They question if Raon is truly a descendant of the Sieghart family and taunt him, suggesting that he might have only inherited the red eyes and blonde hair. The patriarch observes the humiliating commotion and calls out for the laughter and hysteria to stop. Naturally, the people immediately quiet down in fear of the patriarch's heavy voice. He calls off the ceremony and asks the families to return. One by one, all the families leave with their capable children, feeling proud. And shortly after, everyone leaves as the doors close shut behind them. Glenn sits on his throne in disappointment beside the stone sword, towering high in the hall. He calls for his warrant, mentioning that it can't be helped for his grandson. He dwells in regret over the incident, when suddenly, the golden light shines and illuminates the hall once again. His eyes widen at the unforeseen sight. The golden light flares and blazes through the hall, forcing the patriarch out of his throne to acknowledge the might of the light emitted from the stone sword. He recognizes this golden light. It's the signature aura of the Sieghart family's first patriarch, which displayed transcendental fire power that could melt even the flames of the demonic realm. Gazing upon the book to find enlightenment, Glenn, the patriarch, elaborates on the golden mana and golden flames, mentioning it to be a one-time occurrence throughout the history of the Sieghart. He reads of the mana of dense golden light, which is blindingly beautiful and radiantly shiny. This is when the realization dawns upon him, and he notices the golden flame-like light emitting from the stone sword to be the golden flame aura. His eyes widen at the shocking sight. At this point, all he could do was stand there in a daze, nothing more and nothing less. Abruptly switching settings, we see our hero grow twofold since the last time we saw him, once again gazing upon the message window to take a glance at his stats. He reaches out his finger at the screen, wondering if it is time for him to reach the 3-star Ring of Fire already. Narrating over the scene, he tells us that 7 years have already passed since the judgment ceremony, and he has now turned 12 years old. He explains that with consistent training, he is now at the doorstep of reaching the 3 fire rings. His tolerance for water attributes has also risen to being 2 stars, so the coldness in his body has disappeared, improving since it first started, but still rendering our hero unable to move. Moving forward in the present, Raon plans to begin training soon, when suddenly, Sylvia's voice calls at him, and she approaches him to ask why he is not ready for the occasion yet. She asks him to leave quickly before they get late. Raon obediently agrees with his mom, and contemplates the fact that the second judgment ceremony has come to face him once again. He annoyingly exclaims that he will have to see those bastards from the direct line of families. The concept of time in this universe really is twisted, because we are once again brought back to the judgment ceremony hall. The voice of the announcer commends the last family competitor and calls for the judgment ceremony's end. Raon wonders if it is because it's the judgment ceremony of the indirect bloodlines today that the ceremony has ended earlier than expected. This is also when the patriarch calls for his name. And acknowledging the patriarch, Raon addresses his call. Glenn confronts Raon for not responding to the basic training orders that he has been receiving for the last month, but our hero is confused and dazed at the sudden confrontation. He does not know what the patriarch is talking about. Just then, Sylvia walks in to address the concern, pleading that Raon still has a lot of cold energy left in his body for him to endure training. She exclaims that he is different from other children. Raon, on the other hand, is taken aback at the fact that his mother knew of this, but not him. Despite Sylvia's desperate attempts, the patriarch coldly denies to entertain any such thoughts, emphasizing that this is the Sieghart's land, and there are no exceptions for the one named in the Sieghart family. He expresses that if one cannot walk, they must crawl in order to train. Sylvia continues her desperate attempt, and her voice shatters down as she pleads the patriarch for a bit more time. But once again, the patriarch does not like to play around. He confronts and questions her if she will leave the family once again with the child. She is startled and forced to stand in a daze as the patriarch enforces that this is the Sieghart land, and she must live according to their ways. He warns her that if she does not wish to comply, she is free to leave right this moment. Falling into deep despair and regret, she recalls all of her past mistakes. All the while, she hears the harsh words of the people, taunting her and calling her names, claiming that she will run away again. But this time, she won't have any more energy cores to destroy. The words cut through her skin, and she is shattered when the people shame her for being from the direct bloodline. Observing his mother's expressions, Raon understands why she gets treated so harshly. It is because she had abandoned the family once before. He explains that Sylvia has had traces of learning martial arts, but no mana energy. He tells us that after breaking her own mana circuits and energy core, she had left to marry his father, who had died while she was still pregnant, leaving her no choice but to return to her family. Raon understands that a member of the direct lineage that had left on her own and came back crawling would be treated poorly. However, he steps up in front of the patriarch, making his emotions of anger clear. Now, he is her son, and he cannot watch her mother get treated so harshly. Looks like a confrontation is imminent, but will our hero's grandfather actually show him mercy for standing up to his mother? In spirit and determination to protect and shield his guardian, Raon walks up the hall to confront the patriarch, while Sylvia desperately calls for him to stop this madness. She yells that she will fix everything once again. Denying his mother's wish, Raon walks up in front of the patriarch and sheds light on the matter. He expresses that, as the patriarch has ordered, he will begin his training next month. Seeing the bravery and determination of our hero, the current martial hall master asks if he was not made aware of this training lease. He expresses that even if he wasn't, he should not pursue the training with his current condition as he is still sick. He presses that Raon should give it up. The show of bravery does not end here, as Raon is persistent and tells the martial hall master that it is okay, and he wants to live up to the Sieghart name. Upon hearing this news, Glenn, the patriarch, viciously glares at Raon for claiming such a difficult feat, and he questions if Raon understands the weight those words carry. The intense pressure of the patriarch's aura courses through Raon's body, and he feels the immense force of the patriarch's ability. He is taken aback and startled, as is apparent by a small spatter of blood that drops on the floor. Raon's eyes widen as he firmly tightens his fist. He concerns and points out that just the patriarch's glare can do so much, elaborating that the feeling is as if his heart is being crushed by the immense force of the aura. He concludes that the patriarch is much stronger than Robert, and he asks himself if this is the true power of the King of Annihilation. Helen and Sylvia rush to his aid, and they comfort the distressed hero as the martial hall master joins them. He encourages the patriarch to calm down, exclaiming that Raon is just a child. But this does not stop the patriarch's deathly glare and aura. Instead, it intensifies, and both Sylvia and the martial hall master stand down immediately in nervousness. Sylvia cannot see her son being pressed on like this, and she immediately hugs him to protect him while screaming for her father to stop, pleading that Raon is not in the condition to train so intensely with his current state. Observing and witnessing this intense situation, our hero deepens into thought as he narrates that he was an assassin in his past, someone who lived in the shadows. And reminiscing about his past life, he continues to tell that he was always closer to death than life, and he never stepped out of darkness. Feeling a push from behind, Raon exclaims and addresses his new self. He will no longer do the same. He will no longer hide in the darkness. Our young hero meets the eye of his former self in his past, pushing and encouraging him to move forward. Young Raon gazes upon his past self, exclaiming that he will no longer live as the assassin. He grits his teeth and flares up in anger. And moving forward at the patriarch, he continues to make a point that he will now live as Raon Sieghart, and will bring back Sylvia her original position in the family. Yelling at the patriarch, Raon confronts him as he tells him that he was raised in a separate building of the residence, and he does not know how high in the societal ranks the Sieghart family is, so he suggests that he would like to learn that through training. Sweat trickles down his face, but his intentions are pure and strong. He recalls the joyful times and happy instances he experienced with Sylvia and Helen, determined that he will protect her and make sure to regain the smiles and joy of all the people that are precious to him. Glenn questions if the young boy wishes to judge the Sieghart family's standards through training, and gathering up all the strength he has left, Raon stutters and shakingly tells that he does not have any other choice. Breathing heavily and attempting to catch his breath, Raon stands before the patriarch as he tells him that he will need to have the instructor prepare accordingly, as not to disappoint him. Just hearing these words, Raon calmly lets go and slowly falls to the ground with Sylvia and Helen rushing to his aid. Fallen on the ground, as our hero slowly loses consciousness, he contemplates that in his past life he was an assassin, but now he is someone that has learned a legend of the continent, the Fire's Ring. And so he concludes that by utilizing both these abilities, becoming a prominent member of this family is not impossible for him. Before finally letting go and submitting to the weight of fatigue catching up to him, he tightens his fist and exclaims that he'll show them all how strong he'll become. A change of setting now takes us to the training grounds where swords clank with each other as the children train and spar with each other while an instructor observes their moves. We are then introduced to the intermediate martial hall master, Raon Sieghart, who questions the claim that the boy was too weak to even properly move. A nervous messenger reports to the martial hall master as he elaborates that many maids have overheard the conversations between the saint and the patriarch, and it is definite that the boy is suffering from a serious illness. Raon deepens in thought as he recalls that the boy's body was definitely in a bad condition when he saw him earlier today in the judgment ceremony, and all the other times he's seen him, but he wonders how the child was able to withstand his father's aura. Concluding his contemplation, he recalls that Sylvia was known to be more talented than anyone else. Following his deep thinking, he calls the messenger to place a maid in their building and to do so as quickly as possible. The man obeys and agrees to do so. Our hero is seen sprinting over grassy fields as Sylvia chases him down, pleading that he does not push himself. He is determined as he runs faster and faster, while Raon's voice still echoes, and he exclaims, asking the messenger to have the planted maid report everything that happens there. Chanting the name of the respected patriarch, the secretariat guards salute and make way for him as he walks down his path into the annex. A mysterious man with long red hair and pointy ears lies comfortably on a couch, his face hidden by a hat. The patriarch approaches the man and addresses him as Lemmer, asking him to stop pretending to be asleep and to get up. Lemmer sits up immediately at this call and commends that the patriarch really is amazing. This is when we are introduced to the brilliant sword, Lemmer Dias. He elaborates that the patriarch is the only one his sleeping techniques don't work on. Glenn expresses concern that Lemmer, as the head instructor, is wasting his time on such nonsense while all the other instructors are working hard. Lemmer answers this concern by playfully telling him that they are only following his orders and are working with their bodies, while he works with his head. Annoyed, the patriarch exclaims that Lemmer has not matured even after 50 years, but Lemmer laughs it off, stating that people don't really change, and besides, he is an elf anyway. Observing the patriarch's concerned look, he asks if he is here to talk about his grandson too, and he adds that Sylvia had come too. This surprises the patriarch, and he explains that she asked him to make sure that Raon does not get hurt. Lemmer stands up to face the patriarch as he elaborates that if he is here to ask him the same, he is wasting his time. He elaborates that Glenn himself had expressed that he won't interfere in the 5th training hall. Following this rant, Lemmer presses with a heavy tone that he won't make any exceptions for his grandson either, and the patriarch surprisingly agrees to this, which shakes up Lemmer, who expected a different response. Glenn stands firm as he asks Lemmer not to lessen the intensity of the training, stating that he does not want any weaklings. Taken aback, Lemmer gasps and covers his mouth to express the sheer shock that the patriarch has put him through just as the realization dawns upon him. He bursts out in awe and flutters, stating that the patriarch must love his grandson very much and is projecting that love onto him, which he could not give to Sylvia. This angers and infuriates Glenn, and he exclaims that if he was not his veteran friend, his head would be rolling off the floor. Adding on, Glenn asks Lemmer not to go easy and to fail all those who are unworthy so that only the worthy ones can receive his training. Lemmer agrees with this claim and expresses that he will do as he wishes. Concluding their conversation, the patriarch asks for his leave and steps away as Lemmer enthusiastically sees him off. After the patriarch has left, Lemmer dwells and wonders what Raon is like as he stands across his table and thinks of different training regimes. The message window appears once again to showcase our hero's now updated abilities and stats, highlighting that he has now achieved the 3rd ring of fire. Our hero is a sight for sore eyes, and we see him once again as he interacts with the message window. He smiles to contemplate his achievement and expresses that the 3-star rings really do feel different. He explains that his sensitivity has increased, and his mind feels a lot clearer. Recalling where we left off, he sees Sylvia helping him up as she scolds him for pushing too hard on the first day. Narrating over this memory, Raon elaborates that thanks to Sylvia stopping him at the right moment, his body is now becoming more flexible. He gazes upon the message window to tell that this magical status window is also quickening the growth. But this is not the right milestone for him, and he expresses that the Sieghart's training is infamous for its difficulty. He exclaims that just being a 3-star fire ring is not enough, and adds that he needs to have a good foundation to be able to build tall buildings and survive. He imagines himself as a commandant in the Sieghart family, as he continues to state that he will excel more than anyone else, so that all the guys who have mocked him will shut up. And then, he empathizes with the heavenly swordsman, Derus Robert, determining that he will not rest easily until he has slain him. However, just then, our hero is snapped back into reality when a voice calls to him. He looks over to find Sylvia, his mom, calling to him and asking why he is still up. She sits across from him on his bed, and upon questioning by Raon about what she is doing up so late, she mentions that since he is going to the training hall tomorrow for training, she wanted to talk to him before he leaves. She gazes upon her child and questions, must he really go? She comes clean and reveals that she does not want him to go. She elaborates that Raon does not express when he is hurting, adding in concern that he might get injured or hurt badly. Persistent as she is, she exclaims that she actually wants him to go, but she cannot help the concern as she voices it and asks him to postpone his enrollment to next year. But Sylvia is taken aback when Raon blatantly refuses and denies this request made by his mom. And recalling all the bad and humiliating moments, he elaborates that he cannot stand it when everyone from the direct or indirect bloodlines, or even when the workers from their annex see her, their eyes fill up with disgust. He exclaims that he can't stand it at all. Sylvia is speechless at this digression, but Raon continues to comfort his mother as he elaborates that he believes that she will be treated better if he does well in training. Nevertheless, she smiles, and she fidgets and plays with her fingers before she nervously states that she is sure Raon had thought it was strange why they live separately, and why people talk badly about them. She recalls her memory to explain that she fell in love with his father coincidentally when she was on a mission, but it was difficult for her to be with him since he was just a knight. Then she narrates that she shut down her monocores and left the family. She also tells Raon that he actually has a sister named Sia, who is 10 years older than him. She recalls and tells that they were living peacefully when Eden's executive ambushed them, and amidst the battle, she expresses that Raon's father was not that powerful, and unfortunately, she was pregnant with him at the time. And somberly expressing, she tells that there was nothing they could do against them. However, she adds that his father had hired guards without her knowledge, but she regretfully informs that they arrived at the scene too late because by then, his father and sister were already dead. She concludes the story, elaborating that this is why she came back to the family, not knowing what to do and why the family treats them like sinners. Adding on, she tells him that she really could not say anything against it. Raon thinks about this whole situation and deems his mother selfish. Elaborating, he tells that she threw away her responsibilities in the name of love and came back crawling to be saved. He expresses that he now understands why the family treats her so coldly. However, emotions take over our hero, and he states that she is the one who gave him a new life and showed him affection for the first time. And he makes a point that even if everyone else calls her selfish, to him, she is the only mother he has had in both lives. Raon then asks Sylvia if she regrets it, if she wants to go back to the time before she left the family, but she denies. And she explains that she used to feel invisible in the family before, but she felt like a real person when she finally left, and she expresses that it is enough for her, being happy then and being happy now. Continuing the heartfelt conversation, she apologizes to Raon for being such a terrible mother, but she is interrupted by Raon, who states it to be fine. He addresses his mother and tells her that he will be fine, so he asks her not to worry. Gazing into each other's eyes for a moment, Raon smiles at his mother while he reminds himself that even if everyone else calls her selfish, she is his only mother, and he can always get his revenge after he helps her regain her position in the family. Mumbling turns into slow tears, and slow tears turn into sobbing as Sylvia wails in front of Raon, surprising him. He asks her to stop crying, and this mother-son interaction ends here. Raon sees his mother out of his room as he sighs and expresses that reassuring her was really hard. He then sits on his bed once again as he plans to check the malleability of the Ring of Fire before he can sleep, mentioning that he does not have a lot of time before the training starts. And he sits in a unique stance, performing the technique as blue flames rise and flare up in the room viciously. He notices that the rings spin faster now that they are at level 3, but he wonders what it will be like once they get to the intermediate levels. The flame suddenly blazes violently and bursts out into the air in front of our hero as his eyes widen in shock. The flames speak in a strange voice as it states to have finally come. It rises and rises as our hero glares in anticipation. A giant ball accumulates in front of him as it viciously smiles, and elaborates that the time has finally come when his rage has reached him. The blue flame pays his respects to Raph, the second lord of the demon realm, and expresses that he will help Raon's revenge dreams come true. However, Raon is surprised and taken aback as he questions this claim, and a message window pops up telling him that he has unlocked 2 new traits. The rage trait is being activated, but the second one remains untitled. The blue flame continues to rage and blaze as it expresses the offer to our hero, but it is taken aback in shock and stops midway to address the concern. The ball of blue flame questions why there is a child standing before him. Raon steps away to prepare to engage in battle against the mysterious ball of fire that has suddenly appeared in front of him, and he asks what it is. But the ball of fire seems to be just as confused, and he expresses the same concern to elaborate that the rage that reached him was not an emotion that a kid like Raon can feel. Upon a second glance, the ball of blue fire's eyes widen as the realization dawns upon him, and it exclaims that it was definitely the child standing before him. The child has been hiding a deep and dark rage within him. Raon hardens his facial expressions and is skeptical of the ball of fire as it asks him to give away his body and soul to him, and then he will help him get the revenge that he desires. He wonders if the ball of fire is here because of his violent rage against Derus Robert before he was reborn. But if it is, he expresses that the ball of fire is way too late. Following the skeptical nature and suspicion of the ball of fire, Raon denies his offer and states that he will get his revenge on his own. This confuses the ball, who anticipated an answer. He floats around Raon's body, as Raon tells him that he will exact revenge on Derus himself, thinking that he can't get the help of another in such a matter. But the ball of fire does not seem to buy this claim, as he expresses that Raon seems to be misunderstanding something. Smiling widely, the ball rises up once again and states that he is not here to negotiate. The huge ball of fire blazes again, and it viciously glares at our hero to alert him that he has already made his decision. Although the flames catch onto Raon's body, he immediately notices something strange. The flames are cold. Realizing this could only mean one thing, Raon steps back nervously. The ball of flame flares and rushes forward as it yells that now, all Raon needs to do is give him his body. Raon steps away from the threat as the blue ball of fire approaches him. The fire approaches nearer and nearer. There does not seem to be anything that our hero can do, and the flames finally reach Raon's body as a burst of light illuminates the room. Following the strange interaction, he does not seem to be feeling too well as he grabs hold of his chest firmly. His eyes widened in shock, and he expresses that he feels as if his mind is gonna freeze over. He wonders if it is the attribute of cold that is causing this strange and uncomfortable feeling. A mysterious and vicious avatar dawns over Raon, as its heavy voice instigates him to think of the person to bring up the rage, and he will kill him even if it is a god. Shivering and shaking, Raon rubs his hands over his arms, curling up into a ball as he expresses that he is able to endure the attack somewhat thanks to his water attribute tolerance ability, but he realizes that this attack is not just cold. Adding on, he elaborates that the mysterious entity is consistently stimulating his rage. Awful and torturous moments from his past life constantly replay in his head, as he is reminded of the pain he has endured and the days he has spent in torment. The mysterious man hollows over near to our hero's ear, as he exclaims that he will break the man's skull and eat up on his flesh, and so, Raon gives up on his body and lets the man take over. Recalling the joyful moments he has spent with the maids and his mother, Sylvia, he worries about what will happen to them if he gives up his body to this strange entity that has appeared so suddenly. He grits his teeth in frustration, determined to not let go so easily, and he exclaims that he cannot let him have his body no matter what happens. The blue ball of fire has once again appeared before our hero as it hovers over him and continues to persuade him by saying that it would have been easier for him to give in to his rage and accept the entity. But he is just holding on for no reason at all. He exclaims that he was going to minimize the damage since he was going to use his body, but our hero leaves him no choice. It expresses that it will just swallow Raon whole without waiting any further, and it seems like the situation is worsening. It's apparent by the look on Raon's face as he attempts to catch his breath, and he expresses that it feels like his body is going to break into pieces. Holding on to dear life, our hero expresses regret, realizing that he is almost at his limit and he'll end up dying at this rate if he does nothing at all to survive. But just then something clicks in Raon's head as his eyes widen and the realization dawns upon him. He grips his hands together and grits his teeth to give it his all, elaborating that if he could endure the cold due to his water tolerance attribute, then he might be able to reduce the pain in his body and mine through the ring of fire. Noticing it to be the only option he has left to survive, our hero musters up all his strength to counter the cold. And his move works as the heat from the ring of fire slowly pushes away the cold from Raon, surprising the ball of blue fire. He groans in frustration, seeing a child push away and counter his attack. He expresses that even if it hasn't been long since he has awakened, a feat like this is impossible. His annoyance is further elevated at the fact that the foe is just a human child. Sweat trickles down Raon's face as the cold slowly goes away and the heat of the ring of fire intensifies. He glares at the ball of fire and warns that he will get revenge on his own, without needing to let a ghost use his body. The blue ball of fire is offended by this statement as it rages and blazes violently at our hero. He questions how dare the human child call one of the great demon lords a ghost. Playfully teasing the entity, Raon asks why he hasn't been able to kill him if he is a lord of the demon realm. He continues to tease and taunt the lord as he states that the lord of the demon realm isn't anything special, and he suggests that he just disappears. Infuriated at this insulting interaction, the ball of fire starts growling at Raon. Observing and recalling the demon lord's words, Raon realizes that he is said to have just awakened, which could possibly mean that the ball of a demon lord has yet to restore his full strength. Raon's deepening thoughts over the strange lord of the demon realm are broken off by a message from the system window that notifies him of special abilities that have been unlocked. Gazing upon the message window in curiosity, he finds his stats to be shown in a number format. At this realization, the lord of the demon realm freaks out, yelling that it is his authority, and he questions why the little boy has it. Our hero asks if the blue ball of fire has anything to do with the sudden change in the format of the message window, and although the ball frowns at first, it affirms that he has made the system, and he annoyingly questions why it is with him. Feeding into his curiosity, Raon once again asks what kind of system it is, but the demon lord has no interest in revealing anything to him. But he finds himself immediately taken aback and dazed when Raon answers his own question to express that it might be for quicker progress. The blue ball of fire blazes in rage and confusion as he wonders how the little boy knows. Raon, on the other hand, blatantly glares at the spirit in front of him, concluding that he can't even hide his emotions at all. Contemplating over the mysterious workings of the system, our hero mentions that he too had thought it to be strange that his Ring of Fire ability was more effective than in his past life, but now he realizes that it was because of the system. Filled with rage and frustration, the spirit of the demon lord flares violently as he demands that the little boy gives up his authority and body to him. But just as he continues to press on our hero, he sees a powerful energy blow coming towards him, and he immediately dodges as the attack flows right through its hollow spiritual form. Enraged even more, he asks what the little boy is doing, and Raon gleefully expresses that he has hit him with mana just in case. Observing the outcome of the attack, he notices that the spirit of the demon lord does not have a physical body, which would mean that aura won't work on him either. And considering the fact that no one else has come rushing in after the ruckus they have caused, it's apparent that he's probably the only one who can see or hear this spirit. Having enough of the little boy taunting and playing with him, the blue ball of fire is fed up and yells at Raon before flowing directly at his wrist. Raon's eyes widen as he flinches at the sudden hostile movement, but he is taken aback again when the blue ball of fire has now turned into a bracelet with ice crystals for beads. And even in the form of a mere bracelet, the lord of the demon realm does not shy away from shit-talking. He exclaims that it hasn't been long since his seal has been undone, but his powers will return soon, and then no one will be able to stop him. He warns that he will stick with Raon till the day he dies. Our hero is nervous. He expresses the entity to be a leech, but he is afraid of the system going away if he tries to take him off, and he is also concerned about what he might do to Sylvia and Helen. But concluding the interaction, he glares at the bracelet once again, determining that it might be better to keep him close and watch him. He will just restrict him, and hope that he grows stronger fast enough before him. Bothered by the look of the bracelet, Raon asks why the spirit had to take the form of a floral bracelet, exclaiming that it does not look good on him. The spirit frowns and yells at Raon to respect his taste. And what can Raon even do at this point, which is why he just sighs. The sun brightly shines over the morning ground, and Helen and Sylvia are seen waiting in the grand hall of the annex. Sylvia is worried for her son, while Helen consoles and comforts her, assuring her that the young master will do well. That's when Raon finally comes down from his room. He calls out that he is ready, and Sylvia and Helen immediately glance over at our young hero walking down the stairs. He smiles and expresses that he will now be going to the training hall. Our hero leaves the annex for his big day at the training hall, and Helen can't help herself but worry for her young master as she asks him not to push himself too much. Raon affirms her concerns and takes his leave. Pointing out Sylvia's sad and gleeful face, Helen asks her if she is going to see off the young master with such a face and make him sad. She listens to her words as she crouches down to hold her son, and tells him that she believes in him. Raon smiles at this beautiful gesture from his mother and shares the same sentiment as he affirms that he won't push himself too hard and won't give up if it gets too difficult. Saying this, our hero takes off to achieve his dreams as he waves to say goodbye. Sylvia still can't help herself as she glares at her son leaving her side. She asks Helen if she thinks he will be alright, and she comforts her, telling her that he has gotten much better, so much so that he might even pass the training. Not being able to take her eyes off her precious son, Sylvia expresses that Helen is right, but she still cannot let go of the fact that Raon is different from other children. A few moments before the great send-off, we see Sylvia hugging the young master, as Helen notifies her that the instructor assigned to him is the best in the Sieghart family. She comforts her once again, saying that Raon has been trying really hard recently, so she is sure that he will be able to make it. And Raon shares the same determination, as he repeats Helen's words and tells his mom that he won't get hurt, staying true to his promise. He asks her not to worry. But Sylvia, being a mother, can't stop crying as she holds onto her dear son. Raon expresses that he will stay true to his promise and make sure to keep himself safe. She recalls her son's words, asking her to trust him, and she holds onto her chest, calling for her son as he walks away. Shaking and trembling, Sylvia is in despair. She does not want her dear son to leave her. Exclaiming, she asks him to come back safely, while Helen comforts her to get a grip. The training grounds have been set for training as of now, and we are finally brought to the 5th training hall of the Siegharts. Numerous young participants walk up the walkway into the training hall as they converse to ask where they are from. A group of 2 siblings, in particular, are seen walking as they smile and mention that their father and mother told them to get into the top 10. Walking among the huge crowd of aspiring martial artists is our hero, Raon, and he is also a bit surprised to see the number of people present. He elaborates that it's not just people from the Sieghart family's direct and indirect bloodlines, but also recommended students from the vassal families and outside. Having a look around, he recalls that according to Helen, there are a lot of people this year, so the 6th training hall is also helping out. This is when he overhears students chuckling and whispering about, calling and pointing fingers at him. He looks over his shoulder to find students laughing and whispering as they make fun of him, expressing that he looks weak and fragile. The students also make fun of the floral bracelet, calling forth the spirit of the blue ball of fire, as it enrages and flares violently in question at the insult. Raon walks calmly up to the 2 kids as the blue ball of fire flows around them. He exclaims that the kids are parasites that do not know humility, and he will rip out their eyeballs and crush their spirits if they don't shut the fuck up. Instead of buzzing around like mosquitoes, Raon wants these brats to say everything to his face. This unexpected confrontation shakes up the students as they immediately turn back to face Raon. He confronts and asks the students if they do not know the saying of not speaking ill behind someone's back, especially if they cannot say it to their face. The kids are taken aback in fear as they mumble to point out that Raon is degraded to living in an annex, and he isn't even from the direct bloodline. But he will not be fazed by the harsh words, as he simply mentions that the students too are from the indirect bloodlines, which does not give them the right to question how he dares to confront them. The students snap and are enraged at Raon talking back at them. They exclaim that such is the tone someone uses when they're talking to a person below their own rank. And in a fit of frustration, one of the kids rushes forward to grab our hero by the neck as he cocks back his fist to attack. Raon also prepares to fight back. His eyes start to glow red, and he glares at the opponents before him. In the next instance, a voice yells out to stop the fight, and the kid stands down immediately, concerned about the consequences. Another kid walks up to them, saying that the training is starting soon, and points out that this place has outsiders visiting too. He questions if the students plan on shaming the Sieghart name. He is introduced to be from the direct bloodline, Baron Sieghart. Baron faces off against our hero in an intense stare-down, as the 2 students stand beside him in shame and apologize to the boy of the direct lineage. The arrogant boy crosses his arms to mention that our hero is still not aware of his place. He exclaims that Raon is nothing more than dust, telling him to stay low if he doesn't want to get kicked out of the annex. Following the confrontation, Baron recalls the time at the judgment ceremony, pissed that Raon getting the Patriarch's attention was just pure luck, and he just used the situation to his advantage. Baron scoffs and frowns, concluding that a loser like Raon will definitely fail the training. Our hero observes as Baron walks away, asking him to leave if he is not going to behave, also mentioning that he is not going to pass the training anyway. But before Baron can leave, Raon points out that he has heard enough of his nonsense. This startles him, as his eyes widen in question at the unexpected statement. Baron immediately turns his head at the disrespectful child, and our hero continues. He insults Baron for his arrogance, claiming that the only thing going for him is the fact that he's from the direct bloodline. Aside from that, Raon warns him that he has no right or authority to talk down to him when he's not even a trainee. He then taunts him even further by saying that he might actually be able to do something if he goes and complains to his father like a brat. This enrages Baron as he grits his teeth in frustration, and his eyes sharpen at the bastard who has spewed such nonsense. But before he can do anything, a door bursts open beside the 2 growling beasts ready to kill each other. Out comes the red-haired elf, who stares in amazement at the 2 kids already fighting even before the training has begun. Raon immediately recognizes the man to be the Sieghart family's brilliant sword, Lemmer. He recalls that Lemmer had retired because his energy core had been destroyed. He glances upon the sudden appearance of the man, expressing that he did not expect him to be here. Meanwhile, Lemmer joyfully asks the kids to hold off the fight until at least the entrance ceremony ends. And obeying the brilliant sword, Baron walks away quietly as he scoffs. Moving forward, the entrance ceremony has started as all the students stand in line in front of a stage, where Lemmer welcomes them all and joyfully introduces himself to be the head instructor, who will be in charge of their training. Pointing out the number of candidates to be 160, he expresses that it's way too many. And so, he says that he will cut down the numbers with a series of tests. In fact, he clarifies that the number will be cut down to a quarter. This sparks confusion and astonishment among the crowd of students as they question this absurd claim. But Lemmer elaborates that he prefers to only keep a small number of elites and not bother with the riffraff. Spiking in anger, the Lord of the Demon Realm yells out to call the brilliant sword an arrogant bastard, threatening to cut down the elf's ears if he dares to look down on him. Raon desperately tries to shut him up as he strikes down on his bracelet. Lemmer casually sits and rocks on his chair upon the stage as he expresses that his word is considered law on the training grounds. If anyone has a problem with what he has to say, they can take it up with the Patriarch. Following this warning, he asks to begin the tests right away. He points out at the students, telling them to immediately start running. This confuses the students as they at first question this absurd test, but later they rush away as they compete against each other diligently. Lemmer cheers them on as he shouts that the basics of martial arts are physical strength and mental power, encouraging them to run as fast as they can. Sprinting before the other students, the spirit of the blue ball of fire appears in front of Raon to express his concern. It wonders why Raon is all the way in the back, when he should be aiming for the front. But Raon elaborates that it's not a competition, and he does not need to get past the other guys. Raon knows that Lemmer is observing, expressing that he looks into others' potential and temperament, and he won't be judging based on just what the eye can see. Sweat trickles down his face. He huffs desperately, attempting to catch his breath, and he assesses that the winner in this test is the one who endures till the end. Concluding his assessment, he is determined that he will make it till the end no matter what. Commenting on the test, the instructors announce that Sir Burin and Lady Lunan can be seen sprinting at the front. They discuss that everyone is fast, but it is especially so in the case of these two. Another instructor also adds that the speed they are running at isn't their best, so he's sure that they can run for hours on end. They continue to observe the students as they rush away on the track, as they commend the speed of the leading two to be extraordinary for their age, which means that their future growth will be incredible as well. Turning their attention to our hero, they point out at him among the participants. They comment that he's been in the back all this time, unable to catch up, but they acknowledge that he is sick, which actually makes it impressive that he can run at all. Lemmer looks upon the two instructors, observing the race and our hero as they conclude that he is going to fail. But Lemmer's expression seems joyfully astonished, as he smiles and elaborates that it's interesting that he has never seen something like this before. Following into deep contemplation, Lemmer expresses that the humans whose talents he could not calculate were just the strongest people on the continent, which made it difficult to see the depths of their power. But as far as other people go, he can easily see their potential. For example, he can tell what sort of power Burin and Lunan will hold in their future. However, while pointing out at our boy Raon, he expresses that he cannot see anything at all. Lemmer concludes that this could only mean that Raon is stronger than him, therefore he is out of his reach. He strokes his chin in curiousness and smiles as he remarks it to be interesting. The two kids that picked on our hero earlier now run past him as they point out that he had been so arrogant before, but now he can't even keep up with them at all. Raon is in last place, so the brats guess that he will fail the test soon. Not letting anything get in his way, our boy still continues to sprint and run with all his might, as he suddenly looks up in concern and questions that they're just running, even though it is supposed to be training. In his past life, Raon had to constantly run for his life from starved beasts, which was just a basic part of his training as an assassin. And so, he sprouts a wide smile on his face as he comments this training is far too easy in comparison. The race continues in full spirit as the students rush forward on the track. Observing the students is Lemmer, the brilliant sword. He singles out Raon, questioning how he is still running. He elaborates that Raon had exhausted his stamina long ago and is way past the boundary of determination. Lemmer concludes that Raon shouldn't have any stamina left in him to squeeze out. He can tell that our boy has the same kind of mentality as those who have been trained to survive until the brink of death, which is quite fascinating for a young child. Observing this amazing talent, Lemmer deems the young master to be quite interesting. Seeing Raon continue running and keeping up with him enrages Burin. He scoffs and questions just how Raon is still able to keep running, when he was told that the boy was too weak to train. He recalls the information provided by his messenger that the Saint of Rags assessed Raon with the curse of the bitter cold. Raon has a low chance of surviving childhood, let alone learning martial arts. And even at first glance, it's not a secret that Raon looks fragile. Annoyed at things not going according to plan and everyone proving him wrong, Burin grits his teeth in frustration before yelling out the move, or utilization. A burst of energy follows right after, with beams of light crackling around his body. In his childish rage, Burin has started using his aura in the race, just to show off that he's much better than everyone else. And he rushes forward with electric beams crackling and sparking around him, leaving behind Lunan and Raon who follow him. Witnessing the sudden change in speed and agility, Raon is quite taken aback. He observes that although Burin speaks like a noble, he is just a kid. In comparison, he thinks that Lady Lunan might actually be much more mentally mature than the brat who rushed ahead. Keeping his focus, he then concludes that this is just a test and not a competition, so there's no need to break his pace just because his opponent wants to show off. The sun shines down once again as the hot beams scorch the ground, and all the other students who withdrew from the test due to exhaustion fall to the ground as they catch their breaths. The two kids that called Raon names and bad-mouthed him observe and question how the boy is still able to keep running. Another student adds that she had heard of Raon being weak because he is ill, but this result contradicts everything. Our brave young master keeps on going while the students wonder how he does not get tired. But you see, Raon denies these absurd claims because he feels as though he is about to die due to the coldness in his body. And he adds to the bleak situation, expressing that it also feels like his heart and lungs are going to collapse at any moment, but he is determined. He utilizes the ring of fire to squeeze out any little stamina that he has left inside him. Whatever the circumstances, he smiles at the conclusion that the ring of fire is improving quickly, and he plans that he just needs to activate it to full force in order to feel its proper effects. But before he can proceed, the voice of the blue spirit pops up once again, calling our boy pitiful. He questions the state of his body, and claims that he is nothing but his future vessel. The spirit of the blue ball of fire reaches out once again beside him, as he demands him to hand over his body and soul instead of trying to surpass the blue-haired human. Exclaiming in refusal of the unfortunate situation, our hero calls for it to stop. But it's too late. The spirit yells out that it will freeze everything, and a wave of freezing coldness strikes Raon. He frowns in pain and agitation just as the strong cold hits him, but he knows that he must endure the cold in order to pass the test and move on. Slowing down his pace, he feels as if his mind is being taken over by rage, but he knows he must endure it and pretend as if nothing is wrong. Fed up with the nonsense, Raon now confronts the spirit, asking him to stop this sabotage and stay still because this instigating act won't work on him. But the demon lord is persistent and questions Raon's claim, elaborating that there is no human that can withstand his rage. The cold intensifies and cuts through our hero's vitals, as is apparent when he grabs hold of his chest from the immense pain. The freezing cold strikes again, and the demon lord viciously expresses a desire to see how long he can endure the pain. This small setback is nothing for the brave warrior, as Raon knows that he has to endure the pain no matter what. Because if he shows even the slightest hint of weakness, the demon will swallow him whole. The pain intensifies and grows, but Raon holds his own to survive. The blue ball of fire is enraged, and it yells in frustration, questioning why his rage won't work on the weak little boy. Seeing the outcome of pushing himself too far, the fatigue catches up to him. He expresses that his body feels like it's going to collapse, and he might die at any moment. His eyes begin to close slowly as his consciousness slips, and he acknowledges that he cannot breathe properly. The intense situation now lessens when, before more damage can be done, the brilliant sword of the Sieghart calls for the test to be over, and all the students participating in the test fall like flies to catch their breath and take some rest on the ground. Raon also joins the students to catch his breath as he sweats profusely, while Buren glares at him with a look of frustration, calling him a determined bastard in annoyance. While catching his breath and breathing heavily, he acknowledges that he almost died and concludes that this life isn't going to be easy either. Lunan looks over and observes our hero while he catches his breath, before the spirit of the demon lord appears once again to throw a tantrum. He yells and puffs up in rage and frustration, calling him a monstrous bastard and questions how he managed to pull it off. But answering the question, Raon reminds him, this is why he asked him to stop. Acknowledging the outcome of the limit testing training, he notices that the ring of fire has also grown, and thanks to the status window, his physical capacity has improved too. He aspires that if he continues to train like this, he can achieve greater feats. Just then, his attention is diverted, and he looks up to find a huge status window in front of him that notifies him of fulfilling the conditions, resulting in increased experience points and physical capabilities. Raon glares in astonishment at the status window with his mouth open, while the spirit of the demon lord exclaims and questions why he is getting extra experience points for putting up with his rage. He yells out and states it to be absurd. The students once again stand before the stage as Lemmer the brilliant sword commends everyone for doing their best, and he moves on to what he said before the test started. And hearing this, the looks on the students' faces show despair and nervousness as they await their inevitable failure of passing. But to their surprise, Lemmer playfully exclaims that he was just lying about cutting down the numbers to a quarter. This results in a loud and collective gasp from the students, which then transitions into yelling as the students enrage and express that they ran like hell because he said that. But Lemmer elaborates that he cannot fail so many people on the first day. He would not have anyone to teach. However, he also adds that he did not specify to fail them today. And transitioning back to horror, Lemmer fiercely warns the students that if they show the same results as today, most of them are doomed to fail. This alerts the students once again as they now become determined to train hard. He paces across the stage as he addresses the students, and he reminds them of running with all they had. He points out that none out of all the 160 of them kept it up till the very end, except for one. He also mentions students who gave up and started using aura. This alerts Buren, who is guilty of doing so, and he fears suspension over this act. But as he crouches down in front of Raon, he adds that he does not care how they do it, as they are the ones taking the test after all. And he makes an okay sign up front of Raon as he continues to tell them that if the students do as he says, they won't fail the test. But he also mentions that it won't be easy either. Moving on, he now faces the students once again and addresses them to tell that they are now provisional trainees, but will become official trainees once they pass the test they will take in the next 6 months. He joyfully mentions that he is going to pick the top trainees, although he won't be the one to rank them. Calling off the trainees, Lemmer lets them go and guides them to the top quality dormitories provided by the Sieghart family, mentioning that there is a training center next to it too. Tree leaves flutter and the sun shines through the forest. We are now brought to the forest near the training hall, as Lemmer walks up to a mysterious figure in royal attire that awaits his arrival. Lemmer the Brilliant Sword winks and addresses the person in front of him as he states that someone has taken up his napping spot, and he reveals the person to be the Patriarch. Glenn, the Patriarch, acknowledges Lemmer's arrival and immediately asks him what had happened. And he slowly walks up to him as he asks the Patriarch why he is asking him, when he himself was here the entire time to witness the whole thing. But continuing with his statement, Lemmer explains that the Patriarch knows he has great eyes and can see the future and children. Elaborating, he tells that Burin and Lunan are greatly talented, as they already knew, and the other children also have a lot of potential to become great pillars of the family. But he adds that he cannot see anything in Raon. The Patriarch proceeds to acknowledge this information, while Lemmer adds that he was sure Raon was out of stamina, which he questions and asks how he was able to keep on running. He also tells the Patriarch that it is the first time after him that he has not been able to see anything in someone. And he expresses in joy that his life has been very boring ever since his energy core had been ruined. But this is going to be interesting. Hearing what he came to hear, the Patriarch leaps off of the stone that he stands on as he tells the Brilliant Sword, Lemmer, that being a trainee instructor is what he had wanted, and as he walks away, he asks him to focus on his duties and not get distracted. Lemmer obeys the Patriarch, but he also mentions that he believes there is going to be someone this year to whom he can leave his future, but the Patriarch disagrees and states it to be just a coincidence. He exclaims that the child cannot become a martial artist. Seeing the Patriarch off, Lemmer acknowledges this statement and smiles, before he exclaims that the Patriarch knows very well that it's not just a coincidence. Sighing and finally having the rest he needed, our hero sets off to the training center now that the test is all over with. 2 students glare and observe him as he steps away, and the blue ball of fire is amazed that Raon does not seem to stop training. The group of students that stand behind Raon as he walks away glare viciously at him with murderous intent, and as the sun sets over the training grounds, they exclaim it to be impossible. 2 students rally on about how there's no way Raon held on for that long, when they had heard that he was sick. They go on while the yellow-haired man from the indirect lineage, Raon Sieghart, gleefully assesses the situation. Raon addresses the situation and adds that he had heard Raon had some kind of miracle medicine, elaborating that the Saint of Rags gave him one long ago. This follows up with a shocking response from the 2 trainees who question the Saint giving him this kind of boost. They scream out to conclude that this means Raon had been dependent on the medicine to run that long, and he had the gall to show off. Concluding their assessment, Raon suggests that they go and teach the arrogant bastard a lesson for using cheats against them in the training. Transitioning right into the act of words, our hero is seen being slammed into a tree as he groans in pain. He slides down to the ground under the pale moonlight and asks why the group of students is doing this to him, but Raon scoffs and questions this statement from Raon. The other 2 students yell out and point at Raon as they elaborate that he got his direct lineage title taken away, but he is all arrogant because of some miracle medicine. They claim that if he did not have the miracle medicine given to him by the Saint of Rags, he could not have run that much today at the training. They go on to question how dare he use such dirty tricks, but Raon assesses the rage and anger the students are feeling, as he concludes that they are mad over something stupid. Proceeding with the confrontation, they start to prepare and stretch to launch an attack, as they ask the young assassin not to be scared because they are just here to talk. Raon leads the group as they stand before Raon and threaten him. He asks him to rest assured as this kind of thing happens often, before he rushes forward at the young assassin, exclaiming that the instructor asked them to talk more to each other. Raon slowly stands up, while the spirit of the Lord of the Demon Realm questions if he is just going to stand there, listening to them talk to him like that. He also mentions that he is supposed to be his vessel, but he expresses that it's not that big of a deal. However, in a shocking turn of events, Raon is struck away with a punch to the face as the vicious glare now transfers over to the brave warrior, Raon. A loud gasp follows right after as the 2 students are shaken up from the unexpected outcome, and this expression is also shared by the spirit of the Demon Lord, who had once closed his eyes to not see the unfortunate circumstance that might befall on his vessel. Raon is blown away and falls to the ground before the 2 students who turn their heads in shock, and they take a glance at their fallen leader who got defeated with just one punch, while Raon expresses the same threatening tone. He questions their claim to talk, and he viciously glares once again to ask them to talk if they wanted to, so badly. The two students rush forward, giving it their best and attempt to hurt the talented trainee, but their attempts are futile because they are no match for the once best assassin in the world. Seeing the group fall to their knees, another student calls upon them to question what they are doing. He then takes up the mantle to take on the bastard as he rushes forward to strike a punch, while questioning the other's ability to defeat Raon. But before he can finish his sentence, his face meets with the fist of our hero as he falls to the ground as well. Raon continues to effortlessly defeat all the opponents that come charging at him, while the spirit of the demon lord watches in awe and remarks that his vessel is doing exceptionally well, calling the scene to be magnificent. The beaten-up students now beg for mercy as they fall to the ground and give up their hostile behavior to the one they called a bastard. In a threatening act of violence, Raon steps on Crane's hand as his wails echo throughout the forest trees, and he states to ask one more thing of him before he lets him go. Of course, Crane obediently wills to answer, falling under the agonizing pain as his voice stutters when he speaks. Raon questions who was the person that made them do this, and he immediately mentions if it was Buran. Crane snaps and is alerted upon hearing his name, but he mumbles that they did this without the young master knowing, and he is not related to this at all. Our hero seems to be confused and he expresses that such an answer is unexpected when he thought Buran hated him, but he concludes that maybe the guy is not too far gone. And following the confrontation, he questions Crane if he is safe to assume that he would not go on telling others about their conversation. Once again, Crane immediately mutters to agree to the terms. However, just then, the bully is grabbed by his hair and brought closer to Raon, where he glares viciously into his eyes to tell him that he better avoid him if he does not want to have another conversation with him. Filled with fear and horror, Crane immediately mutters that he will not even step on the young master's shadow. Raon lets him go, asking him to go away if he understands. The group rushes off, away from the threatening young master, but there is a mysterious man hiding among the shadows that watches over the situation. The man is revealed to be Lemmer, who smiles at the outcome of the quarrel as he deems it interesting to watch, and he expresses that it was like seeing the patriarch when he was young. Then he concludes that Raon seems to be talented in martial arts too, making him a true Sieghart. Lemmer's excitement reaches the skies as he mentions an unknown talent hidden among the most talented children, and he expresses that he is getting even more interested in our hero by the day. Not gonna lie, the dude is starting to creep me out. Bringing us back to the training halls, we see the former assassin gazing upon the message window as it notifies him of wrath, being satisfied with the conditions being fulfilled, and his agility being increased by 1. The spirit of the demon lord expresses rage and anger as it acknowledges the extra bonus points for something so pointless. He questions the increase in ability, but Raon asks why he doesn't know when he's the one who made the system. But the spirit grits its teeth in frustration as it confronts him and answers to tell that it's obvious that he does not know, especially when it has never been taken away from him before. He elaborates that Raon is stealing his power that remains in his original form. Now enlightened of such information, Raon acknowledges this fact in glee. This annoys the spirit as it flares up in anger and exclaims that the little bastard does not even show any gratitude. The young master ignores the spirit and sits across his desk with a cup in his hand, while the spirit scoffs in frustration. And it states that it has an offer to make, which sparks the curiosity of Raon, who asks about the offer. The spirit asks our hero to bet on something, with his rage and our hero's experience points on the line. If he loses, our hero receives his rage, but if he wins, he receives all his experience points. Sipping on his drink, Raon carefully gazes upon the message window as it displays the bet placed by the spirit of wrath. The condition is to pass as a top trainee for the training test, and the rewards and punishments follow. Raon questions if the bet has been placed upon the test that Lemmer has mentioned, and Wrath confirms, adding that he said he will choose only the top trainees. Raon's gaze falls upon a card labeled Trade Option, and upon questioning Wrath tells him that he'll be given one of his traits, but the level will be decreased since he is inferior. Curious to know, another question is shot up upon what is the rage, and Wrath answers to tell that he will take on the emotion of rage that he possesses. Smiling widely, Wrath elaborates that what he will get is next to nothing, but with enough of it, he won't be able to control himself and will go insane. Hearing such a statement, our hero realizes this is what Wrath is going for, and as he sips his tea, he adds that considering how he usually behaves, it does not seem like Wrath is lying, and he has answered every question he has been asked honestly. Contemplating over the rewards of the bet, he remarks that it is not too bad, elaborating it to be a poisoned apple that he has to eat. But he considers it nevertheless, given that it will be difficult to get the top place if he was a normal ill child, but he remembers that he has reincarnated. Reaching forth his hand, Raon accepts Wrath's bet, making him smile widely as he remarks his choice to be wise. Blue flames flare around Raon's hand as the message window notifies that he has accepted Wrath's bet. He believes that if he utilizes his past life, he won't lose. At the break of dawn, heavy breathing and panting fill the air as students lay down on the ground, sweating profusely while trying to catch their breath. They express that they feel like their legs are going to break, and they cannot even stand with all the running that they have done this early in the morning. Looking back at the training sessions, Lemmer explains the stance that he has asked the students to do, elaborating it to be the horse riding pose, which is every bit as silly as one can imagine. Despite him disagreeing with this claim, the students struggle to hold the position as they tremble and shake vigorously, while Lemmer continues to explain that this is the building block of martial arts. Recalling once more the struggling horse riding pose, the students have now had enough, as one of them yells out to exclaim that he's done with this bullshit, and he now wishes to learn some actual swordsmanship from the head instructor. Another student adds to mention that they have done nothing except cycling between running and horse riding poses. Transitioning to Burin, he calls upon the fallen students to stand up and stop complaining, as they are going to train their swordsmanship because it might get rusty if they don't focus on it too much. Wrath pops up beside Raon once again as they observe the group walking away to practice swordsmanship, and he asks if Raon is not going to go after them. But Raon walks away in the other direction, as he answers that he does not need to train his swordsmanship right now, because it's a waste of time for someone who's not even trained enough in the basics. Contemplating over his words, he adds that what he needs right now is not a sword, but physical strength, as his body is weaker than others because of the bitter cold curse. He expresses that the basics are the most important, both for the sake of growth and for training, and he reminds himself that there is no need to feel rushed. And so, taking his own advice to focus on training his body for now, our hero sits in a plank as sweat falls over his face profusely. As he proceeds with his exercise, a mysterious fellow spies on him from among the shadows, and it is revealed to be Lunan Sleon from the vassal family, and she quietly observes him. Hiding behind the wall, she notices that he is improving fast as he lifts weights increasingly each day. She conflicts that she had heard of him to be ill, which does not seem to be the case, as she concludes that it is a given that you will improve if you try every day. But she wonders if increasing the weight every day is just nonsense, as she mentions of him lifting 10 kilograms more than he did at the beginning of the week. She wonders what the reason is behind him being so consistent when he is ill, speculating if it's because he has a different attitude when he's training. And she slowly walks up to him as she concludes that there is something peculiar about him. Our hero innocently wraps up the band around his palm when he notices Lunan approaching him, and he curiously asks why she is here. Glaring at each other, the atmosphere becomes tense as no one seems to break the ice, and they just stare in silence. Lunan wonders what is making House Sieghart grow so rapidly. Suddenly, she feels a cold breeze rush at her, and her eyes widen as she stands still in a daze. Moving forward, she proceeds to sit beside him without warning and begins to lift the weights he has lifted. This strange act is looked upon in confusion by Raon, who does not understand what is going on. Annoyingly enough, Lunan follows him around the room and copies him by lifting different weights. While she does this strange act, she thinks to herself, it's not imagination. She elaborates that ever since she smelled that scent from Raon, the cool and pleasant scent, her body has felt lighter. She further explains that thanks to this strange phenomenon, she was able to lift a lot heavier than she usually can. The former assassin is curious to know what is making her act in a strange manner. So, he calls upon her to ask if she has something to tell him, but she blatantly denies it. Not thinking much of it, he walks away silently while Lunan continues to walk after him, concluding that she might have to follow him around a bit more. Raon enters the room with the other students as they observe Lunan following around Raon. There is no expression whatsoever on his face, while the other students scoff and question why such a girl is following around a guy like him. He then grabs hold of a wooden stick as he claims that the bastard is just wasting his time, and that kind of repetitive training has no point. He elaborates that Raon is weak, so he needs that kind of basic training. But Baron believes that even by doing something like that, he cannot reach the same level as them. Adding on to his assessment, he says that he does not know what the test will entail, but he expresses that in order to prepare, it's better to train in swordsmanship, at least for the sake of their own individual martial prowess. Calling upon his friends, he walks away as he asks them to ignore the bastard from the indirect lineage, and the results of the test will speak for themselves. While Raon is training, an unknown student walks up to him and calls his name. He introduces himself as Dorian and asks if he can train next to him and Lunan. The outsider contestant, Dorian, expresses that he wants to learn the correct procedure, but Raon tells him that he really does not care. Shuffling around his bag, Dorian thanks Raon for letting him train next to him. As a token of appreciation, he hands him a cookie to try. But refusing to have the cookie, he proceeds to offer it to Lunan, who sits beside him. However, he is taken aback in nervousness when he sees her eyes sparkle in awe at the mysterious food item that lays before her. Handing over the cookie to Lunan, he confusingly expresses her to be another unique one in the party. Leaves flutter away into the sky, signifying the time that passes by in the blink of an eye, and our hero trains diligently, running on tracks, lifting weights, and making sure he does everything to be in the best shape possible. Others are also shown to be working hard and doing their best to prepare for the test that might eventually decide their future. Raon now once again runs on the tracks as he pants and huffs for air. He narrates that it's been 6 months since they began training, adding that he ran every day until he was ready to die, and the backs of those that he saw in front of him while running are no longer there. However, he elaborates that when he breathed out a shaky breath and looked up, there were only 2 people left in front of him. Moving on, he tells us that after all that, finally, the morning of the test day has come, and families of the participants are seen walking into the arena as they anticipate their children's success. An announcer greets everyone gathered in the arena as his voice echoes through the large area, and he elaborates that the Guardians are all here to watch the event unfold. He also alerts them to follow his instructions carefully, and as Leon stands idly, Wrath appears before him to remind him of the bet that he had made all those months ago. And with a wide smile, he expresses that Leon was not able to surpass the 2 that are ahead of him. He warns him to be ready to take in his rage. But the young warrior is not fazed by the threatening words, and he shoos away the spirit of the demon lord as he expresses that this test is different, and they don't know for sure yet. Diverted towards Dorian, he then notices him laying down on the ground, and he asks what he is doing. Dorian has a look of despair on his face as he explains that he is nervous because of the test that is today and he had not slept all night. Seeing him fall into despair and agitation, our hero steps forward to address the situation and comfort him when Lunan approaches him and offers him a cookie to try, which he refuses. Just then, he exchanges looks with Burn who passes by him, and he annoyingly acknowledges the odd people that surround him. Among the crowd, Sylvia excitedly calls for Helen to look at her young master as she exclaims in awe at the strong and confident warrior. Helen also adds that he has endured 6 whole months of hard training, and she acknowledges the 2 students around him as she expresses that he has made some friends too, which she elaborates is not surprising to him because of his warm personality. She goes on to express that the young Master Leon has always been so thoughtful, ever since he was young, and acknowledging that he has even made friends makes her feel proud of him too. Listening to Helen's strong words, Sylvia smiles in awe of her child, when suddenly this heartfelt moment is disturbed by the sudden call for the Patriarch's entrance. Slowly stepping into the arena, the bright red attire and shiny blonde hair make a statement which intimidates the observing audience as they question his sudden appearance. Glenn Sieghart prepares to sit on his throne as the attendees bow down to him, and the audience expresses that he has never come to watch the test unfold before. The brilliant sword of the Sieghart family, Lemmer, also expresses concern as he asks about the Patriarch's sudden appearance. Acknowledging the questionable looks on the family's faces, Glenn states that this is an event that chooses the future of the family, and he questions why they act as if he shouldn't be here. Lemmer nervously then elaborates that it is not why he asked, and he expresses that the Patriarch is always welcome on the training grounds. Wasting no time, the elf then announces that since the Patriarch is already here, they will now quickly begin with the test, and he will now announce the details of this test. A green leaf falls to the ground, following the green aura that bursts out and falls upon the students that stand before Lemmer. The students are startled and taken aback as their eyes open wide at the sudden wave of strong aura that bursts right at them. Leon expresses this concern too, and Lemmer glares at the students with a menacing look while his green aura rushes forward. He elaborates that the students must make it through his aura, that is the test that they have to pass. Continuing with the test, Lemmer elaborates that aura is inherent to a martial artist, and this test will judge the student's worth as a martial artist. But before the students can begin the test, a commotion sparks up among the crowd of families, and a man stands up to question why this is a test when the students have just started learning aura. The small commotion turns into a situation when the man yells out that this is unfair because some of the students are yet to even learn aura. He exclaims that the head instructor had also been spotted sleeping during training too. Lemmer sighs at the unfortunate situation and explains it to the concerned families. The test is not just a manifestation of aura, but the real aura burst is the level of the soul that a martial artist achieves. He adds that this proves that a martial artist can manifest energy without aura, but the man that sparked the conversation does not seem to buy his explanation and raises concern once again. Suddenly, the Patriarch's voice remarks that the brilliant sword is not wrong. The man then acknowledges the Patriarch's glare as Glenn Sieghart explains that even if one individual has not learned aura, they possess their own aura burst based on the lives they have led. Lemmer gives a look of approval as the Patriarch further elaborates that depending on the intensity of the training, even someone without an aura can have a strong aura burst. Adhering to all the concerns, Lemmer now asks if all questions have been answered before exclaiming for the test to begin. He then calls forth Lunan's Leon, who slowly steps forward among the students, to the head instructor. And now that she stands before him, he explains that the aura burst that he will test her with is of a level that she can endure if she has trained her hardest, and she will pass if she gets through his barrier to touch him. Once all the details have been made clear, the test now begins, and Lemmer smiles before a strong green aura rushes forth at Lunan, who blocks the wave of energy with her arms. The brilliant sword of the Sieghart family mentions that it will count as a fail if she uses her own aura and calls her to awaken the mental power she has trained. But the aura is strong, and the wave of energy does not seem to stop. Lunan struggles, and slowly but surely, she manages to take a step forward with her hand reaching out at the head instructor that stands before her. And before we know it, Lunen's hand grabs hold of Lemmer's hand, marking the end of the test. He grabs Lunen close to him as she slumps over him with exhaustion, and remarks her passing the test is easy. Lunen huffs and breathes heavily, trying to catch her breath while her head instructor commends her hard work, asking her to continue training like she has. Moving on with the next participant, Lemmer calls forth Dorian, and hearing his name from the instructor's mouth, he is perplexed and shaken up with fear. He questions what is the deciding order as his body trembles, and Lemmer remarks that he decides whoever he wants to step forth. Nevertheless, he nervously steps forward, passing by the exhausted Lunen who slumps over, still trying to catch her breath. Leaning over the slouched trainee, Lemmer asks him to do just exactly as Lunen has done, get through his aura burst using the mentality he has trained. But Dorian is skeptical, his voice mumbles, and he asks if that will work because he is best known for being weak-minded. Nothing stops the brilliant sword from testing the trainees to their absolute limit, and without a warning, his aura bursts out and flares violently, while he remarks that if Dorian cannot endure, he will fail. Trying his best, he attempts to endure and plow through the strong burst of energy, but he struggles heavily and falls to the ground. This test is being observed by our hero, who notices that the head instructor's aura burst intensity differs from child to child. He elaborates that the instructor is controlling his intensity based on the child's level and training progress, which makes him now firmly believe that the brilliant sword of the Sieghart family really has been observing each and every student. As Raon assesses Lemmer's teaching skills, his attention now averts to him congratulating the fearful Dorian who trembles but has finally grabbed hold of him while he is on the ground. Lemmer remarks that he has too little confidence in comparison to his skill level and so, he needs to believe in himself a bit more. Following the words of motivation, Dorian belches and pukes all over, contrary to the amazing show of strength he has portrayed by passing the test. Time flows like a river downstream, and one by one the students are called upon by the head instructor for their test. Now comes Baron Sieghart's turn, who exclaims at his call and enthusiastically steps forth to face the test. Lemmer then walks up to the student and mentions that he will begin right away. A huge wave of green energy follows this elaboration as Lemmer hardens his facial expressions and glares down at the capable student that stands before him. Feeling the immense pressure and force of the aura burst, he is startled and agitated, questioning if this is what the others have been going through. He remarks that this is different from observing from the sidelines. He wonders how Lunen and the other students have endured such a difficult test, and he falls to the ground as he kneels to hold his own, exclaiming that he can't even move his feet. Seeing the student fall to his knees, Lemmer now begins to state that his talent is special, more so than anyone, and there are only a few that are comparable to him. But he comments that he and the other children that followed him around have wasted their time training swordsmanship when they don't even know their true will. He also adds that they should have trained their mentality and physical strength instead of training the sword, and mentioning that Baron had used aura every time he was struggling. If he uses it again this time, Lemmer warns him that he will fail the test. Struggling to get through the energy wave, he grits his teeth in frustration. He cannot afford to fail this test here. Falling back into a flashback, we are told how his father looked at his brother on the day he kicked him out. He remembers the cold and cruel look in his father's eyes. He exclaims in fear he will also be abandoned if he does not get through this. This boost of adrenaline, backed up by fear and anxiety, pushes the student to rush forward in desperation. And finally, he grabs hold of Lemmer's leg, being called upon to pass the test. Baron, now exhausted, huffs and catches his breath, while Lemmer remarks that he is only 12 and he should not pretend to be an adult, training only what he should train. Finishing his remarks on the test, Lemmer metaphorically elaborates that he is bound to trip on a stick if he continues to walk while looking up. Moving forward with the test, he now lastly calls upon our hero, Raon Sieghart, to step forward, and he obediently comes forth from among the students. Now standing before the head instructor, Raon dramatically makes his way to the final test to become a martial artist, and as the suspense builds up, Lemmer asks if the young trainee is ready, which is responded by a confident nod. Then following the exchange of words, Lemmer remarks that he will begin. A roaring wave of energy now rushes forward through the battle arena at Raon, who stands readily in the face of the strongest aura burst that Lemmer has let out in the whole day. The strangely violent and roaring burst of aura surprises not only Sylvia, who jumps up in concern for her beloved son, but the patriarch too, whose eyes widen as he questions the odd display of power that the student is now to face. Nervous to face the strongest aura burst, Raon asks the head instructor if this really is his test, and Lemmer responds by elaborating that the talent he had foresaw in the capable student was far above what he saw in Baron and Lunen, and so, he exclaims for the student to try and endure the aura burst. Blocking the roaring wave of energy, our hero falls into contemplation. He remarks that his potential does not lie in his body, but inside his soul that once suffered a terrible end as an assassin. And while he acknowledges this fact, the wave of energy starts to cut through our hero's feet as he takes a step forward. The atmosphere starts to change, and the head instructor's eyes widen at the student enduring the most powerful aura burst. The patriarch's glare locks onto his grandson too, as the brilliant sword startles at the sight of Leon's unbelievable talent, who continues to step closer and closer to his body. And before you know it, Raon Sieghart has pressed his palm against the head instructor's chest, who exclaims in denial that this really has happened. This amazing talent has the crowd of families in shock too, as their gasps sound and echo throughout the arena. Lemmer and the patriarch widen their eyes in shock, and they are taken by surprise, but the brave young warrior smiles without a hint of exhaustion as he questions if the test is now over. The students too share the same sentiment of denial as they question how the once weak student managed to get through the most powerful display of aura burst today. Following the students, Burin's father and his messenger also jump up in their seats as their eyes widen in shock. Lemmer nervously walks up to the talented student, and the voices of the messenger echo through the arena as he questions how the ill child who hasn't even learned aura managed to make it through such a difficult test. Lemmer blatantly stands before the student and now asks what he really is. Our hero, Raon Sieghart, introduces himself once again, mentioning that the head has been observing him for the last 6 months. But Lemmer is still taken by surprise as he elaborates that he is asking because he has surpassed what he had thought of him. The head instructor also adds that the aura outburst was over the student's level, and he never thought that he would be able to make it through. He was just pranking him. Lemmer is in over his head as he continues to glare down at the young warrior who now stands confidently before the head instructor. Lemmer's contemplation is suddenly broken down when he realizes his position and nervously announces to apologize for being a little distracted, marking the end of the test. Just as he proceeds to remark the top trainee for this test, Burin's anxiety spikes up as he nervously anticipates the announcement. The crowd was holding its breath in suspense of the results, but their anticipation is met with disappointment and shock when Lemmer announces the top trainee of the 5th training hall to be none other than our young hero, Raon Sieghart. The announcement sparks joy, and tears fall down Sylvia's eyes as she exclaims and jumps up in her seat. Helen shares the same sentiment as she adds in the excitement, pointing out that the young master has done it again. A commotion rises from among the crowd, since family representatives do not seem to be happy with the decision. They question Leon's position as the top trainee. Burin is not having it either, and he points his finger at Raon to elaborate that they are the martial artists of the Sieghart family, and that they should duel to choose the top trainee, rather than test for one. Lemmer assesses Burin's consistent emphasis on the unfair selection, and he comments that the boy is desperate to stand at the top. That startles the young master, who takes a step back to deny the claim. However, stating that the test is already over, he asks the patriarch for help, and after taking a brief moment to think, Glenn Sieghart responds by calling out for his grandson. He remarks that the people do not seem to accept him as the top trainee despite the results, and so, he asks if the current top trainee is willing to have a duel with the young master for the top spot. The response from Raon is met with a collectively loud and soundly gasp of shock, as he openly denies the offer. He elaborates that the test is already over with the results that speak for themselves, and he is not interested in fighting in a duel when there is no reward at the end. Our hero moves his gaze at the young master who always talked about honor and direct lineage, telling him that he's being a sore loser by standing in denial over the results of a fair test. Burin is startled, and he scoffs with frustration at Raon. Finding no other way to prove the new talent's capabilities, the patriarch then suggests that he fights in a duel over the position of the top trainee, and if he wins, he will be rewarded with a bronze plaque. Raon is immediately alerted upon hearing of that condition, and reminds himself the bronze, silver, and gold plaque rewards are given to those who have accomplished something special in the family. He explains that these plaques can be used to claim certain valuable rewards in the future. He adds that even though the plaque he will be receiving is bronze, he is sure that he will be able to get pretty decent rewards with its help. So naturally, he accepts the offer, while remarking that maybe Burin really wants the top spot. The patriarch approves this decision and states that they will begin right away. Raon now stands before his opponent who has a look of desperation on his face, as the patriarch adds that this duel will be the real decider of who is deserving of the top trainee title. He explains the details. There will be only one round, and the opponents are only allowed to use their bodies. The head instructor now affirms the duel and swings his hand, marking the beginning of the fight. Burin immediately rushes forward at his opponent, his arm reaching back to muster up a powerful punch. The fist flies next to Leon's face as his eyes widen at the sudden attack. This is followed up by an immediate kick to the face that is blocked by Raon as he hardens his facial expressions in light of the heated battle that unfolds in the arena. Burin now charges up his fist as blue energy spirals around his body. He calls it the righteous tiger fist that his father has taught him personally. Since this move is a martial arts fist technique, the boy exclaims that he's not cheating in any capacity. The charged fist meets Leon's chest, and he attempts to block the attack. The fight unfolds as the two students fight to prove themselves, and the other students cheer upon Burin's talented capabilities, remarking that Raon can't do anything against the young master. Amidst the fight, Burin gives it his all. He needs this victory more than anything. He glares down at the opponent he has always considered inferior, and his pride won't let him stand above him at any cost. He recalls his dark past, looking at the cruel treatment his father gave his brother as he asked him not to concern himself over such a weakling, one who has no place in their family. Afraid to disappoint his father like his brother, the boy feels incredibly desperate. Knowing that his father is watching over him, the scared Burin enrages, pushing himself even further in order to prove his worth. A barrage of punches faces our hero, as Burin tells himself that he cannot, at any cost, let someone like Raon keep him from falling behind and disappointing his father. Just as the punches flow through him and he attempts to dodge, the attacks appear to become slower and slower, almost as if they were being launched in slow motion. Raon now expresses that he can clearly see his opponent, his fists, his flow of attack, and where they are aimed. Burin notices his opponent lagging behind in thought, and makes his move as he yells and rushes forward, questioning if the weakling has finally decided to give up. Leaping in midair, he prepares to strike Raon with a powerful punch, but our hero does not give up this easily. He also cocks back his fist to charge up a counterattack, and glares fiercely at his opponent. The fist charges forward with a dramatic eruption, and Raon leaps forward to attack. His fist meets his opponent's, and a sparkle of energy is let out. Our hero wins this clash as his fist slips away, aiming directly for Burin's chest. Burin is taken aback when his attack is pushed back by Raon's strong punch. His eyes widen, and he scoffs with frustration. He questions how this is possible, looking back at the fist he charged up, continuing to rush forward to attack. Golden lightning sparks around Raon's body as he moves forward with a vicious gaze, and charges up another powerful punch before striking Burin in the gut. Finally, the boy is blasted away upon impact as he groans in pain. The crowd lets out yet another resounding gasp, unable to believe that young Master Burin was defeated once again. Burin's father jumps up from his seat and grits his teeth in agitation, as a man yells out that this is impossible. The patriarch, too, is taken by surprise when his supposedly incompetent grandson defeats the talented young master. The voice of the man from earlier exclaims that the move performed by Raon is in fact the righteous tiger's fist. Continuing the man's sentence, Burin questions our hero. His voice shakes, and he trembles while attempting to get up from the ground, asking him how he was able to use his martial arts skill. And standing confidently once again, Raon blatantly answers that Burin showed him how it was done, and simply copied him in return. This boy never fails to surprise us, always defying his body's limits to accomplish the impossible. Shocking jumps and sound gasps unfold from among the crowd of families that spectate the duel that has taken place, and they question Raon's righteous tiger fist, asking how he is able to perform such a move without having learned any aura. Nervousness fills the arena as the surprised families begin to speculate that maybe the student had learned the skill in secret, which they believe is the only logical explanation. They still cannot seem to process our young hero's victory, as he grips his fist to massage away the slight pain. Lemmer stands before the victorious Raon, who is standing in front of the defeated Burin. The boy finally bows down in shame, accepting his defeat. Meanwhile, Lemmer has to cover his gaping mouth with his hand to hide his astonishment at the shocking results. Assessing Raon's incredible show of intelligence, he elaborates that Raon countered Burin's attack by having him spin in the other direction. He mentions that just seeing the flow of one's opponent makes them worthy of being called a genius in the world of martial arts. Concluding his assessment, he explains that Raon used the flow to make his opponent's technique his own. Lemmer believes that this kind of talent easily sets someone on the path to being the strongest on the continent. And now that he has seen it for himself in Raon, he expresses that this is the kind of talent that the patriarch had wanted, naming it to be perpetual talent. The duel has come to an end, and Lemmer announces to the audience that the results speak for themselves, concluding the test by deeming our hero victorious. Just as the test is called to be concluded, a woman rushes past the crowd of families and makes her way to the battlefield, her arms reaching forward for a hug. The charging woman is noticed by Raon, who recognizes her as his mom, Sylvia. Her eyes fill up with awe and joy as she firmly hugs her son in a beautiful moment. This concludes the martial arts training test, ending on a heartfelt moment as Sylvia sheds tears of joy, while Wrath annoyingly flares up and asks to go home quickly because he's hungry. Lunen's passing of the test is also celebrated by her parents, who hug their child and cry tears of joy too, with her father holding her close and comforting her. Burin is also taken away by his father's messenger, who walks with him with a gloomy look on his face. Burin's eye catches his father from among the crowd, glaring down at him with a disappointing look on his face, before turning away and mixing in between the crowd. The poor boy feels the weight of his father's disappointment as he slouches over and falls into deep despair. This concludes the day, and night falls upon the continent soon after. An annex reveals Burin standing in front of his father's desk, who has his face turned away from his son. Silence fills the room as Burin continues to fall into a state of despair, but he is taken aback when House Sieghart, the boy's father, suddenly calls his name with a heavy voice. It shakes the young warrior up, and he stutters as he responds to his call. Karan questions if the incompetent warrior remembers what he had been asked, and Burn states that his father had asked him to become the top trainee, and not to lose to anyone. His voice shakes as he struggles to mutter the simplest of words in front of his intimidating father. The pressing father expresses that he had not asked much of his incompetent son, elaborating that he simply needed him to defeat the Slayon family's Lunan and get the position of the top trainee. He then slowly turns his chair to face his son, and immediately yells out in a furious rage, exclaiming that he lost to the son of an insect who has already lost all of her status. He questions if Burn had intended to shame his father from the beginning. He continues to confront his son, asking if he wants to end up like his brother as well. This alerts Burn, who is shaken up at the sudden mention of the same treatment as his brother. Concluding the confrontation, House Sieghart expresses that his son has already lost his first chance, but there is still room for him to redeem himself. So, he asks him to become the top trainee once again by the time of their graduation. Done with what he had to say, the father commands his disappointing son to leave his sights immediately, and of course, Burn obeys in shame and despair. Walking out of the annex under the pale moonlight, he wipes away the sadness and holds his head in his hand, expressing that he must not miss this last chance if he wants to live like someone of the direct lineage from the Sieghart family. Concluding the declaration of confidence, he then smacks his fist against the wall in frustration, making it crack upon impact. I guess my dude is angry, but if you ask me, his father is just a bitch. Burn continues to curse our innocent hero, Raon Sieghart, exclaiming that it's all because of that damn bastard. He blames him for putting him in such a dire situation with his father. Sadly walking with shame and regret, he wonders why he has been put in such a position when he had worked hard enough not to lose or fall behind anyone else. Walking mindlessly brings the young warrior in front of a mysterious building as he continues to hold his head in his hands, and he gazes upon the location he has brought himself, wondering why he is here. The realization then dawns upon him. He has come here out of habit, and he steps into the building as he looks around his surroundings. But then, he questions his intent in coming to this place, wondering if he has come here because the test had just ended today. However, that does not seem plausible, because there is no one else in the building except him. Wandering about the training hall, he picks up weights and begins to train, when suddenly, his eyes fall upon the locker boxes beside him, and he slowly walks up to them. His eye is set on one particular box, and that is today's top trainee, Raon Sieghart's. He stands before the box marked with his name, and he stops to look around for someone suspicious. He believes that just a peek won't hurt, elaborating that he is not stealing anything, which is enough for him to justify his suspicious behavior to himself. However, he is soon taken by surprise. His eyes open wide when he opens the drawer to find a bunch of used shoes. He is confused and wonders what all of this means. Elaborating that there are at least 10 pairs of shoes, he questions the fact that Raon has used up all of them in just 6 months, when he himself had to change his shoes only twice. Picturing his opponent's training regime, he suddenly turns around to see an image of Raon training diligently as he lifts his weights non-stop. Looking over at this image, the realization finally dawns upon Burn. He recalls that Raon was always seen training. He then expresses remorse as he elaborates on Raon's consistent hard work, even when he pretended to be cool by swinging the sword and neglecting basic training, simply wasting his time by resting in the dormitories. He remarks that Raon's training discipline is the real Sieghart way. He now finally realizes that he has always done the opposite of what he thought was the right way to represent his family. And as he glares down at our hero's worn-out shoes, the boy couldn't help but loathe himself. Suddenly, his weird actions click in his head, and he cautiously looks over at the training bench once again, only to find no one is sitting there. Accepting his mistakes, he puts Raon's shoes back in their place and makes his way out of the training hall. He is now changed and motivated, determined to change himself and make his family proud. Still holding a grudge against Raon's unexpected victory in the martial arts training test, Wrath expresses his frustration. He states that he has lived hundreds of lives, but he has never seen anyone like our young hero. He then confronts Raon and asks what exactly he is, but Raon stays uninterested in this interrogation, claiming that he does not know, and Wrath is free to imagine all he wants. Moving on, a message window appears in front of the young warrior, who now asks the spirit to tell him what the skill displayed on the window is. Wrath replies by acknowledging the skill is legendary senses, claiming that such a skill is unfit for someone like Raon. He then expresses that the skill expands the range of one's senses, although it is at a 1-star level, resulting in just a 10% increase. Wrath boasts that using this skill, he was able to tenfold his normal senses, and Raon seems amused by this statement. Moving on, Raon steps away from his bed as the spirit of the demon lord follows him around. Raon asks why the skill has this particular name, and Wrath explains that it's just a name he made up, believing that it sounds cool. Of course, Raon does not agree, and expresses that Wrath has awful taste in naming things. This sparks a furious chant from the spirit of the demon lord, who yells out that the young warrior does not even have an artistic sense, and he would not recognize uniqueness. Continuing with the story, some time has passed. As the sun shines upon the annex, our hero and Sylvia are taken by surprise when a voice notifies them that the patriarch has summoned the young master. Sylvia is immediately filled with anxiety and persuasively questions if her son has done something wrong. However, the butler who delivered the message chuckles and asks her to calm herself because there is absolutely nothing to worry about. The butler then elaborates that the patriarch just wants to give the bronze plaque reward to the young master himself. Following the summoning, Raon now bows before the patriarch to greet him, who is sitting boldly upon his throne. While Raon continues to bow down, the patriarch expresses that although he is not willing, he must keep his promise. He signals the butler to bring out the item, which is exactly what he does. The bronze plaque is now presented before our hero. As promised, Sieghart announces that he bestows this bronze plaque upon his grandson, Raon Sieghart. He explains that if he is to return the plaque later on, he is to receive an item of the same value. Glaring down and thinking for a brief moment, Raon contemplates his options and says that he would like to ask for a reward right now. He mentions his mother, alerting the patriarch, who did not expect her name to be mentioned in this sitting. Raon continues and asks his grandfather what he has to do in order for her to regain her position in the family. The patriarch is immediately taken off guard, and the butler sighs in anticipation. Glenn wonders if his grandson wants to restore his mother's direct lineage title, and Raon affirms while he squints his eyes, expressing that the patriarch's energy now feels a lot softer. Glenn then mentions that such a feat is possible if one manages to gain enough accomplishments for the family, but he emphasizes that it is not that simple. Explaining the matter, he adds that gaining others' acknowledgement in this matter is like picking the moon from the night sky. He expresses it to be a difficult task, especially for a kid like him. Raon carefully listens to his grandfather's words as he glares down at his bronze plaque. And after listening carefully to what his grandfather had to say, Raon smiles and states that at least it's possible. He places the bronze plaque back into the butler's tray, and thanks the patriarch for his response. Our hero now makes his leave as he steps away, but he is immediately stopped by a call from the patriarch. Just as he responds to the call, the patriarch states that the young warrior has only asked a question, which he would have answered even without the bronze plaque. This surprises the young warrior, who is taken aback by the patriarch's sudden change in tone. He remarks that he had never anticipated the Northern King of Annihilation to behave so softly. The King of Annihilation then proceeds to ask the young warrior about his proper reward, and firmly tightening his fists, Raon contemplates that there is indeed one thing that he desires the most right now. He reveals his wish and asks the patriarch for a special training technique, which the king blatantly answers by saying that the instructors will teach him that during his basic training. However, Raon elaborates that he needs better aura training than what they teach at the training halls, so he asks the patriarch to teach him a training technique equivalent in value to the bronze plaque. Back in our hero's mind, he expresses that the shadow technique he used in his past life is not enough. To restore his mother's former title and to confront his worst enemy, Derus, he will need a much stronger and better aura. Hearing his grandson's wish, the patriarch mentions a training technique. An immediate flick of the finger reveals a door that opens into the hall as a bright light shines through. Unable to do anything but stand there in a daze, our young hero gazes upon the countless bookshelves that appear out of nowhere, surrounding him from all sides. Suddenly, he now stands next to tall bookshelves filled with countless books. He begins to speak, but the patriarch sneaks through one of the bookshelves as he finishes his sentence. He tells the young warrior that these are a collection of a few books of the Sieghart family, and explains that if the young warrior places his hand in the middle, the book he wants the most will appear before him in the blink of an eye. Acknowledging and understanding the instructions now, Raon reaches forth his hand in nervousness. He expresses that he needs something better than the shadow training technique, hoping that something good will come out. While our hero reaches out his hand, the magic of the veil dramatically slides a book out of a bookshelf, and it suddenly appears before him, falling right into his hand. As the book falls into our hero's hands, he notices the worn-out panels and cover, making him question its origins. But seeing this particular book fall into the young warrior's hand, the patriarch, along with the butler, are both taken by surprise. It seems as if the presence of this book has alerted them. The patriarch immediately sits up from his throne in agitation, and yells out to question why that particular book falls into his hands. But it is too late for him to do anything, as the book now appears before our hero, and the pages begin to flip rapidly while he reaches out his hand to grab it. As he reaches for the book, he notices the title, Thousand Flames Technique. He wonders in curiosity what kind of training technique this is. However, his excitement and curiosity soon turn into shock and despair. The book suddenly starts to flutter violently, and a strong wave of energy bursts out in front of Raon. He takes a step back while his eyes stay locked onto the book. Golden energy bursts forth around Raon as pages fly out, roaring among the surroundings, while the patriarch gracefully observes the situation unfold with an observant glare. Recalling past events, this is when we are told the backstory behind the patriarch's cold motives. A man questions if he thinks that Sylvia is being ostracized by the family, but he does not pay heed to his daughter's concerns. He remarks that it's none of his business, and his priority is to ensure the family's growth. The man reports that Sylvia had left the family with the man, but this does not spark any retaliation or remorse from the father, who coldly commands that such trivial matters must not be reported to him. Glenn now narrates his story, saying that in the past, he believed emotions to be useless and only concerned himself with the power of the family. That achieved him great transcendent martial prowess and the title of the most powerful family on the continent. However, he grieves while expressing that all he attained was nothing compared to what he had ultimately lost. Another flashback takes us back to when a messenger reports to the patriarch about her daughter, Sylvia, and her husband being ambushed, which results in a look of despair and agony upon the patriarch's face. The reporter adds that they were ambushed by Eden, who recognized the patriarch's daughter. The daughter is fine, but the other two with them died on the scene. Glenn trembles in sadness and anger as he holds the report given to him by the messenger. He then narrates that it was such an unexpected ambush that the proper response was pathetic and painful. He elaborates that he had finally regained his emotions, but he adds that nothing can turn back time. Concluding his narration, he addresses Raon and his daughter Sylvia, stating that this time, even if they hate him, he will protect them no matter what. The energy bursts diminish and disperse to reveal our hero, who appears to be confused. He looks over at his hands as he expresses that something odd is going on with his body, almost as if something is flowing into his head. Just then, he is called upon by the patriarch, who glares down at him. Raon stands in a daze, his eyes wide open with nervousness, while his grandfather asks him what he has done. Our hero blatantly expresses his concern, elaborating that he himself does not know. He explains that he only remembers the contents of the training technique. When the patriarch asks him about the name of that technique, Raon briefly observes the strange new feeling of power that flows through his body, before stating the name to be the Thousand Flames technique. This is when a message window pops up, notifying our hero that the Thousand Flames technique has been saved in the memory. After the thunderous reveal of Raon's newfound technique, the patriarch now confronts our hero to ask if he knows the contents of the book as well. And naturally, Raon affirms the statement. Glenn Sieghart calmly sits back on his throne, acknowledging the young warrior's new talent, and excusing him to leave since he has already received his reward for the bronze plaque. Raon obediently steps out of the hall as the doors close behind him with a resounding thud, wearing a look of confusion as he leaves the annex. After the young warrior has left the hall, the butler turns to the patriarch, skeptical of the training technique that the young master now possesses. But before the butler can finish raising his concerns, the patriarch stops him in the middle. For our explanation, he narrates that the technique belongs to the first ever Sieghart patriarch, and he expresses that no one else in the entire family's history has ever been able to take the book into their possession, nor have they called forth the book inside the veil. The patriarch now seems to be concerned for the safety of his daughter and the exceptionally talented grandson, while the butler shares the same sentiment as he warns him of possible dangers. Glenn asks him not to worry, because no one else knows about the Thousand Flames technique. Our hero smiles as he walks out with a new and improved training technique. Meanwhile, the butler once again raises concerns about the book that has disappeared. But the patriarch explains that it is fine, because someone has now learned the technique that was conserved in the book. He adds that it wasn't a training technique anyway, expressing that the book would have rotted away among the huge collection of bookshelves if it were not for his grandson. He then sits on his throne, suggesting that now, things might have to take a turn and change for a bit. His tone tells us that he is skeptical and alerted to the possible dangers that may arise. In contrast to the patriarch's worries, our hero contemplates the strange new technique that he has been gifted with. While observing and assessing his new technique, a question arises: why did the patriarch gift him such a powerful technique? He elaborates that this technique is something that not even the gold plaque equals in value. Now positioning himself in a state of full concentration, he adds that such a technique does not lag behind the Ring of Fire, which is also a legend in the martial arts world. This is what makes it really worth learning. But achieving such goals is not supposed to be easy, which is evident when he sees himself approach a burning fire. He reaches his hand out to grab the fire, but to his surprise, the burning fire shifts position and moves away from his hand. Our hero now opens his eyes, acknowledging that he has failed again. He adds that he keeps trying to collect the aura, but fails each time. Emphasizing the difficult nature of the technique of this level, he remarks that it was bound to not be so easy for him to learn. Abruptly voicing his opinion, Wrath now addresses the young warrior and states that things do not seem to be working out for him the way he wants them to. Still, he tells him to keep at it, explaining that it will not be pretty if anyone tries to touch him while he is in such a state, so he must be careful. He remarks that Raon has learned a really good technique, and it would be a shame if he were to be disabled before mastering it. Working out what the spirit is scheming, Raon dives into deep contemplation over the facts, as he concludes that maybe Wrath is right. Raon is deep in thought as he narrates and explains the Thousand Flames technique. He elaborates that it is a training technique that lets a person absorb the nature's energy to build aura inside their core. He adds that if the process is interrupted at the wrong moment, it might permanently damage the mana circuits or the mana core. He expresses that it is exceptionally dangerous for him because he already has the bitter cold curse in his mana circuits. Now addressing the spirit, he asks him not to interrupt the process if that much is acknowledged, but the spirit of the demon lord has a suspicious smile on his face. Raon now suddenly notices a hostile energy coming off of Wrath, and Wrath smiles wide, elaborating that he will only interrupt him once during his training. Our hero remarks that such a mistake will lead to the spirit having a damaged body too, which would be a loss for him, but Wrath does not seem to care and is quite persistent. He viciously smiles at his target, explaining that Raon would not be able to overcome the feeling because he is human, and he expresses that even if Raon's limbs are cut off or his energy core explodes, he can still bring him back. Wrath now reveals his evil scheme as he moves closer to the young warrior, and expresses that when the target will have become unable to use his energy core and give everything up, that would be the best chance for him to strike. Shockingly, Raon is not bothered by the vile schemes of Wrath, and instead, he agrees with Wrath to allow him to do it just once, to see what it is that he can do. Wrath has now become cocky and confident that his plan will work, and he flies around the room with his blazing fire following him. He scoffs at Raon as he expresses that the young warrior should be living in fear, because the Lord of the Demon Realm will strike him at any time. Assessing the scheming spirit, Raon now acknowledges Wrath as his enemy, and concludes that the Demon Lord will take over his body the first chance he gets when the time comes. Thinking that the incarnation of rage, Wrath, would have stopped scheming because he did not try anything recently, Raon expresses that he was relieved. But now, he has no choice left but to be alert again. This is followed by an exhausted sigh, as he states that Wrath is someone to worry about later, and he now has to focus on more important things. Raon then walks up to the window of his room, and Wrath questions if he intends to do it now. Our hero confirms, stating that it's not a coincidence, since the woman visits there every night. He now stares out his window. Wrath follows him around as well, and as they both peer out the window, they find a certain maid slouching by the riverside. Raon says that he will go and take care of the matter. The maid is revealed to be someone called Judiel, and she profusely writes on a piece of paper as she states that she usually has nothing to report other than muttering. But she exclaims that today, she has found something interesting. Judiel contemplates what she has to report, and she expresses that she never would have thought that the young master would get such a valuable training technique as a reward for just the bronze plaque. She adds that while observing Raon, the mana flow that she felt while he had been training his aura earlier was out of the ordinary. Continuing to write, she expresses that such information is definitely worth noting for the intermediate martial hall too. Now concluding the report, she folds up the paper in front of her as she tells herself that even if she has been ordered to do this, the victim is only a child, and she wonders how long she has to do this for. She places the folded paper upon the river that flows in front of her. The paper floats away on the water, and the maid takes a sigh of relief. But just then, a blade suddenly appears, pressed against her neck. She was just about to leave, when suddenly she now faces this strange and mysterious anomaly. Nervousness takes over Judiel as she starts to sweat. The mysterious man stands behind her with a blade pressed against her throat, and with a heavy voice that screams with murderous intent, the man claims that if she moves or speaks, she will meet the face of death. The man commands Judiel to look down at the lake, and she obediently tilts her head forward, nervously wondering who it is. She questions who could possess such terrible bloodlust. Just as she gazes upon her reflection in the lake, her eyes fall upon the face of the mysterious man that threatens her, and she is taken by surprise when she finds out that the one with such bloodthirst is none other than our hero, which makes her wonder how the kid had managed to sneak up on her at all. Raon now confronts the spy. He moves closer to her ear, as he states that he has felt a pair of eyes watching over him since the day he came back to the annex, and he asks if the spy had gotten the information that she wanted. This unmasking startles Judiel and takes her by surprise. She expresses it to be impossible as her eyes widen in shock, and she exclaims that she had thought she hid her presence perfectly. But then, the realization dawns upon her that Raon was simply pretending to not know. Pressing the blade further against her neck, Raon threatens her once again and commands her to open her mouth. She hesitantly opens it, and our hero shoves some sort of mysterious ball deep into her throat. Judiel gags and belches as she swallows the strange thing, and bends down to get a hold of herself when Raon lets go of her and steps away into the lake. He picks up the letter she had been writing, and opens it up to find nothing written on it. He realizes that he is not able to see the contents of the letter, and speculates that he may need some special method to make the words visible again. Raon now exclaims that the correct answer is moonlight, and upon hearing that, there is a look of despair and desperation on Judiel's face as she glares at her vicious young master. Judiel's voice shakes, and she trembles in confusion. She asks how Raon was able to know, but without answering her question, Raon now narrates the names of people from the Sieghart family: Alice, Daniel, and Karin. Just narrating a few of the family members' names, our hero concludes the perpetrator to be Karin Sieghart. He claims that this is Karin Sieghart's doing, which makes Judiel lose the color on her face. Her eyes widen, and she grits her teeth in agitation. She deems it impossible for Raon to be able to know all this so easily, when she is sure her face did not change when he recited the names. She adds that she has been trained to be a good spy, so there's no way he could have read the answer from just her face. But just then, the truth clicks in her mind. In a daze, she acknowledges the pain that burns through her body, and Raon's unexpected ability to read her thoughts so easily. This compels her to believe that what she had swallowed earlier was none other than a rage worm, the very thought of which sends waves of horror in her body. Traveling back in time, a flashback takes us back to when Karan commanded Judiel to infiltrate the annex and report every single detail about Sylvia and Raon. Karan offers her a reward. If she does well in this mission, he promises to make her wish come true, whatever it may be. Now returning to the present, she confronts our hero and blatantly asks if he has fed her a rage worm. Raon is taken aback to see that the maid knows about it, because that's not what he had expected. Judiel, however, has nothing she can do to reverse the effects now, but still, she immediately belches and gags in an attempt to spit out the rage worm from her system. Tears fill up her eyes as she squeals and pants heavily. She expresses it to be the worst curse, one that lets others know about the emotions of the person that ate it. But the horror doesn't end there, since the life of the cursed individual can be taken away by the owner simply by wishing it. She also acknowledges Raon's reaction and concludes that he has definitely fed her a rage worm. Raon then states that sending a letter like this to House Sieghart must mean that she is a spy of the Intermediate Martial Hall. He raises his assumption that the plan must have begun around 7 months ago, probably at the time of the judgment ceremony. He then reads out the contents of the letter as he remarks it to be quite detailed, elaborating that Judiel has not only written information about him, but also about Sylvia, Helen, and all the other maids in the annex. Judiel is now cursing her past self for taking on this mission, and thinking that it would have been easy since Sylvia had broken energy core and mana circuits. She actually believed that she could have gotten this done easily. But as she assesses Raon's behavior and vicious intent, she concludes that the child that stands before her is not a child, but a monster instead. Judiel is now desperate for redemption, and will do anything she can to get out of this mess. She yells out in desperation, claiming that she will change the contents of the letter and put something false inside it. But our hero is not buying this, and he states that there is no need since his information will be leaked to Karan eventually. He adds that such an act will just prove her to be unskilled, nothing else. He now crouches down to face the spy maid and glares into her eyes with a murderous intent. At the fierce and intimidating aura of the child, Judiel can do nothing but tremble. Raon tells her that from now on, she is to become a double spy. He elaborates that she can give information to others that they will eventually find out anyway, but will be careful to leave out the important information. He then demands that she also bring him information that he wants, and Judiel hesitantly agrees as her voice shakes with fear. Concluding this confrontation, the young warrior now passes a warm smile and makes his leave, telling the spy maid that he hopes she has some useful information the next time he sees her. As our hero passes through the forest and makes his way back home, Wrath appears to ask the young warrior when he managed to summon a rage worm. But, as expected of our hero, he elaborates that he would never do something so cruel. Instead, he had just fed her something that would cause extreme pain for a bit. This surprises Wrath, who is amazed that the boy managed to gather all that information without the use of the rage worm. Raon explains that there are all kinds of methods to gain information, and even if others might not know of them, things are different for him. Wrath is also taken aback by this claim from the young master, and he recalls the spy maid calling him a monster. At this moment, the demon lord can't help but wonder if she was right. Moving forward with the story, Raon now narrates to tell us that he started focusing on training his aura, and soon enough, it was time for him to leave the annex for the training hall once again. He leaves the annex, while Judiel nervously stands beside Sylvia, accompanying the young master's mother. He says that even after having put so much effort into his aura, he was still unable to make it on the day of departure. Appearing at the training hall, Raon now observes the small number of trainees standing before him on the battleground, and notices that only about 42 people have passed the test to make it here. He recalls Lemmer's words, who had said that only a quarter of the trainees will be left behind. He also remarks that Lemmer is really precise about these kinds of things, when suddenly, a voice calls out his name. He turns his head to find Lunan trying to approach him. The girl steps forward to turn and face Raon, while he nervously stands in front of her. This is when some context is dropped. A few days earlier, at the Raon family residence, a voice calls Lunan to question her if Master Raon had helped with her training. She agrees to answer the question while she munches down on her favorite snack, cookies. Her mother sits across from her on the table and asks her if she had thanked him for it. Lunan answers that she did when she received a cookie from him, but this is not what her mother is asking. She repeats the question and once again asks if Lunan had thanked Raon for helping her with her training. The girl then answers and says that she didn't. This confuses her mother as she questions why that is the case. Lunan exclaims and answers that her father had said to never talk to a guy first. Hearing this, Lunen's mother passes a wide smile as she now begins to confront her daughter. She explains that gender doesn't matter when someone expresses gratitude, and tells Lunen that when she receives help, she should always say thanks in return. As her mother's words echo through her mind, we are finally brought back to the present. Lunen now thanks Raon, which is responded to by a confused and nervous affirmation. The boy nervously steps away in confusion as wrath appears before him, questioning what is up with the girl. Raon responds that he does not know either. Watching Lunen leave, a voice suddenly calls upon him, and he turns his head to see who it is. Dorian breathes heavily and attempts to catch his breath, as if he has just come after running a marathon. After asking how the young master is doing, he exclaims that he thought he was going to die because he was a provisional trainee. Dorian goes over how hard it has been for him to qualify as an actual trainee, which even gave him nightmares and took away his sleep. But Raon is fed up with this long rant, as he spews out all the words from his other ear after listening from the first. Dorian expresses that he's glad that Raon is the top trainee, and he was about to say something mean about Buren, when suddenly, Buren walks up behind him, taking him by surprise. He glares down at Dorian with vicious intent, and Dorian immediately squeals in fear before falling to the ground. But Buren walks past Dorian and steps forward to face our hero, and there is a moment of brief silence between the two as they stare at each other. Until Buren suddenly bends down and bows in front of Raon. He apologizes and admits that he behaved pathetically a week ago at the training hall tests, and he also states that he acknowledges his defeat in the duel that they had. But that's not all he had to say. He remarks that he has not given up yet, and exclaims that he will keep on trying hard so that he can surpass him in the future. Saying this, Buren then takes off, leaving our hero standing there in a daze. Observing Buren's sudden change in behavior, he assesses that a 13-year-old child admitting his wrongs is unexpected. But then again, a renowned family isn't renowned for no reason. They usually tend to have the class to back it up. This sparks up rage and fury in Wrath, who flares up at the bastard who got beat up badly, but still does not know his place. He exclaims that he is going to go and poke out his eye, but Raon asks Wrath to calm down, because it was pretty impressive for a kid. Wrath does not seem to cool down though. He says that he does not care for it to be impressive. That's when Lemmer calls out to the students, apologizing for his late arrival. He explains that he had a lot to drink last night, so he had to sleep in. Rather enthusiastically, he asks if all the students had a nice break. Now continuing with the training, Lemmer once again stands on stage in front of the students, congratulating them on becoming official trainees. But then, he alerts the students that the real training begins from today. He adds that the basic routine is to be the same, but quite a few regimes would be added to it as well. Raon carefully listens over the directions of the head instructor, when suddenly, a loud bang diverts the attention of the students, who turn their heads around to witness the commotion. A voice calls out and announces that the first part of training is aura training. A girl is revealed to be standing before the gate to the training hall, as she curses and remarks that the door gave her a hard time. Dorian exclaims in horror and shock after recognizing the girl, and Lemmer greets her as she steps up, mentioning her to be a failed trainee from last year. Lemmer continues and tells the students that they have to continue training with her from now on, introducing her to be Martha Sieghart of the direct lineage. Martha glares down at the students, and Lemmer notices the vicious look, so he attempts to lighten the mood as he comforts the students that she is kinder than she looks. However, Lemmer is cut off, and Martha takes over. She stands in between to question who the top trainee among the new students is, and everyone immediately turns their heads around at Raon. Solidifying her animosity, Martha elaborates that she hates having someone who is worse than her, but stands at a higher position. She exclaims that she needs to check who the top trainee is, and calls out to challenge the student to a fight. Enthusiastically anticipating a brawl, Martha calls out to our hero. She really wants to test out who the top trainee really is. Skeptical of the sudden challenge, Raon nervously wonders what it is up with his luck, and why does he keep getting involved with weird people. Nevertheless, he steps out among the students and announces that he is the top trainee, and Martha gazes upon the young trainee with a smirk on her face. She exclaims in arrogance that someone like him does not seem fitting to be the top trainee, but she moves on and proceeds to crack her knuckles, asking him to start with the duel right away. However, just when the fight is about to begin, Buren interrupts and calls out to her, commenting that her behavior is not very dignified. Martha takes offense at such a claim and growls in anger, questioning what the bastard has just said to her. She then walks up to Buren, glaring into his eyes as she threatens that he better watch his mouth, or he might end up dead. She elaborates that he must learn to choose his words wisely the next time he speaks to her. But Buren persists, saying that Raon proved himself to be the top trainee in front of the patriarch and the head instructor. He questions if she intends to deny that, but she exclaims that the one accusing her of such blasphemy also stood up to deny the fact before her. She justifies her actions, saying that it is why she is doing this too. Buren now has a changed heart, and he expresses that he does not want anyone else to be as pathetic as he was back then. Observing this change of behavior, Raon remarks that the guy really has changed. Before things escalate further, Lunan has suddenly appeared before Raon, standing in between him and Martha, and she extends her arms as she asks Martha to go away. Everyone is surprised by this, and Martha scoffs, stating it to be quite funny. She mentions the great love that the trainees have for themselves, but she hysterically questions if they are backing him up as his minions. Accepting that there is no point in pressing the matter further, she now walks away. Stating that she will be labeled as the stupid one if she keeps on pushing, she decides to honor the public opinion and move away. But before you know it, a vicious smile appears on her face, and in the blink of an eye, she now appears in the sky, approaching our hero as she states that she hates cowards who hide behind others, even more than arrogant bastards. Lunan and Buran are taken by surprise at such lightning speed, and they immediately turn their heads in concern. But Martha charges forward with her fist clenched, exclaiming that she will beat up the coward as she pleases. This does not prove to work, and Martha is easily handled by Raon, who dodges her fist and smacks her down. It's clear from her face that she cannot make sense of what's happening, wondering how her punch did not land. Just as she looks up to locate her target, her eye glances upon a fist that charges right at her. The punch connects, and Martha is blown away with the attack as she slides across the ground. Buran is startled, and Lemmer calmly observes the commotion with a smile on his face. Martha's eyes now open wide with her mouth agape, as she attempts to make sense of what had just happened. She is left speechless, and after a brief moment when the realization of failure dawns upon her, she scoffs, letting her anger quickly take over her body. Now enraged, she yells out to question what the hell has happened. Dark aura surrounds her body as she slowly steps forward, crushing and cracking the ground below her feet with each step she takes. She calls upon our hero, and raises her fist as she states that he will not be walking home today. But before things proceed any further, her fist is caught by the head instructor, as he states that the both of them have greeted each other enough. Martha is taken aback by the sudden appearance of the head instructor as she wonders when he appeared before her to grab her fist. Noticing this skeptical look, Lemmer questions why these guys are underestimating him a bit, and he elaborates that even if he's not as scary as the other instructors or family heads, he expresses that it's a bit upsetting to be treated like he doesn't exist. He addresses Martha as he mentions that Raon has not even started learning aura yet, and he asks her if she doesn't think that she would be winning by cheating if she fights him now. Annoyed by Lemmer's remarks and ongoing rant, she smacks away his hand to release herself from his grip, and Lemmer states that she can fight the young warrior once he has learned aura. She adds that she was going to stop anyway. The head instructor then commands the young trainee to head over to his spot, too, and he obeys. Martha also walks away with a frustrated look on her face. Wrath does not seem to be too happy with this conclusion to the brawl as he flares up in rage and he questions Raon's actions. He asks if he is not going to punish the woman who tried to punch him, exclaiming that he wouldn't be satisfied even if he were to rip off her limbs and lock her up in a glacier. Geez, that's a bit harsh. Our hero expresses that he did manage to land a punch, though, but this is still not enough for the spirit of the demon lord, as he claims that her skull must be crushed. But with a calm mind, Raon states that now is not the time. He walks as he plans and speculates that it's much better to bet over the top trainee spot when he has something better he can take from her. Wrath observes him and he wonders what the young warrior is planning. Following the other students, they walk into the training hall after Lemmer, and he asks Wrath to wait, because he will get his revenge later. The sun falls as time passes by, and upon the scene of the setting sun, the students stand in lines as they perform multiple stances, and that is when Lemmer announces a 10-minute break. The focus now shifts over to Buran, who takes a sip of his water to rehydrate and recover. He then looks over at his hands to contemplate his success, and he elaborates that it's not easy. He adds that it was not hard for him up until the second level, but he raises concern for the third level because of the advanced principles that are mixed in the training regime. Now turning his head, he looks over at our hero as he observes him and concludes that even though he started from scratch, he was able to learn the training regime in just a month. Comparing himself to our hero, he elaborates that it took him a month just to learn the 7-form fists, and he worries that at this rate, Raon will be able to move on to swordsmanship training at the same time as him. His attention is diverted by the constant clattering of wooden swords upon the targets, and he turns his head and observes that it's not only him who feels rushed. He notices it to be House Sieghart, who trains diligently without taking the break while everyone else rests. Now breathing heavily and catching her breath, Martha takes a brief moment to reflect upon her progress as she compares it with Raon's. She mentions that this must be his first time learning fist techniques, which confuses her as she questions how he can improve so quickly. She adds that it's not like he knows the fist techniques already like Buran and Lunan. Still, she expresses that even with the bitter cold curse, his body is not in a normal state, which raises the question, how is he able to train all day? Worrisome and frustrated, she grits her teeth and expresses agitation as she exclaims that she cannot fall behind. Now, for a quick backstory, we are told that she has always been referred to as the horrible talent, because she had fallen behind everyone else in her year. And she narrates her story. She was always the chaser, ever since she was adopted by the Sieghart family. She surpassed all the other kids who were arrogant and boasted about their direct or indirect lineage title and who called themselves geniuses. Martha laughed at their despair. She believed herself to be a genius, claiming that she always has been better than the others. However, her complex and anxiousness has gotten to the point where she can hardly deal with it. Later in the day, Martha walks forward into her annex as a servant greets her and commends her good work, but the girl does not pay heed to the servant as she passed next to him. The man observes the anxious miss, and he calls out to tell her that there is no need to feel rushed or hurried. This surprises her as she stops in her way, and she turns around to face the man. She asks the man about such a claim, and he elaborates that the young master Raon has been surprising a lot of people lately. However, he remarks that he will never be able to win against her. This grabs Martha's attention, so she asks the servant what makes him think that. This is when he explains that the young master has a critical weakness, something that he can never overcome. The scene then switches, and a wooden sword clatters and swishes in the air as our hero performs different moves and practices his swordsmanship. He sighs and briefly catches his breath when a group of 2 students walk up to him as he trains, and one of them begins to ask him something about their posture. He wants Raon to look at their posture, but chickens out at the last second and steps back without asking the question. The student that accompanies him expresses frustration as he states that Raon's swordsmanship is just too good. An applause echoes through the training hall as Martha approaches our hero and commends his training. She states that she did not expect him to be training alongside her in such a short period of time, and she remarks that he learns fast. However, she also points out his bad mana sensitivity, exclaiming that it's pointless when all this hard work will amount to nothing. Silence fills the room as the students quietly observe Martha dropping the harsh words upon Raon. She mentions that at this rate, he will at least be able to become a swordsmanship instructor. Lemmer also stands beside the students as he observes the commotion quietly. This silence does not go unnoticed by Martha as she leaves, and she concludes she had expected for no one to speak up. She elaborates that no one would have thought that the idiot will still not have mastered aura, even after 4 months. We return back to the night when the butler addresses his concern with our hero to Martha. He adds that the young master has 0 talent when it comes to aura, elaborating that since this was before she was adopted, she wouldn't have known. Then, he goes on to tell that upon the judgment ceremony, the young master, Raon's mana sensitivity, was the lowest it could ever be. He exclaims that the only person yet to learn aura in the 5th training hall is the young master Raon. Further elaborating, he states that the bronze plaque that he received will only get him a training technique that's intermediate, or something just a bit above average. The man continues to state that considering that the young master has not yet mastered a training technique, he presses that he's sure that Raon's judgment ceremony results are correct. He concludes that though the young master may be the best in swordsmanship and combat, he cannot handle aura very well. This information lights up Martha's face as she widely smiles before bursting out in joy and laughter, and the man finishes his assessment as he states that the young master can never become a proper martial artist. Back in the present, Martha arrogantly plays with her hair as she expresses that she's still mad that she lost to that halfling, but she adds that he wasn't someone that she needed to concern herself with in the first place. Just as she dwells in her own thoughts, her attention is diverted and she is alerted when she notices Lunan standing beside her. Confused and curious, she asks if Lunan has something to say to her. Lunan blatantly speaks and asks Martha to go. This surprises her as she scoffs and questions if this was all she had to say, but Lunan presses further and asks her to leave. To save some face, Martha plays it off by signaling to go away, but before she leaves, she boasts that she just needs to attend an advanced lesson meant just for direct bloodlines. Lunan observes her quietly as the brash girl takes her leave. Night falls, and inside the training hall, our hero sits across the training sets as he refreshes and concludes his training for today. He looks over at his hands and expresses that it's fun. Before he recalls on his past life and states that on the battlefield, he learned not martial arts, but survival tactics and how to kill. The only thing that improved were his assassination skills. He expresses that at the time, he could not even imagine trying to learn something new. However, now he exclaims that he enjoys learning martial arts and expresses that he did not know how fun it would be, adding that he loves to learn the art to improve himself. Wrath then suddenly appears before him, and flares up violently as he yells out and asks our hero if he finally gets it, elaborating and questioning why he didn't do anything when he was being insulted. But Raon is just confused at this weird barrage of belittlement. The spirit of the Lord of the Demon Realms then elaborates that the black-haired girl kept on muttering things about him. Raon is surprised to know of such information, and explains that he did not hear her say anything because he was too focused. Wrath then comments that Raon needs to care more, exclaiming that he would have frozen her on the spot if she were to say those kinds of things about him. But Raon states that as he has told before, there is no benefit to fighting her now. He steps up to leave as he adds that even without the Thousand Flames technique, he can beat someone like her easily. Raon slides the door in front of him to leave just as he says this, when suddenly, he finds Lunan standing before him as the door opens. This comes as a surprise and he asks why she is here. She holds a box in her hands and before she speaks anything, she reaches in and takes out a cookie. The girl offers the cookie to our hero as she asks him to eat, and he observes the cookie to conclude that it is strangely cool. Luna notices his skeptical nature and presses that he eats the cookie. Raon feels taken aback by her insistence and proceeds to put the treat in his mouth. He expresses that as an assassin, he has learned not to eat whatever someone gives them, but he remarks that he trusts Luna to not give him something bad. Just as he swallows the cookie down his throat, his eyes widen in shock and wrath appears before him, exclaiming that he has never tasted something so sweet in his demon realm, and he adds that the coldness makes it even better. He is curious to know what it's made of. Wrath swirls around Raon in joy, asking for more of this good stuff. Meanwhile, Luna asks him how he feels about the cookie, and Raon nervously states that it's good. Before leaving our boy startled, the girl cutely states that it was made out of marbled ice. Raon jumps up to stop her from leaving, as Wrath presses and desperately asks her to give him more. All their attempts are futile, and Luna leaves without turning back. Raon stands there in a daze, observing her figure from behind. Wrath remarks her to be an odd human, while our hero wonders if she was worried for him. He then contemplates her character, stating that she has a sweet tooth like a child, and recalls that there would have been 4 in the box that she held, which means she specifically saved 1 for him. She didn't really have to, but the girl gave away something to him which she really liked. Now leaving for his home, he walks towards the annex while stating that he should repay her in some way, and Wrath immediately pops up to ask him if the girl can give him more of that marbled ice cream. Announcing that he's back, our hero makes it to his home, and Sylvia immediately yells out at him in worry. She asks what took him so long, and if he has had something to eat, but our hero simply responds that everything is fine. He now holds a letter in his hands, as Judiel expresses that this is the letter that she will deliver to the Intermediate Martial Hall. Raon questions what they had to say, and she nervously answers that it was nothing much, before stating that they ordered her to look into things more deeply because he had mastered his combat and swordsmanship so fast. But she expresses that they have lost interest in him because he has not been able to learn the use of aura. Continuing with the conversation, he asks her what she has to say about his mother, and Judiel explains that people seem to have lost their interest in Sylvia as well. Judiel adds that at this rate, they will pull her back from her spy duties, which Raon doesn't like. After all, there's a lot more information he'd like to gain from her. Voicing her concern, Judiel nervously mutters and asks Raon if it may be on purpose that he has not learned aura yet. Not willing to reveal anything to a double spy, Raon asks the maid what she thinks. Of course, that startles the spy maid, as she stutters and nervously apologizes for asking such a rude question. Concluding the conversation, he then excuses the spy maid, and after she leaves, Wrath appears before him, as he repeats that someone would actually think that he is not learning how to use aura on purpose. Our hero explains that it's smart to utilize the situation and atmosphere to one's benefit. Wrath raises a question in curiosity about how the talented master is having a hard time learning something so simple. He exclaims that it's something unimaginable to him, and the young warrior sighs that he does not know, asking him to come along as he goes to train. Wrath is enraged and taken aback at the mention of training once again. He thinks our hero is a monster who doesn't need sleep. Our hero is unbothered by his complaints, elaborating that training should make things easier for him. But before he can finish his sentence, just as he opens the door to leave for training, he is taken by surprise when he finds Lemmer sitting peacefully in his garden, playing with the birds around him. Raon calls out at the head instructor, and upon noticing our young hero, Lemmer asks if he has had a good night's sleep. Confused and curious, Raon asks what he is doing here, and the man expresses that he has come here to tutor him. He pats him on the shoulder, telling him that he's here to teach him about his attribute. Tree leaves rustle and scatter upon the ground as footsteps trail across the forest floor. Our hero walks behind Lemmer and asks him if this is what he meant by teaching him his attributes. They continue to hike along the hill, as Lemmer asks the young master to stop whining and just wait. He elaborates that he's a little lazy, but that shouldn't be mistaken for incompetence, because he is an excellent teacher. Raon raises concern, and questions how he's supposed to learn his attributes in a place like this. To answer, Lemmer turns to his student and explains that he cannot forget the day he first saw his training technique. He describes it as if he were looking into flames so strong that they resembled magma. He mentions the boldness with which he tried to accept the coldness in his body, instead of removing it from his mana circuits. He exclaims in anticipation of the possibility that our hero might actually manage to master this training technique. Now breaking out of his recollection of memory, he observes the student resting against a tree to catch his breath. He claims that this place should be suitable. Raon observes his surroundings and looks around to notice that they are in the middle of a forest, which makes him question if this really is the right place. He asks why they needed to come all the way over here, but before he gets a chance to gather himself, Lemmer throws a strong wave of aura burst at the student without warning. This takes him by surprise, and the instructor explains that he wanted to create a blade of wind to protect his lord. He elaborates that what the student is feeling right now is the wind he has chosen. Our hero takes a step back to reflect upon the impact that the wind has brought. Lemmer explains that he may have weakened the wind just to give him an example, but he is surprised to notice that the student is not surprised at all. Since Lemmer is an elf, he explains that this is how he has always felt the wind. But Raon on the other hand is a human, and since his mana circuits are filled with cold, it will be much harder for him to feel the same wind. The instructor also mentions that there are many kinds of winds, naming them as warm, cold, and sharp. He elaborates that he wanted to create a blade of wind that could pierce through anything. And with his hand held up towards the sunlight, the elf exclaims that he has finally achieved it. Lemmer then asks Raon to find out what kind of blade of wind is best for him, suggesting that he thinks of what kind of fire he wants to possess. Our hero, however, raises concern that they are in the middle of the forest right now, and there is no way that he can see proper flames without setting the whole forest on fire. The instructor also agrees, exclaiming that they will have their heads chopped off if they do. Stepping into a strange barn upon the hill, the instructor mentions that this place will be the best place for the student. They walk into the small hut as a mysterious man with a beard sits across a burning fire. Lemmer greets the man, and the man expresses that he was just wondering why the flames were acting up, before pointing out that it's because the elf is here, suggesting that his presence is killing the flames. Lemmer smiles and expresses that the man's attempts were going to fail anyway, while our hero nervously questions why they are here in such a strange place. Answering the student's question, the instructor states that this is the place where a person can feel the hottest and the most passionate fires in all of the north. He exclaims and reveals the place to be an artisan's charcoal pit. The old man with the long beard notices someone accompanying the elf and asks what he has brought with him this time. Lemmer remarks that the student is the grandson of the patriarch, but the old man does not seem to be amused as he expresses that he is just an old man and he does not pay heed to anyone unless it's the patriarch himself. Just as the old man is expressing his concerns, our hero finds his eyes fixated on something else. He notices the intense heat coming from the fire that burns in front of him, wondering if this is really a normal flame. He expresses that he has seen countless flames in his past life, started bonfires himself, and even witnessed advanced flame magic coming from the hands of a mage. But he emphasizes the impact of the fire burning right in front of him, and thinks back to the instructions given to him by the elf instructor earlier. He sees himself reaching for the fire that blazes in front of him, imaging its passionate heat in his mind, and concluding that this is the fire that he wants to possess. But just before he can reach it, his daydream ends, and he realizes that the old man has lessened the flames. This is when the man introduces himself as Valken, which is a name that our hero has definitely recognized. He looks over at the man sitting across his table, as he tells him he's not one to show manners. And if etiquette is what they're looking for, they can fuck right off. Our hero would like to retort to that comment, but instead, his eyes widen in shock as he recalls that this is the name of the artisan who is famous all over the world for his mastery. So, he takes a step back to question if this man really is the Valken he's thinking about. Recalling the tales, he remarks if the old man is the same person who supposedly created Glenn Sieghart's True Heaven sword, but disappeared 30 years ago. He finds it hard to believe that such a legend would be found in a place like this. Without wasting any more time, he immediately bows down to greet the legend, and introduces himself politely. Valken observes that the young master recognizes him, and he turns his gaze to Lemmer, asking him if he had told the student anything about him. Of course, the elf denies immediately. Lemmer then turns to our hero to explain that this old man is the Sieghart family's artisan, but has already retired a long time ago. He adds that it's been more than 10 years since he has been sitting here and stoking the flames. And since he has been doing this absolutely stupid thing for the past decade, the elf tells the man that this is probably the only place where Raon can truly picture the fire that he needs to trigger his aura. As the old man keeps fiddling his stick in the fire, Lemmer asks him for the favor regarding Raon. Before he agrees, the artisan wonders why the elf does not take him to the blacksmith's workshops. Lemmer then explains that there are too many eyes there, and he does not think it'd be a good idea for others to see the student's training technique when he has not yet mastered it. This confuses the artisan, who asks what the elf is trying to say. This is when Lemmer finally mentions that his student is Sylvia's son, and as soon as he states this fact, the artisan turns around in shock. But before he has anything to say, Raon speaks up to apologize for the interruption, asking Valken to let him just feel the flames if it's not a bother. Sizing up the boy with a kind look, the artisan explains that he is making charcoal. Or to be more specific, he is creating golden charcoal, which can make much stronger flames than its white or black variants. In fact, this is precisely what he has been doing in this place for the past decade. And after explaining that, he gives his blessings to the young boy, telling him that he's free to hand around as long as he does not interrupt him. Hearing this, our hero immediately lights up in joy as he exclaims and thanks the legend. Lemmer and Valken now stand beside each other outside the cabin, as the elf remarks that the artisan is really kind. But he also expresses that he did not think he would accept the boy's request so easily. Patting the legend on his back, the elf says that he will bring him some good liquor if he is good to the young student. But you see, he is taken by surprise when Vulcan reveals that he didn't accept this request because of him. In fact, he elaborates that the flames in the furnace rose considerably when the child came inside, and there was so strong that his charcoal got destroyed from the sudden surge in heat. He adds that the child's breathing seems to possess the power to manipulate fire. And if that is really the case, the artisan can't help but have certain expectations from Raon. Or rather, he thinks that the child might actually be able to make his wishes come true. We open with our hero reminiscing over the 7 months he had spent visiting Vulcan's furnace, as he elaborates on how he thought about the fire he wanted to obtain. Now fully understanding himself and his goal, he expresses that contrary to popular belief, trained fire is more stable than any other element. Acknowledging the 1,000 flames technique that is also in the process of awakening, he recalls Lemmer asking the young warrior to emphasize the fire he wants to obtain. Deep in thought, Raon reflects upon his ambitions and goals. He wants to slay Derus, save Sylvia, and make sure she keeps her direct lineage title. With all these ambitions and goals in mind, and with unwavering determination, he expresses all the attributes he wants his fire to have. Now, sitting across from the furnace fire, he contemplates and expresses the powerful effect that the seeping heat from the furnace brings. With strong will, he is dedicated to catching the fire of the energy that he feels. He now transcends and expresses himself to see an image of his mind clearly. He emphasizes that he needs to concentrate and focus more. But that is when suddenly he is startled by a strange blue flame that flickers and makes its way over him. The raspy and ominous voice of wrath takes over the confusion that Raon expresses. The spirit of the Lord of the Demon Realm exclaims and questions if Raon had forgotten the warning. The spirit would take over his mind and body the moment he was at his weakest. The moment appears to be exactly that, as wrath takes over Raon's mind in the image that he sees himself in, and exclaims while asking the target to freeze. Startled and taken aback by the sudden attack, our hero struggles to break free from the grasp of the spirit. He contemplates and expresses that he has let his guard down at an untimely moment. Because the spirit had not tried anything lately, it led him to believe that it is on his side, which is far from the truth and is evident by such betrayal. Wrath appears to have fully taken over Leon's mind in the image that is portrayed before him, and as the spirit of the demon realm snarls and smiles widely at the now weakened hero, the realization dawns upon him, the reality of the demon that wants to take his life. Bearing the effects of the takeover, Raon expresses discomfort and elaborates that it is getting hard to breathe, and his body feels as if it is going to break into pieces. However, adding to the unfortunate circumstance, Raon expresses that he cannot move or stop the 1,000 flames technique unless he accepts the fate of death. He emphasizes that he needs to concentrate his aura somehow. Experiencing the daunting effects of the spirit slowly taking over his mind, Raon desperately realizes that he needs to think to survive, despite his consciousness slowly fading away. The chilling cold crystallizes and crisps up over the body of our hero as he struggles to make it through. This attempt to break free is observed by the spirit of the demon. Wrath addresses the target with a vicious smile as he speaks, stating that such a sight of desperation is pitiful. He questions if Raon really thinks he can endure the mighty power of the Lord of the Demon Realm like before. He believes this attempt is pointless as he exclaims that our hero's body and soul are now in his grasp. The freezing cold and numbness finally catch up with Raon as he sees himself slowly drift away while his eyes begin to close. Sinking into despair, he hears the voice of the spirit echo through the atmosphere as he claims that his efforts are pointless, comparing him to the man working in the furnace. Wrath continues to boast about his inevitable victory as he expresses that he will aid the young warrior in his quest for revenge. Suddenly, Raon's eyes widen as he recalls the word furnace. He thanks the spirit for the hint as he attempts one last desperate struggle, believing that it's all for nothing and he will die if he does not try anything now. Explaining the realization that dawns upon him, he elaborates that instead of absorbing nature's mana, he must now absorb the mana from the furnace directly. Further emphasizing the much stronger and hotter fire, he makes his final move to take it all in. The fire rages violently as Wrath exclaims in confusion, asking what the bastard is doing. Bravely enough, Raon has succeeded in absorbing the mana directly from the furnace. He answers Wrath's question, elaborating that he is struggling. Vulcan calmly sits across from the furnace as he absorbs nature's mana, when suddenly, the flames rise up violently, and he is forced to back down. He questions what this is, as he expresses that he has never seen the flames be this strong. This leads him to believe that something is happening at the other furnace, scratching his curiosity as he turns his head. Observing that Raon sits across the other furnace, he wonders why it is so cold on his side when the furnace rages up so violently. He walks up to him as he questions if the young man is okay. Vulcan wonders why he is shivering vigorously, but before he can begin to approach the young man to offer his help, he is stopped by Lemmer, who steps in between and raises his arms, signaling him to stop. Acknowledging his confusion, Lemmer remarks that Vulcan cannot be near him or touch him, and he must be left alone. Upon justified confusion, Vulcan exclaims that the young warrior might die if he is left alone like this. But Lemmer is adamant and explains that our hero is in a spiritual state of complete selflessness, and there is nothing they can do to help him. The elf also warns that the hero may cough up blood and die if he is interrupted. Holding their ground, Vulcan now wonders if this is the same coldness that Lemmer had previously talked about. Vulcan worries for the young master as he questions if there is nothing they can do to help him, and Lemmer blatantly denies as he exclaims that it is too dangerous. He expresses doubt and worry as he nervously addresses the young student and asks him not to die. On the other hand, in the apparent spiritual realm, the flames burn hotter than ever as Wrath screams in discomfort, exclaiming that there is no hope. But this is not like before. Our hero emphasizes that believing such a thing is bullshit, as he has already faced a helpless death before. He recalls his previous, meaningless life, expressing that he could not close his eyes till the very end. But this time it's different. He claims that he will not make the same mistake twice. Meanwhile, Vulcan expresses concern as the pressure and heat meter upon the furnace whistles and hisses violently. He remarks that at such a rate, the furnace will blow as it cannot take the sudden surge in heat. Lemmer observes and notices that the mana emerging from the furnace is coagulating at one point. He immediately realizes that the bright student is absorbing all of it. The intense clash comes to a conclusion as Raon yells out in fury and determination, while Wrath screams in discomfort and denial. Our hero's hand reaches out desperately and firmly grasps onto the flame that appears before him. Following this brave act, a blast ensues, and the tavern is blown up as a large smoke cloud fills the sky. The loud bang shatters the roof of the structure as the flames seep out roaringly. From among the smoke, Lemmer and Vulcan emerge fearfully as they yell out for our hero, asking if he is okay. Upon not getting a response, Lemmer yells out, demanding the young warrior to answer. Before noticing our hero, in a strange stance as glowing sparks surround him. Lemmer steps forward to have a closer look, and his eyes widen as he realizes the golden sparks emerge from the golden flames that roar around our hero. The system window appears before Raon, delivering that he has finally learned the Thousand Flames technique. A lily flower falls into his palms as the sparks diminish, and the system window pops up once again, expressing that the bitter cold aura has reached 2 stars due to the strong cold rage. The lily flower also fades away into steam as our hero smiles and acknowledges the unexpected turn of events. He expresses that he will be able to bloom right away. Just as he contemplates the doubt he had been feeling over putting himself through so much, his eyes catch the attention of another system window that pops up before him. He turns to the window as it delivers the fortunate news of our hero's stats being increased, as a reward for enduring the hardships put forth by rage in a situation of urgency. Raon is taken aback and confused by such a gracious reward. He can't believe he is being rewarded this much. What would have taken him years to achieve happened in just a moment. Contrary to the celebratory expression, Wrath expresses frustration and anger as he spirals around the room in a rage, exclaiming and questioning how our hero had been able to endure the situation. Teasing and adding to the spirit's frustration, Raon remarks that he had told him to stop trying because it would not have worked in the first place. Though our hero puts up a brave smile in front of the spirit of the demon, he nervously eyes Wrath as he recalls that he did almost die this time around. He concludes that this makes it certain that Wrath is not his friend. Following the confrontation, Raon determines that he cannot let Wrath discover his secrets and weaknesses. Suddenly, he is called upon by Vulcan. Turning his head toward the voice, Raon acknowledges Vulcan's worrisome look and remarks that he is, in fact, okay. Vulcan then questions if the young warrior has finally learned aura. Raon exclaims in joy and thanks Vulcan before affirming that he has learned aura and apologizes for breaking down the furnace. To his surprise, Vulcan is the least bothered by the furnace and brushes it aside, exclaiming that he can just make another one. However, before Vulcan can finish his sentence, his attention is diverted to a sparkling object that catches his eye, and he turns to the furnace in curiosity. The young hero wonders what disrupts the blacksmith, as Vulcan steps forward toward the furnace and picks up a shovel before digging through the ashes. After some digging, Vulcan gasps and exclaims when he finds the source of the sparkles to be golden charcoal. One glance at such beauty sets the blacksmith back all those years as he recalls the criticism and mocking words he had faced from the upcoming passengers and town members. Following the sudden reveal, Vulcan expresses that our hero might just not be the only lucky one. He moves the shovel filled with golden charcoal forward at Raon, startling the young man, before he proceeds to explain that such charcoal is stronger than white charcoal and lasts longer than black charcoal. He thanks our hero, exclaiming that he has now obtained what he had been trying to make for decades. Our hero is visibly startled and confused when the blacksmith strangely thanks him for seemingly nothing he had done intentionally. But Vulcan elaborates and expresses that each time the young master trained here, the flames grew wilder and became enlivened, and the heat from that spread all over the place. Further explaining such a phenomenon, Vulcan states that he is just a dunce who has done nothing but beat his hammer all his life, before exclaiming that he can tell such a feat is only possible because of the young warrior. He then thanks our hero for making this possible, before expressing that he wants to ask one simple question: what are our young hero's goals? Following up with the question, and upon visible confusion from Raon, Vulcan elaborates and asks Raon what kind of swordsman he wishes to be. Raon then expresses that he wants to be a swordsman who does not give up, regardless of the situation or enemy he is faced with. Upon such an answer, Vulcan is visibly confused, and he expresses that he did not expect such an answer from a young master. Nevertheless, Vulcan goes on to state that the young warrior will be able to possess a sword in 3 to 5 years, and he asks him to come and find him when he possesses one, elaborating that he will save the golden charcoal for that day. Raon is curious to know if the blacksmith means to make him a sword before questioning if he hadn't retired. Vulcan blatantly answers that people tend to go back on their word of retirement, before concluding the interaction as he waves goodbye to our hero, asking him to stay alive until then. Raon and Vulcan part ways as they walk separate paths. Looking over them is Lemmer, who observes them carefully from atop a hill. Lemmer nervously expresses that he had been wondering what would happen, before exclaiming that the young master has a really good talent for making people worry about him. This is followed by a sudden turn as he addresses the patriarch who stands behind him, asking if he is not right. Lemmer hysterically pokes fun at the patriarch, expressing that he would come here every day to watch over his grandson because he was worried for him. The elf remarks that he must be very relieved now, but the patriarch denies this claim. Following the expression, Lemmer begins to uncover that the young warrior's aura's quantity and purity are beyond insane. He is skeptical if such is because of the furnace's heat, and he remarks that the child is surely talented. Lemmer's observation is cut off by the patriarch, who steps in to express that such is not the case, and upon visible confusion on Lemmer's face, he elaborates that the young master has managed to turn his hardships into advantages. Moving along to the 5th training hall, Lunan steps into the battleground with a box in her hands, having a sad look on her face. She wonders when Raon is coming back. Recalling the harsh words of other students about Raon, Lunan saddens even more as she firmly grips the box and expresses that she wants to help him. She recalls that her mother told her to help those who helped her. Her sadness turns into joy, as her eyes widen in shock upon taking a glance at the mysterious figure that walks through the training hall door. Our hero steps into the training hall, arguing with wrath as the spirit springs up in frustration. He expresses that there is no need, and he can try his best. Wrath is visibly angered and frustrated as he asks the competent rival to stop being too arrogant. Just as Raon walks across the battleground, he is stopped in his way when his eyes catch on to Lunan. He is confused at the sudden appearance as he turns over to the girl, and she opens the box she holds in her hands, showing him the treats she has made for him. Lunan offers him the treats as she asks him to cheer up, and Raon joyfully accepts as he recalls the treats to be ice cream that she had previously offered him. Something strange takes Lunan by surprise just as she is offering him the treats, and her eyes widen in shock as she exclaims that the cool air and scent from Raon have turned much stronger and pleasant than before. It seems this ship is ready to sail. He thanks her for the kind gesture. The moment the sugary treat touches his tongue, his blue companion appears on his shoulder, expressing utter delight at the taste and flavor of the cake. With the way his eyes pop out, one would assume he's in love with the ice cream, because he starts to lose all self-control and begins yapping about how it's just as good as the first time he had it, so he immediately urges our hero to eat the 2 remaining pieces as well. Raon sees his blue friend's misbehavior and points out that Lunan decided to share the treats even though she really likes them too, so he tells him to calm down and stop being immature. After scolding the spirit, our MC closes the box of treats while Lunan is still holding it, and he thanks her again for it, admitting that it was really good too. However, the white-haired girl almost seems disappointed that he only had one of the sweet treats, and she just stares at his hand on top of the box before finally asking him if he doesn't want any more. Once again, our blonde hero assures her that one is enough for him, and he thanks her too. So, with a very concerned look on her face, she asks him if he feels better now, but it appears that the question takes him off guard. Raon manages to shake the shock off his face, and lets out a sigh while telling her that he feels much better. Of course, the caring girl is pleased to hear this, and she expresses her relief that she managed to cheer him up. And while she's smiling at him, her big purple eyes do the same too. Satisfied that she made him feel better, Lunan turns around to leave with her box of treats, and while she's walking away, our blonde hero stares at her with a smile etched on his face, thinking about what a mysterious kid she is. The scene shifts, and we see the red-haired elf addressing Raon and the others while standing on a platform. He jokes about how it must have been boring for the students with all the training they've been doing lately, and so, he decides to spark things up a bit by preparing something special for the next month. Since they've trained their basics and training techniques, he believes that it's about time they moved on to their energy cores and started training in that regard. But while he's saying all of this, the students don't seem to have any idea what energy cores are all about. Perplexed, they all start to murmur among themselves, wondering what on earth the elf is talking about. The instructor notices their confusion, so he smiles, before revealing that they'll proceed with duels in a month. While the others seem unsure about the whole arrangement, a certain dark-haired girl seems to be excited by the prospects, because the smile on her face is unusually wide. The red-haired elf continues addressing them, and informs them that the results of the duels will affect their graduation status, and that they would also be ranked accordingly. He's still talking and encouraging them to prepare thoroughly for the month ahead, when he's interrupted by someone who raises his hand, and simply tells him to wait. We finally get to see the person's face, and find out that it's the dark-haired girl who was smiling earlier. With her hand still raised, she asks him what would happen to the students like her friend, who are falling behind and haven't yet been able to create their aura. All the others turn to look at her in shock, and then the instructor informs her that he heard that her friend actually succeeded in the end. As it turns out, she wasn't aware, and with a surprised look, she faces Raon to confirm what the elf is saying. Realizing that he's not pulling her legs, another wide smile appears on Martha's face, because now she believes that there are finally opportunities. She reveals that she almost died of boredom because of how long the training went on, and as she walks closer to Raon, she reminds him of what she said before about how she doesn't listen to guys who are weaker than her. However, now that she knows he passed the training, she's starting to think that she's been patient with him for long enough. The blonde kid looks like he's already tired of listening to her, but he just stands there and stares at her with his red eyes. At this point, she's trying to get on his nerves on purpose, because she starts suggesting that he must have struggled a lot because he's in a position that he's not qualified to be in. With this in mind, she tells him that she's going to teach him a lesson, but just when she's about to get even closer to him, someone places a hand in her way, and tells her to back off. The blocker is none other than Burin, and reminds her that it hasn't even been a single day since Raon got his aura. He continues to scold her, pointing out that the duels are in a month, and even questions her honor as a swordsman for wanting to confront the hero at this time. Of course, Martha gets offended by his sharp words, but she manages to keep her cool so she can calmly throw some shade at the young master. She places a hand on his shoulder, and teases him for taking honor so seriously, and suggests it's because he grew up so treasured. And then, she gives him a reality check by informing him that where she comes from, honor is reserved for people who deserve it. Burin tries to hit back with some remarks of his own, but she doesn't give him the chance because she immediately starts walking away. And while she does, she points out how even the average students learned how to use aura within a month, and yet their top trainee took over 6 months to do the same. Martha goes on to explain that even advanced techniques take 7 months to learn on average, so if Raon is taking that long to learn only the basics, then it means that he isn't talented at all. At this point, Burin is pretty annoyed, but he can't say anything to defend our hero, so he just stands there speechlessly, while Martha mocks him some more for being present during the judgment ceremony. It turns out that the reason for the humiliation is the fact that a swordsman who has not learned aura can never become famous, because there's no point in being talented if you can't master the basics. After lambasting our hero and Burin, Martha turns to the instructor to suggest that the reason he came up with the whole idea of duels is because he wants to change the top student at the moment. But upon receiving the mild accusation, the guilty-looking elf just feigns ignorance, claiming that he doesn't know. When the red-haired elf denies the allegation, Martha immediately turns to face Raon again, and bluntly tells him that he's been the top student for too long, even though he doesn't deserve it. So, with this idea in her head, she tells him that it's time he stepped down from the position. Our hero doesn't say anything in response, so once again, she challenges him to a duel, where the winner would become the new top student. But before she can finish talking, Raon cuts her off with a very loud and clear no. His response takes her by surprise, and she finds it hard to hide the look of disbelief on her face. Finally, our quiet hero decides to respond to the annoying girl, and he starts by asking her if she thinks she can gamble without having any money. And then, he makes it clear to her that she has to offer something of equal value if she wants to bet on his position as top student. Even though she didn't expect him to defend his title, she taunts him some more to get on his nerves, reminding him that in his current situation, nobody around is on his side. Martha attempts to use her words to trick him into accepting her sham deal, but our boy cuts her off once more. And this time, it really gets to her because he suddenly asks her if she's scared to put something of value on the line as well. You know when someone is so mad that they just smile at first, instead of flipping out. Well, that's what happens to Martha when she hears Raon ask her that question. With a creepy smile on her face, she asks him if he seriously just said that to her. And then, in an instant, she starts laughing hysterically, claiming that she finds the conversation very amusing. She eventually stops laughing like a maniac, and after catching her breath, she arrogantly tells our boy that she'll tolerate his question because she understands that he doesn't want to bet on nothing. Desperate to get him to accept her challenge, Martha reluctantly presents the Calamity Orb, which turns out to be the miracle medicine that her father gave her. This white ball in a box helps strengthen her body and aura, so clearly it has a lot of value to her. As the challenger, she waves the box in front of Raon's face, vowing to give it to him if he wins the duel. She asks him what he thinks about the offer, suggesting that it's not a bad prize to win. And in that brief moment when our boy is considering it, his blue companion, Wrath, pops out again to also have a look at the Calamity Orb. Our boy reminds the spirit about how he planned to wait for the perfect time to screw Martha over, but Wrath doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. So of course, Raon explains that there's something he wants to get from the mean girl, and with a knowing smirk on his face, he claims that this is their chance to do it because now is the perfect time. Unfortunately, we don't get to see what our genius hero planned right away, because the scene shifts to a month later. And in this scene, we see the anxious challenger looking at her calendar, because it's already been a month since she convinced our hero to accept her challenge. Martha is very excited about the duel, feeling that she finally has her chance to get payback on him. You see, Martha had never been hit in a fight by someone her age before coming to the training grounds, but Raon ended her streak with ease. And so, after 8 months, she finally wants to pay him back for the shame he caused her back then. She continues to think deeply about how the fight could go, and she recalls that it's only been a month since he learned how to use aura, which makes her feel very confident that she'll win. After all, she's already trained in her art for more than 3 years, so a mere noob shouldn't even stand a chance. However, another thought suddenly flashes across her mind, and she starts to believe that it's also a waste of time to wait for someone as untalented as him. Martha reminds herself that she needs to get stronger, especially because there's someone she needs to save. And with this motivation, she declares that House Sieghart is about to meet his end. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we see our boy chilling with Wrath, oblivious to the fact that Martha is seriously plotting her revenge on him. The scene shifts once again, and we see the instructor addressing the students concerning the duels. He starts by requesting their attention, before talking about how watching a fight is usually as helpful as participating in one. So, he advises them to watch closely how the other trainees fight against their opponents, and urges them to think about how they would react in certain situations. The instructor appears to be very excited about the duels, but the same cannot be said for the students, because they're all standing still like statues. Of course, he notices this and senses the tension, so he encourages them to shake off the nerves and just do their best. After the little pep talk, the red-haired elf reveals the matchup, which happens to be between Burin and another trainee named Dorian. Hearing his name, the young blue-haired master acknowledges the call-up and immediately steps forward for the fight. But while he's bravely stepping up to the challenge, his opponent doesn't seem to share the same enthusiasm. In fact, the terrified kid with green hair, who happens to be Dorian, fearfully raises his hand to call the instructor's attention and timidly surrenders before the fight even begins. As you'd expect, Burin is instantly taken aback when he hears this, to the point that he's even dumbfounded. The instructor, on the other hand, manages to shake off the wave of shock and points out to Dorian that the fight hasn't even started. Determined to get out of fighting Burin in a duel, Dorian suddenly holds his tummy and begins wincing in pain, claiming that he doesn't feel so good and that he has been feeling weak since the previous day. The instructor just looks down at the green-haired kid, who's insisting that he's serious about his condition, but it's quite clear that he's faking it. As Dorian continues his display, Wrath looks at him with rage and irritation laced all over his face, because he knows that if he had someone like that as his subordinate, he would probably decapitate him on the spot for being so pathetic. But surprisingly, Raon claims that he already expected something like this to happen. Meanwhile, the gentle instructor tries to convince Dorian to at least try, by assuring him that he would learn something even if he loses the fight. I'm not sure how, but his pep talk actually works because the kid agrees to give it a try. However, what we see in the next scene shows us that Dorian quickly regrets his decision. It doesn't take long before the green-haired kid loses to Burin and collapses to the floor, so he immediately surrenders once again. After the fight, the concerned instructor tells Burin that he's still failing to control his emotions, and points out that he could have defeated Dorian with only 5 moves if he had his feelings in check. The brooding kid defends himself by claiming that Dorian's reactions made him upset. Hearing this, the elf lets the matter go and faces the green-haired kid to ask him why he keeps running away, pointing out that he could have endured longer if only he fought properly. Unfortunately, all of the encouragement goes to waste because the kid just ignores him and keeps lying there like a loser while admitting that he's just too scared. After that display, the elf becomes excited again because he's about to announce the fighters for the next match. So, with a wide smile on his face, he calls out Lunan and Crane to come forward. Unlike the previous matchup, these two trainees are in it to win it, and just by looking at Crane's stern expression when they take the stage, you can tell just how serious he is. Lunan doesn't look so desperate to win though. In fact, she looks like she's bored. The two fighters take their battle stance, so the instructor starts the duel without any further delay. As soon as the fight starts, Crane charges at Lunan, attempting to quickly land a lethal hit. But even with how aggressive his attack is, the white-haired girl sees it coming, and just effortlessly deflects it with her sword. Sure enough, Crane is shocked to see this, and as his weapon gets knocked out of his hand and lodged into the ground, the instructor stops the duel. He then tells Crane that he's way too nervous, and explains that he needs to be more relaxed when wielding a sword. On the other hand, he tells Lunan that she didn't use aura enough, even though he admits that her counterattack was very good. After hearing what the instructor has to say, the two fighters acknowledge his advice and take note of it, so he proceeds to call out the next two trainees. The battles go on for a while, and among the sounds of the freshly clashing swords, the trainees start to comment that Martha must be getting really impatient for having to wait until the last turn. That's right, the duel between the black-haired girl and our blonde hero was finally in full swing, and it looked like Martha was having a real fun time in the fight. We see the look of pure confidence on her face as usual, and she's very excited as she clashes swords with our hero, who looks quite serious as well. I mean, this is a high-stakes match after all, so it's no surprise that both of them are dialed in. As the fight continues, Martha attempts to land devastating blows, but each time, our boy deflects them, showing incredible agility and skill. And it doesn't take long before he turns defense into offense, with a brilliant counterattack move that leaves the girl shocked. However, she manages to dodge the hit, and then goes back to reassess the situation before her. Even though she's starting to get worried, she covers it up with her usual taunting facade. She tells Raon that she didn't think he could deflect her sword, and finally admits that he's actually talented after all. Regardless, she believes that his talent is only in his swordsmanship, so she calls him a halfling whose aura isn't strong enough, and as such, she claims that he doesn't have a future. As usual, her words are just a distraction to allow her to land an attack, so while she's saying these mean things, she also prepares to go in for another attack. This time, it's much more powerful than the previous ones, because she leaps into the air and generates an insane amount of momentum in a single swing, hoping to finish our hero off with the hit. However, to her surprise, Raon blocks the attack and continues to stand his ground, even as she tries to force him down. Despite her surprise that our hero managed to block it, the girl taunts him, suggesting that he can't hold it much longer, because aura depends a lot more on the talent of the user than their swordsmanship. Determined to throw him off his game, Martha tells him that someone like him who just barely managed to create aura can never be her match in a million years. She even threatens to crush his bones if he doesn't surrender, but before she can complete her threats, our boy deflects her attack and forces her back a few feet. At this point, the mean girl is stunned, and Raon finally decides to use his words to fight back, so he points out how she keeps talking about talent, and how the people in their family really love this word. Martha responds, suggesting it must be annoying for him to hear it all the time, because he's not talented, which is also the reason she wants him to realize his actual place. Hearing this, our hero hits back at her, revealing that he's going to show her something as well, and this thing in question happens to be something way more important than simple talent. The moment Raon says this, his sword is instantly covered in flames, and upon seeing this, fear and anxiety grip the boastful challenger. Scared and confused, she stares at our boy as he reveals the Thousand Flames technique, first flames, which he's going to use to teach her a lesson. Martha is stunned to see this, and starts to wonder what the flames are and why they're on his sword. Even though she has no idea what made them, what she's sure of is the fact that those flames are by no means ordinary, and they are most certainly very dangerous. Despite her fear, she notices that there is a very strong intent behind Raon's flames, which makes it possible for them to feel so alive. Martha refuses to back down even if she's at a disadvantage, so she musters all the courage she can and grips her sword, preparing to go in for another round. In other words, she's going to reveal a powerful secret technique of her own as well. And while our hero's sword is covered in flames, Martha activates her technique called Meteor Form, Ultimate Point. That's right, this duel just got more intense, because Raon immediately realizes that Ultimate Point is a skill that allows her to collect all of her aura into a single point, and he's impressed that she can use such a skill at her age. Our boy also presumes that she's going to throw everything into her next attack, but he still remains calm and waits to see what exactly she's going to do. The two opponents face off once again, and Martha admits that our hero is strong, but she assures him that he won't be able to block the next attack she throws at him. Just like she did earlier, she lifts into the air and generates a lot of force, which she concentrates into her aura-infused sword attack. Raon watches closely with his eyes fixed on the girl while she's in the air, and so when she finally lands her most powerful attack yet, history repeats itself and our hero blocks it just like he did the first time. You can tell just how power-packed this clash is, just by looking at the air around the two fighters. It's filled with their aura, which is probably a result of the insanely powerful techniques they are using. The other trainees watching are probably scared at this point, because the force from Martha's attack cracked the ground, while also causing a huge dust cloud to emerge. They find it hard to see what's happening because of this, but when the dust clears, we see that the challenger's sword was broken in the clash. And on top of that, she's been knocked out cold, lying on the cracked floor. Upon seeing this, the other students can't believe their eyes, because they never expected that Raon would defeat her, and they certainly didn't expect Martha to lose the fight she's been training so hard for. Either way, they notice something strange about our hero's aura as well, and murmur about what it could be. Raon hears all of their comments, but like the quiet guy he is, he ultimately decides to ignore them without clearing anything up. He stands over his opponent's body while rubbing his wrist and just looks down at the girl, not sure of what to say at this point. Suddenly, he notices that even in Martha's unconscious state, her fist is still tightly wrapped around her sword. And seeing such resolve, Raon admits that in the end, the black-haired girl also has something far better than some flimsy talent or skill. This special quality that he believes she possesses is mental strength, and he seems to be very impressed by it. This story never disappoints with its progression, and I can't wait to see the look on Martha's face when she wakes up. Will she be able to reconcile with our hero and change her personality? Or will she simply fall into a state of denial and make things even more awkward? Also, who is the person she's actually trying to save by aiming to get stronger? The scene changes, and the next thing we see is the palace, where the patriarch is being informed that Raon has defeated Martha. The red-haired elf is the one breaking the news to him, and he points out how our boy completely defeated Martha, even though she's been training her aura for more than 4 years. Overall, the instructor summarizes the event as an unbelievable feat, and it turns out that the man sitting on his throne feels the same way. He admits that the flames he saw that day were beautiful, and the force of the powerful move was incomparable to its size. Not to mention, he's almost completely certain that everyone in the family is already aware of the situation. With this in mind, he tells the instructor to guide the hero so that he doesn't get full of himself, and of course, the elf is more than pleased to perform his duty. But even though the patriarch is very impressed with his son's feat, he's also very concerned about Martha, who had to suffer a crushing defeat, so he asks how she's holding up. Her instructor admits that the girl was a bit shocked at first, but also confirms that her injuries are completely treatable. While they're still discussing, we see that the girl in question is still brooding in her room after her loss. Her injuries might be minor, but it looks like the emotional damage isn't something they can ignore. Outside, we see our blonde hero trying out something with a beautiful flower in the garden. But while he's at it, his blue companion yells at him not to hurt the flower and even threatens to freeze him to death if he doesn't do better. In response, Raon bluntly tells Wrath that the flower won't even do anything, and then tells the blue creature to stop acting like he's so strong. However, Wrath insists that their plan isn't working because of the kid's stupid elemental resistance, so Raon smugly hits back, saying that he's glad the blue creature is aware that this isn't worth trying. The scene suddenly shifts to the night after Martha's defeat, and we see that our boy receives the miracle medicine he won from the bet. It turns out that the substance greatly increased his stats. His 4th ring of fire was formed as well, which greatly increases his strength, stamina, and agility. On top of that, his decreased athleticism and mana sensitivity vanished. His legendary senses also increased and became 2-star proficiency. Overall, Raon feels that all of the efforts until now just took effect because of the miracle medicine. A lot of things were improved, but the most significant thing was his water resistance, which was increased to 4 stars. Because of this new upgrade, most of Wrath's outbursts had become more like jokes to him. Either way, we learn that he came to the garden since it's his last day of rest, and while he's tending to the flower we saw earlier, Wrath continues to rant and yell at him, while insisting that he knows the best way for Raon to do it. However, just like our boy said earlier, all of the blue creature's outbursts have become more like jokes to him, so he just ignores him and wonders why he even has to deal with his annoying lectures while gardening. Of course, Wrath doesn't stop trying to control him, so while he's demanding that Raon use his hands to work, the blonde hero starts to actually wonder how the magical creature knows so much about gardening anyway. His thoughts are interrupted when Wrath suddenly answers him, by revealing that he used to fill the gardens with ice flowers when he was in the demon realm. The blue guy goes on to praise himself, claiming that the demons even used to revere him for his skills, but while he's still bragging, Raon gets distracted. The cause of the distraction turns out to be Martha, who just entered the garden with a scowl etched on her face. Our hero gets a bit uncomfortable when he sees her, and it gets even more tense when she just stares at him without saying a word. Seeing this, Raon breaks the silence by asking her why she's come, since he knows she didn't come to fight him. However, she stays mute, and it makes him wonder if she's not as mature as he thought. He thinks to himself about how childish she's being, but he tries to shake off the thought so he doesn't upset her even more. That's about the same time she finally reveals that the reason she's come is to challenge him to another fight, and in response, our boy simply admits that it's a pity she still hasn't accepted her loss. But the girl quickly counters him, insisting that she has acknowledged her loss. However, she claims that she doesn't understand how she lost in the first place, so she's come back to him to find out. When she's done making her point, Raon asks her what he would get in return if he fights her, which takes the challenger off guard. Seeing her shock, he informs her that it's customary for the loser to at least bring a gift when coming to challenge the winner. But while he's still trying to educate her, she cuts him off, stating that it's nonsense because it's not like he needs payment to fight her. Unfortunately for Martha, our boy is ready to go very low in this conversation, so he informs her that he requires payment. At this point, she starts to panic because she fears that Raon doesn't even want to fight. Desperate to get him riled up, she decides that stepping on the flowers would do the trick. So, she tauntingly tries to stomp on the flowers, but our boy simply reveals that he doesn't care about the plants. Bro claims that he doesn't even like flowers anyway, and says that he doesn't understand why most people adore them either. Martha is stunned when she hears him say this, and Leon concludes his little confession by revealing that he's only gardening for his mom's sake. Seeing his nonchalance about the whole situation, the challenger gets pissed off. She hisses in annoyance and decides to spare the innocent flowers since she knows that destroying them would do her no good. Afterward, she sighs angrily and tells him that she's leaving before storming out of the garden. Just when Martha leaves the scene, Leon's mother appears, calling out to him and informing that she's been looking all over for him. The worried mother was wondering where he was, and our boy was kind of surprised to see her. However, that's not the main issue on ground at the moment, because it turns out that she saw Martha with him and has now become very curious about her son's friend. She's really excited to see Leon finally hanging out with people his age, so she almost instantly concludes that Martha is a friend he made while training. Meanwhile, the girl in question, who hasn't completely left the garden, hears the voice and turns around to look at the person. She sees Leon's mother and wonders if she's Sylvia Sieghart, the person who left the family to chase after a man, and then came back to save her own child. Martha sees her as someone who acted out of courage for the sake of her own child, and while she's still thinking, the blonde woman in question approaches her. She notices the black hair of the girl she had seen earlier and expresses her happiness at finally getting to meet her. Leon, on the other hand, isn't so excited about the introduction, so he murmurs something about how nobody likes Martha and how they aren't really friends. Our boy tries to make his mom go inside, but she's just excited to meet her son's friend. She engages Martha in conversation, asking her if she got hurt during the duel. As you'd expect, the girl is taken aback by the mother's concern, but she manages to tell her that she's okay. Sylvia reveals that she was really worried and starts to smother the girl with affection, telling her that she didn't know Daniel brought up such a talented and beautiful child. And because of this, Martha starts to blush uncontrollably, not knowing how to react to the kindness. Either way, the woman finally asks her what brings her around, so the black-haired girl shyly reveals that she just had something to tell our hero. A very flustered Martha tries to cut the conversation short by claiming that she's done and wants to get going. But Leon's mother suddenly insists that she stay over and have a meal with them. This offer shocks the girl to her bones, and while she's still in a daze, Sylvia takes her hand and insists that she can't let her son's friend leave on an empty stomach. Of course, Martha tries to protest, but all of efforts prove futile because the next thing we see is the two kids sitting at a table while Sylvia serves the food. Leon is utterly confused by his mother's politeness and a bit embarrassed by the way she talks about the food he likes. When Sylvia sits at the table, she tries to make small talk with Martha. She confirms that the girl is a year older than Leon and then asks her if she had faced any troubles during training. The girl claims that she's fine in that department, so the lady goes on to talk about how the meat might be a bit tougher than she's used to. As a result, she asks Martha to chew well so she doesn't get indigestion, and the moment the girl hears this, she literally sees her mother and Sylvia for a brief moment. The flashback of Martha's childhood with her mother is brief, but it hits really hard. She continues to eat in silence, and by the time she's done with the meal, she thanks Sylvia for having her. The kind lady reveals that she's glad Martha enjoyed the meal, and then she asks the girl to be nice to Leon going forward. Meanwhile, the son in question is standing a few meters away in utter confusion, because has no idea why the hell Martha is also acting so nice all of a sudden. It makes him wonder if she ate something bad, and Wrath, who's just as confused as him, suggests that it might be a possibility. Later, while walking home, Martha thinks about the meal and concludes that Leon must think she's crazy. However, Sylvia's eyes look just like her mother's, and it made it impossible for her to reject the offer. Martha thinks about how her hair color, face, and voice were all different, but despite that, she could really feel the warmth of her own mother from Sylvia. We suddenly learn that after Martha's real mother was kidnapped by the white blood cult, she was adopted by Daniel, and from that day, she vowed that she would never lose until she found her mother. Since then, she had done everything to keep that promise, but that was until she lost to Leon. Martha knows that the Siegharts adopted her for her talent, so she fears that she might get kicked out if she keeps losing. It seems that her father is a soft person, but the girl starts to wonder what would happen if it's all an act. If that's the case, then it would mean that she would lose all hope of finding her mother. This is why she is so hard on herself, because she thinks in her mind that she's never allowed to lose. When Martha gets home, she's met by a messenger who's been waiting for her, because he has a message for her from Daniel. The young lady is shocked to see the letter that her father left for her, and the messenger claims that it was probably written right after the duel. In the letter, we see her father congratulating her on her first loss, reminding her that one loss doesn't make her a loser. He encourages her to think about what made her lose, and improve on it, rather than get worked up about the defeat. In the end, he wishes that he could be there to comfort her, and apologizes for how long his mission is taking him. But he also assures her that he loves her, and that he's still looking for her mother with the best of his abilities. The note closes with him telling her to hold on, because he hasn't given up on her. After reading the note, Martha seems rather cold about it, and simply tells the messenger to inform her father that she'll keep his words in mind. The moment she enters her room, she resumes beating herself up about the loss. The girl thinks that the defeat was really pathetic, because it wasn't even a result of her letting her guard down or something. Troubled and frustrated, she stands in front of her mirror and picks up a knife, deciding that she has to acknowledge her loss and move forward. Martha insists that she can't bring shame to her father, so she cannot pretend that her defeat never happened. As such, she decides that she has to mark the event and improve upon her mistakes, and ensure that she won't be ashamed to see her father. With this in mind, she begins to cut her hair with the knife. And by the time she's done, she decides that it's time to set her mind straight, so that she can let go of her stupid and pathetic past. Martha then stares at her new appearance in the mirror and vows that she will become stronger than ever. The next day, when she arrives at the training ground, the other students can't believe how different she looks, but she just ignores all their murmuring and heads straight down to where Raon is sitting. Our boy is also quite shocked by her change in appearance, but she doesn't even give him a chance to ask anything before stating why she's come to see him. The young lady suddenly admits that she knows an apology won't make up for the way she's treated him in the past, but she assures him that she's going to keep her promise. As you'd expect, Raon has no idea what she's talking about, so he reluctantly asks her what she's trying to say. In response, the girl begrudgingly admits that she's talking about the deal they made before the first duel, where the loser is supposed to obey the winner. As much as it pains her to say it, she admits that it's the reason she came, and then quickly storms out of the place before her ego can take any more damage. Once she walked away from him, Raon calmly processes everything that she just said, and thinks about how random and unexpected it was. Regardless, he's quite sure that she's not going to act so docile just because of the promise, and it makes him think that she might actually have changed a lot in such a short time. As such, Raon starts to feel that Martha might actually be a lot more mature for her age. However, this conclusion gets proven wrong immediately when he sees the girl in question kicking one of the other students for getting in her way all the time. As he witnesses her kick the shit out of the green-haired weakling, he realizes that she probably only changed towards him. After that scene, the next thing we see is that the new year has arrived. Right from the start, there have been many small changes, and it's mainly because of Martha's promise. Everyone initially felt that her ego wouldn't let her keep the promise, but she proved them all wrong by actually obeying our hero. Some other changes include the fact that Byrne finally learned to be more patient with other trainees, and that Lunan was still a bit dazed out, but her sword had gotten a lot more precise. All of these changes are really good for the students, but the most important one is the fact that Raon now trains every day, so he can be ready to give his all. As you can imagine, this constant training only makes him more powerful than he already was. Some of the other students stare at him in astonishment when they see that he has already completely mastered a technique that he was taught the previous day. They start to wonder if he already knew the technique, but quickly remember that it's kind of impossible. The most baffling thing about Raon's sudden mastery is that he was just standing still with his eyes closed when the technique was being taught. As they watch him do his thing, the other students start to believe that our hero's posture might even be better than the instructor's. The elf overhears them talking about this, and after seeing Raon's technique for himself, he knows that he can't really argue about it. The scene shifts, and we see him talking to the patriarch again on top of a cliff, claiming that his son is a real monster who defies all logic. At this point, the patriarch gets a little upset that the instructor keeps talking about Raon, but the red-haired elf laughs it off, replying that he shouldn't pretend like he's not also curious about the kid. Either way, his focus turns to the compound below when he notices that the employees around the main building seem a lot busier of late, so he asks if the patriarch is preparing anything special. That's when he finds out that there are people visiting soon, and when he asks who they are, he learns that envoys from the Orwen Patriarchdom are set to arrive in a few days. The Orwen happens to be one of the 6 Emperor's 5 demons, and they are also one of the few forces that are close to the Siegharts. These guys are basically a patriarchdom of knights who prioritize the importance of swords and martial arts over everything else. Hearing this, the instructor asks who the envoy representative is going to be, and the patriarch claims that they said it would be the 3rd prince. However, he has a strong feeling it would actually be Duke Tartan. A frown appears on his face to show that he doesn't like this Tartan dude very much, and even the elf admits that he's shocked to hear that the psycho really became a duke. He also comments that the 3rd prince must be the same age as Raon or Byrne, but the patriarch just plainly states that he doesn't know. He tells the instructor to ensure that the trainees are behaving, and the latter is shocked that their training halls will also be visited. That's when he's informed that the 3rd prince is coming with the patriarchdom's trainee knights, and as such, they'll want to watch the swordsman in training. So, the patriarch summarizes everything by telling the elf that they can't afford to embarrass themselves. But while he's saying all of this, the instructor is distracted by the thought of Orwen's 3rd prince being the same age as Raon and the other students. The patriarch sees the elf getting amused and accuses him of scheming again, which the instructor doesn't even deny. Later, he rejoins his students and informs them of the new development, so they're equally shocked to hear that Orwen Knights will be coming at their training grounds. The instructor reminds them that the envoy is already on the way, and then informs them that the third prince would like to spar with them. As you can imagine, the trainees get nervous because of the sudden news, but the elf insists that he's always reminded them that a swordsman should be prepared at all times, even in their sleep. The nervous students recall that the visitors were supposed to go to the 6th training hall, so they wonder why they want to visit them now. In a flashback scene, we see that the elf was actually the one who went to invite the Orwen people to come see the 5th training hall. In the present, he pretends not to know what caused the sudden change, and encourages them to look at each other before inviting the visitors inside. As the blonde prince and his knights enter the training hall, the instructor welcomes them and introduces them as the Orwen Patriarchdom's prized knights in training. The blue-eyed prince greets the teacher and introduces himself as Grier de Orwen. Meanwhile, Raon observes the prince carefully and admits that he's certainly strong for his age, because even at first glance, he can tell that he's the strongest among the other knights in training. Just then, like every forward and overconfident teacher, the instructor calls out to Raon and asks him if he's also scared to duel with the prince. Of course, our boy thinks carefully about his answer so he doesn't end up embarrassing himself. In his mind, he admits that it would be nice to practice the footstep technique he just learned, as well as connect his sword skills, so after thinking deeply, he replies that he would like to train with the visitors. The elf immediately concludes that Raon spoke for the whole class, so he decides that both sides have agreed, and proceeds to tell his students that they need to pick 20 from their side. He asks each of his trainees to lock who they would like to duel against, and as if the pressure wasn't already enough, he informs them that he's bet his entire month's salary on them winning against the visitors. The students are horrified to hear this, especially since he tells them that he'll put them through hell if they lose. A while later, we see that Raon has helped the students to pick out the best 20 among themselves, and tells them to look closely at the opponent's hands. That's when the students realize that the Orwen Knights are shaking too. Our boy tells his team that even though the visitors have handsome armor and confident posture, they're still trainees like the rest of them, who can't help but get nervous about a duel. Raon continues his pep talk, assuring the students that the intensity of their training is in no way less than that of the 6 emperors or 5 demons. He pumps them up, reminding them that the blood and sweat they've shed training until this day has been worth it, and encouraging them to do their best and not get nervous. With high spirits and a lot more confidence, they acknowledge his words, so Raon decides that he'll be picking the order in which they go in. This blonde-haired mini-commander knows that the first fighter is an important factor in increasing the spirit of others, so he decides that it must be someone strong. With this in mind, he calls Martha and asks her if she can do it. But before he finishes talking, the girl starts walking to the arena, confidently assuring him that she'll end it quickly. Martha asks everyone to gather around the center to watch, and as she takes the stage, the other students are horrified to see the huge opponent she'll be going up against. They start to wonder if these knight trainees are even the same age as them, and fear that even Martha might not be able to win. The Orwen Knight in training introduces himself as Tars, and compliments her body for being so well trained, even though it's not fully matured. He then admits that he's looking forward to their duel. But while the other students worry about how the fight would go, Martha is so confident in her victory that she tells Tars to stop acting polite and just start the fight. Our girl is as feisty as ever, and it looks like she'll finally have a chance to redeem her character in this story. I've enjoyed her character development so far, and I'm now looking forward to seeing what the Orwen's third prince is going to be like. Will he end up being a stuck-up and prideful character, or will he actually have a positive attitude towards our hero? As the duel begins, the prince is shocked to see that Martha is overpowering Tars, who's actually the bigger and seemingly stronger knight in training. He watches the black-haired girl in awe as she attacks the Orwen Knight with a confident smile. Overall, the swordsmen of the 2nd training hall proved that they were definitely stronger, and they lived up to the Sieghart name, because they were clearly on par with the kingdom's knights in terms of skill. On the other hand, the trainees from the 6th training hall turned out to be rather disappointing with their skills. Even though they were well trained, they were still inferior in skill compared to the Robert family's knights in training. However, the prince couldn't help but admit that the 6th training hall is still where the most talented trainees were, especially after seeing Martha's brave and epic display of incredible swordsmanship. From a distance, we see the Orwen Kingdom's Duke speaking with the red-haired instructor. He asks Lemmer if this is the reason he came out of nowhere to suggest a visit to the 5th training hall. In response, the elf claims that it's a rare opportunity to be able to duel against one of the 6 Emperor's knights in training, and then reveals that he suggested the matchup because he thought it would teach his students a lesson. The visitor is surprised to hear this statement, and admits that he can't believe those words just came from the person who used to be called the Brilliant Sword. Hearing this, Lemmer just teases him, asking if he should act the way he used to back in the old days. He even suggests that they make a bet, at which the Duke confirms that the elf's betting tendencies are still very much a part of him. Interested in the offer, he asks the elf what the terms of the bet are, so he responds, saying that they should have 20 duels in total, and then reward the winner. Lemmer believes that it would be a lot more fun if they wagered on the duels instead of just watching the matches, but the guard captain finds his suggestions overly confident. He reminds the Duke that his knights were given training in Orwyn, so he asks him if he's really sure that his trainees in the training hall can beat them. This question just causes Lemmer to burst into laughter, before telling the visitor that he has way too much faith in his trainees. The elf admits that he too has great faith in his students, implying that he's very sure they can defeat the visitors. The scene shifts back to the fight, where we catch up with Martha, who's still giving Tars a horrible time in their matchup. She lands a powerful sword slash which he manages to block, but the impact is so great that it pushes his feet into the wooden floor. Immediately in the next second, the force of her attack shatters his sword, and as a wave of horror washes over his face, he starts to ask himself how the girl could be so strong. The guy is sweating at this point, because of how terrified he is, but Martha doesn't even care that he's now defenseless. She just follows up with another powerful hit to the gut, which should ordinarily be enough for Tars to start coughing out blood. Even though he's wearing metal armor, the hit is still so strong that it forces him to his knees. As such, Martha is announced as the winner of the honestly one-sided duel. Our boy watches the whole thing feeling dazed, and admits that he thought she would be softer in her swordsmanship after fighting against him. He's completely taken aback by the fact that she has even increased her speed and power instead. After the massive win, Martha sheathes her sword, and with a smug look on her face, she asks her defeated opponent why he would depend on his strength so much when he didn't even put everything into his first attack. This dark-haired girl with no chills even calls him an idiot for making that costly mistake against her. Seeing her confidence and increased strength, Raon admits that he finds it pretty amusing. But Wrath instantly chimes in claiming that there's nothing amusing about watching these little ants fight. The grumpy blue creature claims that all the duels are even boring to him. But our blonde hero just responds, reminding him that not all ants are young. Wrath just scoffs when he hears this, and begins to brag about his exploits back when he was in the demon realm. He claims that back then it was more entertaining to him when he pitched younger demons to fight against each other. However, before he can finish bragging, Raon just smashed him back into vanishing. Our boy is having fun, so he just wants the blue guy to shut it for now. Not long after that, we see that it's time for the next duel between the trainees and the visitors from the Orwyn Kingdom. It's the 18th match, and this time, it's between Lunan and another knight in training, named Idalia. Once the announcement is made, Raon prompts Lunan to step forward for her fight, and the white-haired lady timidly walks her way into the arena. Standing face to face with her opponent, we see that the redhead appears to be a lot more confident in the fight. Idalia sees Lunan coming to meet her, and tells her that she doesn't like the spaced-out look in her eyes. Apparently, it annoys her, so her confident demeanor quickly changes into an angry mood as she activates her powers. Huge flames appear all around the redhead, and when Lunan sees this, she quickly retorts that she doesn't like fire either, especially since she has the power of ice. The white-haired knight in training grips her sword tightly, and activates her own power as well, which causes cold icy chills to fill the air and surround her. Even though it doesn't show on her face, Lunan immediately assumes a more confident stance in preparation for the duel. And the next thing we see is the two girls clashing swords. Idalia seems to be more ferocious in her attack, while Lunan tries her best to remain focused. As the fight goes on, a huge cloud of steam erupts, and the other trainees just watch anxiously, not sure what's going on. Inside the smoke and mist, the redhead seems to be lost as she can no longer find her opponent, and while she's still standing confused, Lunan sneaks up behind her from within the dust and fog. Idalia instantly senses the sword attack coming from behind her, so she quickly turns around to land a powerful slash of her own. Unfortunately, she misses the shot, and Lunan disappears into the dust once again. At this point, the redhead is even more perplexed, but then she quickly concludes that it must have been an illusion. She's still trying to process the entire thing when the white-haired knight in training sends chills down her spine by placing the cold edge of her sword on the visitor's neck. Idalia is bewildered by this sudden turn of events, and as she stands in that vulnerable position, Lunan is declared the winner of the 18th match. After the announcement, the calculative knight in training starts walking away, so Idalia calls out to her, admitting that it was a good fight even though she lost. But she suddenly stops talking when she sees that Lunan isn't even listening to her. The winner walks straight to Raon to ask him if he watched her fight, like a student seeking for validation. Thankfully, the blonde hero commends her for improving on her footwork and the victory overall. Even though Raon tells her she did a good job, she doesn't seem to be proud of herself. She just sits on the floor like she's the one who lost, and our boy is pretty confused by this. Meanwhile, Lemmer is having a kick out of the results he's seen so far. Since the little tournament started, his students have had 9 wins and 9 losses, which means that they're currently tied with the visitors on the number of wins. So, he jokes about it, suggesting that things are getting pretty heated for the two sides. Regardless, it doesn't make him any less excited to announce that it's time for the 19th round of the day. This time, Burin is called up to face off against the next opponent from Orwen, Saren. The two swordsmen take equally confident stances as they stare each other down before their fight. The visitor introduces himself first, revealing that he's Saren Kaisel, a knight in training. And that's when House Sieghart does the same, introducing himself as a trainee. While the two are exchanging pleasantries, Raon takes a closer look at Saren and claims that he looks pretty strong. This worries him, because he feels that Saren is the strongest visitor after the third prince. But while he's getting worked up about it, the fight begins. As you'd expect, the two knights in training engage in a very heated duel. Burin attempts to land a low hit, while Saren opts for an approach from above. Not surprisingly, they cancel each other out over and over, so Burin begins to realize that his opponent is very similar to him in skill. He starts to feel threatened, and fears that it will be over for him if he lets his guard down for even a second. Saren launches at him to land another powerful blow, so the blue-haired swordsman knows that the guy must be thinking the same thing. The two guys are clearly evenly matched, but they're both aware of this, so neither of them holds back. Burin and Saren go at it with all their might, and after a grueling duel, we see that there's no winner this time. Both fighters point their broken swords at each other, and they're panting heavily after such an intense fight. Meanwhile, the other trainees watching are astonished to see that Burin and Saren somehow managed to break their swords. Seeing that this is the result of the 19th duel, the instructor confirms that the match has ended in a tie. After the announcement, a very pissed-off Burin just walks back. Still, Raon commends him for doing a good job, claiming that Saren was the strongest fighter out of all the Orwen knights in training so far. But of course, the grumpy blue-haired guy just storms past him, feeling very disappointed with his own performance. He claims that it doesn't matter how strong Saren was, because he feels that he should have won at all costs, since he went out there to fight with the Sieghart name on the line. However, while he's beating himself up about it, the blonde swordsman just calms him down with a pat on the shoulder, telling him not to worry about it. Burin turns around wondering why he said that, but then our boy suddenly starts walking away, but not before vowing that he'll win the last fight for them. Raon is very certain that he'll defeat the strongest Orwen knight in training, who is none other than the third prince, Grier de Orwen. So, with the determination and zeal to bring glory to his family name, he walks up to face his blue-caped opponent for the 20th round of the very intense tournament. The third prince sees our boy walking up toward him, and he starts to panic because he didn't expect that Raon would be the trainee to fight against him. Using his power, he senses our hero's martial prowess and feels that it's way too ordinary, so he asks Raon if he's even a direct bloodline descendant of the Sieghart family. In response, the hero just bluntly reveals that he isn't, so Grier de Orwen scoffs, because he didn't expect to fight an obvious duel. From the tone of this voice, and the look on his face, you can tell that he's underestimating our boy. This snobby prince even claims that he'd prefer to fight someone between Burin, Lunan, and Martha than enter a meaningless duel with Raon. He then calls out to Instructor Lemmer and claims that he has a suggestion for the fight. The red-haired elf asks Grier what he has in mind, so he points to Lunan and Martha, claiming that he doesn't think they're even tired after their own duels. So, he asks the elf if he can fight them after beating Raon. I swear, this guy is overconfident for no reason. After hearing this very bold idea, Lemmer gleefully accepts the proposal, reminding the prince that it's only going to happen if he defeats his current opponent. With the instructor's approval, Grier asks that the girls start getting ready for him right away, because he thinks his fight will be over too quickly. This dude is so confident that he's going to win, that he even decides he won't use his aura against Raon, feeling that he wants to save his power for the girls. After making this decision, he unsheathes his sword, probably thinking that he's just going to casually defeat our boy in a few seconds. Raon hears everything the third prince says, but he doesn't even respond to his insults. Instead, he chooses to do the talking with his sword, so he unsheathes his blade as well. Just as the fight is about to begin, Duke Tartan arrives at the scene, and is horrified when he sees Raon. He asks the instructor who the blonde monster is, and comments that he didn't even notice him before because of his inconspicuous presence. However, now that he sees him, he feels very disturbed by him. Lemmer just responds by saying that the Duke isn't so blind after all, and asks him why he didn't warn the third prince if he knew about Raon's strength. Tartan realizes that Grier thinks the blonde swordsman isn't skilled, and even though he would one day grow up to be the future of the Orwen kingdom, this blue-eyed prince still doesn't know the meaning of defeat. The Duke confesses that he felt it would be a good idea for the prince to learn what it feels like to lose in a safe environment. Regardless, he still feels that Grier is insanely strong, and he's confident that even the genius swordsman won't win against him. Lemmer hears this and finds it amusing, so he just smiles once again, telling Tartan that he doesn't agree. Seeing that they're not on the same page about who would win this insanely hyped duel, the elf suggests that they make another bet. The Duke is taken aback by this and asks Lemmer if he loves to gamble that much. However, the red-haired instructor assures him that it would be a simple bet on a few drinks, so Tartan agrees with him and asks what they're betting on. In response, Lemmer just raises his hand, showing 5 fingers before making a very bold statement, claiming that Raon will end the third prince in just 5 attacks. At this point, it appears that the instructor is even more confident than Grier, who thinks he'll take our boy out very quickly. The fight starts strong, and the red-eyed swordsman charges at the prince with a powerful sword attack. The prince is taken by surprise with this, and his eyes widen in horror as he sees the person he underestimated, lunging at him with a fire tornado at his back. Even the Duke is stunned by this instant attack from Raon, but before he or his champion can even think of a counterattack, the genius swordsman lands his first blow. With great force, speed, and precision, our boy hits Grier in his side, leaving him stunned for a while. The impact is so much that the prince even starts coughing blood, while wincing in pain before falling to his knees as if he's already lost. Seeing this, Raon assumes that the prince is already down, so he concludes that the fight is over and starts to cover his blade back. While he's doing that, Lemmer starts laughing again, feeling that he overestimated the prince by thinking 5 attacks would be needed to knock him down. On the other hand, Duke Tartan just watches the whole thing with shock laced all over his face. The guy can't believe his eyes, and while he remains stunned, the prince starts to reflect on his earlier thinking. He admits that he judged incorrectly, and finally starts to realize that Raon was the last fighter for a reason. Well, of course, it's because he's the real deal, and Grier finally understands this as well. Meanwhile, the Duke tries to start an argument. Tartan finds it hard to believe that Raon is just a trainee, because, in his eyes, the blonde kid already has the footwork and swordsmanship of a trained knight. But Lemmer doesn't give him any room to continue, explaining that it's the exact reason he said that Raon would win. With the way things are looking, the instructor feels that his student has brought home the win already, so he tells the Duke that he'll make reservations at a nice and fancy place where they can have some drinks. But before he can finish talking, Grier interrupts him. The injured prince tells Raon to stop when he tries to walk away. It turns out that he's not done fighting yet, and even when others try to explain that the fight is already over, he insists that he hasn't even shown his real skills. The third prince claims that the fight would have been very different if he had used his real powers at the start of the fight. And while he's being a sore loser, Martha cuts him off, insinuating that he's just a barking dog. She mocks Grier for refusing to admit his defeat, and being so whiny when he's supposed to be a prince. She also uses the opportunity to take a jab at Burn, who's still brooding on the sidelines after his tie against Saren. The prince is shocked to hear her talk to him like that, and he's evidently ashamed of himself. But before he can say another word, Martha just continues talking, and informs him that she's actually trying her best to be nice to him at the moment. And after claiming that she's being polite, she yells at him to get the hell out of their training hall, reminding him that he already lost. After her not-so-subtle goodbye message, Idelia gets offended, and yells at her to watch her mouth when she's talking to the prince. As you'd expect, Martha can't be less threatened by the redhead, so she just informs her that even though Grier is from the royal family, she's also a direct descendant of Sieghart. As such, she feels that she doesn't have any reason to be polite to the crybaby prince. Seeing that the atmosphere is getting quite heated, Lemmer decides to intervene. He tells the students that they've all said enough, and suggests that they hear what Raon has to say about the matter, since he's the one that will be fighting in the rematch after all. The elf informs Raon that he can choose what he wants to do, so the young swordsman recalls that bets were placed on the fights. He also confirms that all the duels are over, which means that there is no reason to fight anymore. However, the third prince suddenly acknowledges that he lost. He admits that he didn't properly judge Raon's strength, and reveals that he underestimated him completely before the fight even started. Grier goes on to say that he feels very embarrassed, and that he's so ashamed that he can't raise his chin. As such, he gets on his knee and drops his sword on the ground to beg our hero for one more fight, claiming that he would regret it forever if he leaves with such an embarrassing defeat. The prince then gets on his feet and bows to Raon, pleading with him for a rematch. Seeing this, the blonde swordsman is taken aback, because he didn't expect the boastful prince to even apologize or even put down his sword. He initially felt that Grier was just an arrogant brat, but now that he's seen the guy put his pride aside, he changes his mind and agrees to one last fight between them. The prince assures him that it will indeed be the last one, and as Raon pulls out his sword for the second time, Grier reveals a gold pendant around his neck that has his family's crest imprinted on it. Feeling remorseful, he admits that he lost the first time because he was too arrogant to even recognize his opponent's strength. All of a sudden, he rips the necklace off his body and vows that he'll give his all in this second fight. The moment he does this, a powerful surge of energy surrounds his body, and he literally starts glowing with blue sparks of lightning. Our boy is stunned when he sees the insanely powerful aura coming off the prince's body, and Martha is just as shocked. At last, the prince was showing his true strength. The power seems so overwhelming that Tartan tries to discourage Grier from using the technique, but the prince just cuts him off, insisting that this isn't the time to be hiding his powers. Feeling very confident and driven for the rematch, he unsheathes his sword and makes it very clear to everyone that he wants to fight our hero with everything he's got. While Grier is charging himself up for what he believes will be an epic fight, Wrath reappears to our boy and calls the prince a stupid idiot. Not surprisingly, Raon was also hiding his real powers the first time, but it seems that the prince doesn't know that. Our genius swordsman calmly assures his blue companion that he can beat Grier this time too, but Wrath points out that the opponent has a lot more aura and is also stronger than Raon this time around. Still, feeling confident that he can take the prince out 2 times in a row, Raon asks Wrath if he's willing to make a bet on it. And of course, the hot-headed blue creature accepts the deal. With the both of them on the same page, a blue window appears, revealing the terms of their little wager. Wrath bets that if Raon can win against the third prince of the Orwan Kingdom, then all of his stats will be increased by 4 points. On the other hand, if our boy fails to defeat Grier, rage emotion will increase by a whopping 10 points, which means the blue fellow will have a lot more power in Raon's body. The genius swordsman accepts the conditions, and takes a very strong battle stance to activate his aura, waiting for the prince to make his first move. Seeing this, Grier, who already has a point to prove, reveals that he'll start first. So without even wasting another second, he charges at the hero with his powerful aura engulfing him and his sword. The prince leaps into the air to land a powerful attack from above. But as you'd expect, Raon is up to the task, so he delivers a counterattack immediately. The two fighters clash swords in a heated aura-infused duel, which causes a huge blast that leaves everyone watching completely astonished. Inside the fight, Grier starts to panic, because even though he's giving everything he's got, Raon doesn't even seem to be affected by it. This makes him wonder if the red-eyed swordsman should even be called a genius, because he feels he's more like a monster. Desperate to win this rematch, the third prince decides to finally use all of the power he's been keeping aside. His sword starts to glow even brighter this time, and when Raon sees this, he concludes that Grier must be using the Pier's sword technique, which is only passed down to the successors of the Orwan Kingdom. Looking at the opponent's energy, it's easy to guess that he's planning to end the duel in a single strike. So of course, our hero braces himself and tells Grier to come at him with everything he's got, while also taking a stance to counter the attack. The prince sees that Raon knows what he's planning to do, so he reveals that he's putting everything on the line with his next move, and then tells the genius swordsman that he should get ready for impact. Looks like an epic clash is about to go down.
The prince's aura surged, and Raon's eyes widened as he identified the unmistakable signature of the parry sword technique, a legendary art unique to the most elite warriors of the Orwan Kingdom. With this, it became evident that the prince was preparing to unleash a decisive, all-out assault. Raon's hand closed around the hilt of his sword, his mind racing with the intricate patterns and deadly precision of the third prince's signature techniques, etched indelibly in his memory. With that, Raon unleashed the Thousand Flames technique, first flames surrounded by his splendidly blazing aura. Raon's overwhelming power surprised the prince. Witnessing the emergence of Golden Flame aura from a mere trainee, the prince realized Raon's strength far exceeded his youthful appearance. Nevertheless resolute, the prince reaffirmed his resolve, employing his own technique, unleashing a battle cry as he swung his sword towards Raon. Equally determined, Raon's and the prince's swords clashed, illuminating the surroundings with Raon's golden aura opposing the prince's blue aura. Their swords clashed once more, seemingly establishing an equal footing, until Raon's leg gave way, catching the prince off guard. As he gained an upper hand with a resolute determination to prevail, Raon unleashed his powers, shattering the prince's sword into multiple pieces. The prince was astounded. Utterly surprised that his aura had been repelled, in a swift motion Raon struck, leaving the prince on his knees with the duel victoriously claimed by House Sieghart. Observing his damaged sword, the prince remarked on his advantage in speed and strength, then smiled, pondering whether Raon had counted with adept footwork in response to his aura. The world truly is vast, mused the prince, extending his hand for a handshake. He expressed gratitude to Raon, acknowledging the valuable lessons learned from the duel, conceding his defeat. Raon reciprocated the handshake, offering a smile and admitting his own gained insights. As they shook hands, the prince apologized for underestimating Raon earlier, attributing it to lack of insight. Curious, the prince inquired about Raon's age, to which Raon replied that he had turned 14 that year. The prince sighed, feeling defeated by a swordsman younger in both skill and character. The prince graciously handed Raon an item, requesting him to keep it. Curious, Raon inquired about its significance. The prince explained it was a token, a sign that Orwan's third prince Grier de Orwan was willing to extend any favor Raon might require. Astonished, Raon questioned why such a valuable gift was offered. The prince, defeated in their duel, admitted Raon's influence had cleared his mind. Offering a sense of enlightenment, he considered his loss fortunate, believing Raon to be the ideal victor. As he departed, he expressed certainty in their future reunion, hoping Raon would still surpass him by then. Finding the challenge of catching up enjoyable, the prince then conversed with Lemur, acknowledging their loss in the bet. Lemur simply replied, "Yep, all right." Addressing Duke Tartan, the prince proposed a return, to which the duke promptly responded, "Ah yes, your highness." Suddenly recalling an urgent task, the prince swiftly departed. Reflecting, Raon pondered over his past life where fulfilling missions without payment was the norm, finding the concept of compensation in this life peculiar. Examining the golden pendant from the prince, he marveled at life's surprising twists and turns. Meanwhile, at the patriarch mentions place. The patriarch listened attentively as the prince recounted the lessons learned from the duel with Raon. Admitting his initial belief in superiority, the prince credited Raon for prompting reflection and learning. Describing him as a remarkable mature swordsman, despite his youth, astounded, the patriarch acknowledged the prince's revelation. The prince expressed his intent to return promptly, eager to physically train and match the mental growth experience through Raon. "Bro is glazing hard right now." The patriarch then nodded in agreement and requested him to convey gratitude to the king for the letter. The prince replied, "Certainly, thank you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stunning hues, the prince and his companion rode their horses homeward, bound for their kingdom. "Your highness, the duke hesitated. Meeting the prince's gaze, he inquired if there was something on his mind. The duke expressed his concern about the prince revealing his hidden powers and employing the Perez sword technique in the duel with Raon, deeming it a tad excessive. Stressing the importance of concealing his abilities, the prince chuckled in agreement, acknowledging that he might have gone a bit too far. He defended presenting Raon with the plaque, highlighting Raon Sieghart's goodwill despite being underestimated, which warranted an appropriate response. Additionally, Raon shared a technique that could be a secret. The prince argued, "That's true," but the duke began only to be interrupted by the prince, who asserted that the plaque was an investment. Perplexed, the duke sought clarification. The prince elucidated, foreseeing Raon's exceptional skills and mental prowess at his young age, foreseeing a promising future despite his indirect lineage. He questioned the duke if he didn't believe it would be advantageous to establish a connection with someone like Raon. Impressed, the duke commended the prince for his farsightedness, to which the prince jokingly remarked that such farsight was expected, having grown up in the royal family, otherwise he might as well perish. The prince's expression remained calm, but his mind was racing. "I wonder," he thought to himself, "just how much stronger Raon will become by the time we meet again." Returning to the patriarch, his butler remarks on the patriarch's potential pleasure at his grandson's acknowledgement by a prince from another kingdom. The patriarch, bewildered, inquires about the butler's reference. Noticing the absence of warmth in the patriarch's demeanor, the butler remarks on the rare sight of his radiant smile. The patriarch, puzzled, touches his own face, questioning the notion of a smile. The butler, insistent, claims the patriarch has been beaming ever since the prince mentioned Raon's name. The patriarch dismisses the assertion, attributing it to the butler's possible lapse in judgment due to age. Prompted by the butler's concern regarding Duke Tartan's words, the patriarch remains silent, contemplating his response. In a fleeting flashback, Duke Tartan's words echo, revealing a conversation beyond the prince's letter. The duke conveys a message from the king of Orwin and Lekros Albertan D. Orwin 11, detailing the resurgence of the five darknesses. Attentively, the patriarch listens as the duke informs him about the unsettling movement of these forces once more.
The following day, Lima commends the trainees for their performance against the Orwin Kingdom's trainees, stating they seem adequately prepared. He announces plans for upcoming specialized training the following week. Confused, the trainees inquire about this special training. Nervously, Green Boy questions Lima about the nature of this special session. Lima hints that it might not quite fit the term training. Rather, it's gearing up for an actual battle, warning them to brace for witnessing real bloodshed. Lima divulges details about a group of mountain bandits, the Snow Tiger Claw, residing a bit south of the Sieghart territory. These bandits, partially affiliated with the North and South Alliance, previously earned their livelihood by charging passage fees along a mountain road. However, their recent activities have taken a darker turn, involving theft from merchants and even fatalities. The trainees speculate if their mission involves eliminating these bandits. Lima admits it was the initial plan. When asked why he used past tense, a trainee hints that circumstances might have changed and entertains the idea of ambushing the bandits instead. "We can't," Lima replied somberly. He revealed a harrowing incident where the mountain bandits had ambushed a village to the south of the mountains, mercilessly slaughtering all the villagers and setting the place ablaze before fleeing. The trainees were visibly shaken by this revelation. Lima clarified that this was precisely why their mission now involved tracking down and eradicating these bandits. Despite being mountain bandits, they were all aura users with a notorious history, urging the trainees not to underestimate them and to remain vigilant. In a somber tone, Lima informs them of their departure scheduled for the following day. The scene transitions to Runan, meticulously slicing a leaf in half during her training. Despite her dedication, a tinge of disappointment colors her expression as she inwardly acknowledges her desire to refine her posture before their imminent departure, recognizing her struggles to meet her own expectations. Reflecting on Raon's adeptness in the art of stabbing, she admits to herself her own frustration at not comprehending her own impediment. Gazing towards the training edifice, she speculates about Raon's current training session and briefly contemplates seeking his guidance. However, reconsidering, she dismisses the idea, opting not to disrupt his focus, and instead resolves to persevere in her efforts independently. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays painted the sky in hues of warm oranges and soft pinks, casting an ethereal glow upon the surroundings. Lush greenery unfolded, with vibrant grass swaying gently amidst proud trees. The subsequent panel revealed a serene oasis, a petite pool mirroring the tranquil training building, each ripple preserving the essence of the edifice in its crystal-clear reflection. The harmony between nature's splendor and human craftsmanship was captured in this picturesque moment. Sorry about that. Runan reclined on a boulder, musing silently that her posture had weakened since earlier. Yet her movements had notably gained fluidity. She reckoned that today's efforts had sufficed. Rising and casting a glance towards the training facility, she speculated that Raon might still be there, contemplating bidding him farewell before heading home. Then a recollection struck her, her mother's request to return early this weekend for a promised treat of ice cream. With this memory, she resolved to depart promptly and seek Raon's guidance on the following day, intending to treat him to ice cream then. As she traversed the street solo, a figure trailed behind her, eventually calling out her name. Startled, she pivoted and inquired about the identity of the individual. Her countenance abruptly shifted to one of terror as she laid eyes upon the person. The man possessed hair as white as hers and greeted her, remarking on the passage of time. Syria Slyon, the white-haired man with striking purple eyes, bearing a resemblance to Runan, is introduced as a member of the vassal family Slyon. His smile faltered upon seeing her dismay, questioning why she appeared so distressed at the sight of her own brother. Expressing his discomfort at her reaction, he reminded her of his prior advice against wearing such an expression. Runan, upon hearing his words, began trembling visibly, a palpable fear taking hold of her. Syria then knelt down, acknowledging the effectiveness of Lima's training, noting with surprise that she had grown significantly stronger than he had anticipated. He rose, expressing his pride in her. Yet his countenance swiftly shifted, assuming a menacing demeanor as he addressed her. "But you wouldn't dare engage in warfare or partake in duels, risking your own life, would you?" Following her brother's words, Runan cried out and distanced herself from him. He then questioned whether she had forgotten all he had taught her in that brief period, reaching into his pocket, suggesting he might need to remind her again. Inquiring about the name of her former squirrel, he speculated if it might be Ruby. Syria, cradling a slumbering squirrel, witnessed as he continued with a smile, expressing certainty that she would now recollect how Ruby had met her end, and what would transpire if she disobeyed him. Despite Runan's cries to halt and wait, her brother proceeded, squeezing the squirrel in his grasp until it met a gruesome fate, blood splattering in all directions. Runan's eyes widened in astonishment. She was transported back to a haunting memory of discovering two lifeless squirrels on the ground and attempting to bury them, only to have her brother intervene and crush them. The recollection of that trauma caused Runan to collapse to her knees, unleashing a scream of terror. Her brother, wearing a smile, drew close, whispering, "Runan, you belong to me," emphasizing that until a certain appointed time, she must refrain from engaging in anything arduous or hazardous. He instructed her to merely stay alive and await his further directions. Abruptly, an assault targeted Syria, resulting in a massive explosion narrowly evaded by him. Shaking with fear, Runan found herself facing Raon, who had appeared before her and her brother. With a serious and intimidating demeanor, Raon demanded, "Who are you?" Raon stood his ground, demanding the man to reveal his identity. Syria grinned and retorted that proper introductions should come before seeking someone's name, especially after his sudden intrusion. Raon pointed out that Syria was the one blocking the path in such a narrow alley, and asked with a threatening tone if he was a thief or a robber. Syria acknowledged how Raon might interpret the situation, but clarified he wasn't a robber. In fact, he was Runan's older brother. Glancing quickly at Runan, Raon noticed her trembling in terror, wide-eyed and holding her head. Turning back to Syria, Raon questioned if he truly was her older brother, because she looked terrified. Syria, lifting his hand, admitted he might have taken the prank too far, expressing joy at seeing Runan after a long time. Raon questioned if Syria considered squeezing a squirrel to death in front of Runan a prank. Syria giggled and remarked, "So you caught that," explaining that it was not a real squirrel but just a toy. He displayed his empty hand to Raon as proof that there was nothing there, asserting that there is no way he would have killed a real squirrel. Internally, Raon noted the intensity of this man's aura, which he used to disintegrate the flesh and blood of the squirrel. Syria then placed a box on the ground, mentioning he had come solely to give his younger sister some snacks, before embarking on a long-term mission. He complimented Runan on her great friend, encouraging them to maintain their strong bond. Apologizing for taking the prank too far, he waved it off, wished Raon good health, and took his leave. Raon quietly recognized the man. He's the exceptional swordsman of House Sieghart, one of the 12 formidable figures destined to shape the continent's future. Known as the Azure Sword, Syria Sieghart was merely a name Raon had heard of before his reincarnation. This encounter marked their first meeting. He shared that Syria was a deceitful figure, a man who posed as a merciful hero yet carried the same repugnant aura as Derus. Raon extended his hand to escort Runan, suggesting they depart together. After a stroll they paused near a carriage. Runan expressed her gratitude as she boarded, bidding farewell. Raon reassured her, urging her to sleep early since they were departing the next day. He lingered, watching the carriage vanish into the distance. Inside the carriage, Runan remained silent until reaching her room, where the ice cream awaited beside her bed. Internally, she noted her brother's return, unchanged from previous encounters. In a fleeting flashback, Runan brushed off a squirrel scratch on her hand, attributing it to her pregnancy and reassuring her older brother Ruby that it was insignificant and caused by the squirrel being overly sensitive. Yet the subsequent scene showed Ruby lying lifeless on the floor. With a chilling demeanor, Syria asserted ownership over her, emphasizing that she must remain unharmed indefinitely, her only role being to breathe. He warned her that disclosing the incident to their parents would result in their demise. He also mentioned he doesn't need the house, threatening to wreck everything if she spills the beans, even going so far as to harm everyone except her. As she grew older, she figured speaking up might lead to someone getting hurt, so she chose to stay silent. Everything seemed fine as long as she kept her mouth shut. She believed she was the sole loner, the only one in pain, until she found solace in House Sieghart. She discovered his kindness, the effort he put in, and the suffering he endured. Seeing how he transformed perceptions through hard work, she hoped to change herself too, but it seems impossible. Back in the present, she sat on her bed crying, whispering, "It's all right, as long as..." She endures. The following day, Lima explained they were in the southernmost area of Sieghart's domain, the Yartan village. He informed the kids they'd be staying there for the night, acknowledging their successful traversal through the dimensional door. Recognizing their likely exhaustion, he advised them to rest well, as it was their last chance to relax before the mission. A local welcomed the Sieghart swordsman and offered to guide them to their rooms. Lima thanked him graciously for his hospitality. Inside his room, Raon was burning firewood and expressed gratitude to Roth, who was confused and asked him what he meant. Raon mentioned he wouldn't have caught on yesterday without the hint, and didn't realize Syria was concealing his presence. In the flashback, after Raon's training, Roth hinted something trifling might be there, prompting Raon to investigate. Now, Roth mentions he'd go to such lengths for the sake of the ice cream girl. Raon believes Syria won't return soon due to a long mission, but knows Runan will stay that way as long as he is her older brother. Unexpectedly, Roth proposes taking Raon's body to kill Syria. Raon reacts with a shocked "What?" in confusion. Roth explains he owes the girl for introducing him to ice cream and offers to return favor tenfold because the King of Revenge returns twice the favor and 10 times the revenge. "Surely you're joking." "I decline," Raon responded. Despite this, Roth insisted he was serious. Raon reiterated that even if Roth's words held truth, he wouldn't comply. He emphasized that Syria's actions had deeply scarred Runan, and even if Syria were eliminated, it wouldn't alleviate her suffering. Raon expresses that Runan, in both his past and present life, is the first child who has shown care towards him. He firmly declares that he'd kill anyone responsible if something were to happen to her. 2 days after departing Sieghart's domain, they reached a village ravaged by the bandits called the Snow Tigers. The children quivered at the sight of charred bodies, voicing questions like, "What's happened here?" and "Why would someone do such a cruel thing?" Burren, beside a burnt corpse, found words to convey the sheer brutality. Raon surmised internally that they must have been decapitated before being burned, glancing at Martha, who appeared unperturbed by the grisly scene. He presumed she might have encountered numerous corpses before or taken lives herself. Suddenly, Raon scanned the area, abruptly stopping and anxiously wondering about Runan's whereabouts. Runan is seen next to a corpse, and on the next scene the young girl stood frozen, her eyes locked on the horrific scene before a burned corpse, an image that seared into her mind, inducing a heart-wrenching surge of terror, revulsion, and an overwhelming sense of disbelief that can shatter any person's innocence in an instant. Lima addressed the children, explaining that the distressing scene before them was the work of the Snow Tiger bandits. He urged them to etch this memory into their minds, advising them to stay vigilant when encountering such situations. Holding an object he referred to as an inaudible whistle, he clarified that it wouldn't emit an audible sound, but would be detectable by trained individuals. In case of danger, they were to use it, signaling the supervising instructors for immediate action. He cautioned them about the bandits' ruthless swords, suggesting that before resorting to the whistle, they should attempt self-defense, even considering not to hesitate beheading them if they get the chance. With resounding agreement from the trainees, Runan, however, stood silently. She couldn't kill even an insect, let alone a human. Lima then organized them into groups led by the top trainees, assigning Martha to Group A and Burren to Group B, each composed of 4 members. Gripping her sword, Runan recalled her brother's words, reminding her that she belongs to him and to avoid perilous situations. She just needs to keep breathing until the day he needs her. He also mentioned that he'd kill everything that injures her. Suddenly, Runan snapped back to reality as Raon called her name, urging her to join him. Runan appeared downcast and hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. They both positioned themselves in front of a stunning, colossal mountain. Raon quietly pondered if the peak they glimpsed belonged to Rutan Mountain. The elevated vantage point would offer a clear view below, plus it'd be easier to escape or take cover if things turned dicey. It seemed like the perfect spot for bandits to lurk, but Raon suspected they wouldn't choose the obvious location, knowing they were being pursued. Since it's the perfect place, they won't be in the mountain. He reasoned they must have accounted for that and likely settled on the hill yonder. It appeared exposed from outside but might hide another area within. He reasoned that the bandits wouldn't opt for the obvious hiding spot, knowing they were being pursued. They must have anticipated that their pursuers would expect them to choose the mountain, so the visible hill seemed like their sole option from the outside, but there might be an interior area hidden from view. With that conclusion, Raon called to Runan saying, "Let's go." He suggested they investigate that hill while leaving the forest to the other teams. Runan simply responded with an "okay." As Runan moved ahead, Raon glanced at her with a somber expression. Wrath then appeared and remarked on Raon's evident concern for her, questioning why he wouldn't speak up. Raon admitted he wasn't sure what to tell her. Moreover, it was a family matter. He added that since he didn't even understand his emotions toward his mother Sylvia, he felt incapable of offering any advice on family matters. However, he's well aware of Syria's actions towards Runan. He silently acknowledges that he should find an opportunity to address the issue, although it might prove challenging to do so. While heading toward their destination, Raon notes internally that, as per his expectations, there exists a concealed forest within the hill, unseen from the outside. It's notably deep and appears to mask human tracks, making them difficult to locate. Yet such concealment tactics may work against inexperienced individuals, but they won't hinder Raon. He reflects that becoming the best assassin doesn't solely involve eliminating targets. It encompasses observation, analysis, and information gathering. While these strategies might fool an average pursuer, they're futile against Raon, because he was the best assassin in his previous life. Proceeding, Raon informs Runan that he suspects the Snow Tiger's hideout is nearby. He instructs her to follow silently, even regulating her breath. She complies, and they cautiously explore, seeking potential clues. Suddenly Raon spots traps on the ground, which he expected to be the only notable defenses aside from the entrance. Evidently the bandits assumed no one would venture this far, given the numerous traces left behind. Hiding behind a tree and observing the bandits, he remarks that they've underestimated their potential intruders. Among them, he notices a tied-up child, pondering if the boy is a hostage. Despite the robust bodies of the guards, Raon senses no aura from them, recognizing them as low-ranking warriors. Raon assessed the robust man near the hostage, presuming his proficiency with a sword, and speculated that the bulk of the bandits must be gathered inside, as they wouldn't likely leave their only hostage at a basic outpost. He gauged the potential numbers of bandits to be possibly dozens, contemplating whether to signal a retreat and regroup with the main force before attacking. However, seeing the dire condition of the hostage, at risk of freezing to death, he doubted the boy's survival until reinforcements arrived. Since they hadn't been detected yet, the optimal move was to rescue the hostage discreetly and deal with the bandits silently. As Raon prepared to act, he noticed Runan looking frightened and tense. He swiftly called her attention, reassuring her that they could save the boy together, soliciting her assistance. He instructed her to block the sound upon his signal, assuring her he'd handle the rest. "Can you do that?" he asked, to which she hesitantly replied she would try. One of the guards, feeling drowsy, mentioned his sleepiness to the man beside him, questioning how much longer they had to remain stationed there. Abruptly halting mid-sentence, their attention shifted as they spotted Runan approaching. Inquiring about her identity, they received no response. Instead, Runan unleashed her aura to block the sound waves. Astonished, one of the men suddenly realized their voices weren't carrying. Did she just block the sound with her aura? They wondered. The other man, surprised by the presence of an aura user in such a place, voiced his astonishment. Meanwhile, Raon seized the opportunity, and while sneaking by, decided to confront these two individuals first, before dealing with the burly man in the background. Swiftly and skillfully, he dispatched the pair. Suddenly, one of the men's heads flew past Runan, triggering a traumatic memory of her pet squirrel's death from her childhood. Witnessing this, her eyes widened, and the trauma overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse, clutching her head and screaming. Although Raon found no pleasure in this situation, he noted that the mana barrier was broken, wondering if her trauma resurfaced due to these events. Terrified with heavy breathing, Runan's distress escalated, leading Raon to realize that the bandits might discover them if this continued. As Runan faced imminent danger from the bandit's sword, Raon, with a look of fear on his face, took swift action. He managed to overpower the bandits, saving Runan just in the nick of time. Pointing his sword at the bandit's neck, Raon warned him to stay quiet or face immediate consequences. Raon laid out the rules: answer questions or lose a bone each time he refused. Glancing back, Raon noticed Runan still trembling, but acknowledged her quick thinking in putting up a mana barrier, which saved them. Raon began the interrogation, asking if the man was part of the Snow Tiger Claw, to which he reluctantly admitted. Further questioning revealed there were 39 of them in the forest, and one more hostage. Raon, realizing the significance, pressed on about the hostages, and the man confirmed one more was inside. A kid who had been a previous hostage disclosed that the captive was his younger sister, pleading with Raon to save her. Runan reassured the worried kid that they would save his sister, encouraging him not to worry. However, Raon, ever pragmatic, advised Runan against making promises. Undeterred, Runan affirmed, "But we're going to." Raon, recognizing the determination, reminded her that while they could handle the bandits, securing support was crucial for a safe hostage rescue. He figured out there were 36 bandits plus the leader of the Snow Tiger Claw, making it potentially risky. Runan then asked if she should blow the whistle, and Raon agreed, thinking it was a good idea. So Runan blew on the whistle with all her might. Raon, standing right next to her, couldn't hear any noise from the whistle, realizing Lima must have had a reason for giving them that particular whistle. Suddenly, in an angry tone, someone in the bandit crowd mentioned a silent whistle being used, urging everyone to get up because someone was onto them. Runan and Raon were shocked. Raon, in particular, was confused and taken aback that someone had sharp enough senses to detect the whistle, which even he couldn't hear. Hiding behind a tree, Runan and the kid, Raon, positioned himself with a sword at the bandit's neck as the rest of the bandits faced them. The leader, an elderly man with white hair and an X-scar on his cheek, casually remarked about a young kid like him causing scene by coming all the way here. With a nonchalant expression, he inquired about who he had called with the whistle. Raon, keeping the sword at the man's neck, brushed off the question, stating it's none of his business and proposing a hostage trade. "Trade hostages?" the man asks. Raon responds, telling him that if he hands over the child, he'll release the man too. Suddenly the old man bursts into laughter, stating he doesn't care whether the hostage Raon holds lives or dies. Continuing, the old man emphasizes that the hostage holds no value to him, unlike the child. Pointing his sword at the child's neck, he warns Raon that if he doesn't want to see the child's head roll, he should put down his sword immediately. The little girl looks sad and starts crying upon hearing the man's words. With a piercing stare, Raon acknowledges, saying, "I see." He instructs Runan to turn around and wait for his signal. After Runan complies, Raon swiftly slashes the throat of the man he held hostage, blood splattering everywhere. The bandits witnessing the scene scorn Raon. In a sudden motion, Raon throws his sword towards a bandit, catching him off guard as the sword pierces his chest. In a loud tone, Raon instructed Runan to create a frost fog using aura, and she swiftly followed his command. The frost fog enveloped the surroundings, leaving the bandits unable to see anything. Exploiting the confusion, Raon dashed past them, rescuing the unconscious little girl who had been the hostage. The bandits, realizing Raon had escaped with the child, cursed and vowed to find and kill him. Hiding somewhere safe, Raon observed the unconscious kids and mentioned to Runan that they might have passed out due to the cold. Unable to run away with them in that state and uncertain about the bandits' plans for the village, Raon decided they needed to eliminate the threat. Despite sustaining an injury to his hand, Raon insisted that Runan stay and protect the kids while he dealt with the bandits. With a concerned look, Runan informed Raon about his bleeding arm. Raon reassured her, insisting he's okay and expressing his intent to swiftly deal with the bandits before returning. As Raon prepared to depart, Runan grasped his sleeve, urging him not to go due to the danger of fighting while injured. She pointed out that the instructors would arrive soon, suggesting they wait for assistance. Raon met Runan's gaze, kneeling to her eye level, and empathetically acknowledged the frightening nature of the battlefield, understanding the shared experience between trainees like them and seasoned swordsmen. He inquired if she knew what was even more frightening, promptly responding, being paralyzed by fear and unable to take action. He states that the bandits have committed egregious and unforgivable acts. He's confident that among the deceased there are individuals who attempted to shield their village and others, who fought valiantly until the very end to safeguard their loved ones. Emphasizing their allegiance as Sieghart swordsmen, he asserts that they cannot overlook these deaths. Raon continued, emphasizing the importance of completing their mission to honor the sacrifices made and safeguard those who survived. Although uncertain about her brother's actions, he conveyed that the more frightened she becomes, the greater the influence of that man's shadow. He warned her that succumbing to fear would only deepen its hold, advising her to resist letting fear dictate her actions. With a final expression of words, he called her name, Runan Slyon, affirming that she alone has the power to protect herself and those she cherishes. From his pocket he took something and handed it to her, stating that the choices they make from this point forward are hers to decide. As he rose and headed towards the bandits' lair, he reassured her that she no longer needed to linger in the shadows. Runan remained silent, reflecting on his words and recalling his brother. Internally, she expressed a desire for change, wanting to break free from the constraints of the past. Determined to protect what mattered to her, she resolved to step out of the dark shadows and into the bright light. The scene revealed that Raon had given her a figurine of a squirrel, reminding her of her old pet squirrel Ruby, a gesture that meant a lot to her. Raon re-entered the bandits' lair, displaying ruthless efficiency by dispatching 3 of them with a single slash each. Amidst the chaos, the bandits, infuriated, cursed, urging each other to end the young threat. Despite their attempts, anyone who approached Raon met a swift demise. As Raon skillfully eliminated foes, the old man, baffled by their inability to stop a mere child, shouted in frustration. In a dramatic turn, someone leapt behind Raon, ready to strike. Alert and quick, Raon turned just in time to dodge the impending attack. The old man, now facing Raon, declared, "You're dead, you little brat," and lunged again. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene as the old man attacked, but to his astonishment, Raon had vanished from his original position. Bewildered, he muttered, What? Where did he just vanish to?" Unbeknownst to the old man, Raon had positioned himself behind, questioning the man's cowardly waiting tactics. Without hesitation, Raon effortlessly decapitated him, the old man's head soaring as blood scattered. The bandits, witnessing Raon's prowess, nervously dubbed him a monster, grappling with the mystery of how such strength could exist in someone so young, questioning if Raon was truly just a trainee. Raon instructed them to surrender after their leader's demise, but his attention quickly shifted as he skillfully intercepted an incoming attack. Suddenly a voice chimed in expressing disbelief, emanating from a brown-haired man. Curious, the brown boy questioned the logic of dying to a mere child, warning that it would only bring shame on themselves if they enter the North and South Alliance like this. Upon scrutinizing Raon, the brown boy acknowledged Raon's apparent affluence, suggesting he hailed from a well-off family, a more desirable hostage than their previous captive. Without hesitation, the man lunged at Raon, remarking that he had feared their offerings might fall short, expressing gratitude to the heavens for not abandoning him, Vukan. With a formidable strike, Vukan slashed at Raon, declaring his intention to take Raon, his friend, and the other children as hostages. Despite Raon successfully blocking the attack, he recognized the strength of the Snow Tiger Claw Chief. Initially considering him a novice with the sword, Raon revised his assessment, identifying him as a proficient sword user. Raon grappled with the chief, employing both hands to parry the chief's slashes. Meanwhile, a voice from the sidelines exclaimed the discovery of Runan and the hostages. Observing Runan in a tense struggle with an opponent, Raon, torn between the two conflicts, inwardly worried at the unpreparedness of Runan for battle, feeling the need to rush to her aid. Distracted, Raon barely blocked a slash from the chief, who, seizing the opportunity, questioned Raon's gaze diversion, expressing disbelief at his concern for his friend and the hostages. The chief, adopting a menacing tone, suggested reveling in the battle, and urged Raon to forsake thoughts of his friend for the moment. Outside the fray, a bandit, observing Runan, cursed at her utilization of peculiar skills, while noting her apparent lack of killing anyone before. Approaching Runan, he demanded the release of the hostages instead of engaging in fouling around. Surveying the children behind her, Runan resolved to protect them at all costs. Gripping her blade tightly, she acknowledged the necessity of killing the enemy in front of her, thankful that the bandit posed no significant challenge. She wants to kill the man, motivating herself and recalling not to forget Raon's words. As the man rushed at her, a vision of her brother holding her sword flashed before her. Trauma resurfaced, and she felt the need to push it away, haunted by the fear from that day. Wondering if she could protect something like Raon does, she realized her inability to wield a sword properly, scared as she had never protected anything before. Suddenly, someone called her name, and as she snapped back to reality, she realized it was Raon. His gentle tone reassured her, saying it's okay and that she can do it. His words felt like a comforting message to her younger self, urging her not to worry and come along. Runan's eyes welled up. Now prepared for the fight, she silently acknowledged that she had to thank Raon for instilling courage in her. Her sword now surrounded by her cold aura, she faced the bandit about to strike, ready to retaliate. With a swift motion she slashed the man, inwardly expressing gratitude to Raon for helping her move forward and for believing in her. The chief, observing the situation, criticized everyone for losing to these kids, branding them as useless. However, Raon caught his attention, insisting they were not just little kids. Charging his fire aura, he declared to the chief that Runan is a child who overcame her dark past on her own and possessed a kinder and stronger heart than anyone he knew. Flames growing, Raon portrayed her as a swordsman who had overcome trials. Employing his powers, he executed the 1,000 Flames technique, first flames, flower fall, swiftly slashing and defeating the chief. Moments later, Raon checked a chest for remaining traps before the instructors arrived. There he discovered a two-tone flower, a rare miracle herb. Pondering if the bandits massacred an entire village for this, he was interrupted by a voice asking if it was already over. Raon and Runan turned to see a red-haired man, noticing Raon holding the same two-toned flower that Vukan had. With a smile, the man inquires if they killed them all. The man is revealed to us as the North and South Alliance's eternal bandit chief. Raon, unfazed, asks what if they did. The man maintained his smile, remarking on Raon's boldness. He acknowledged Raon's ability to judge situations, attributing his confidence to skill. When Raon questions his affiliation with the North and South Alliance, the man confirms it, introducing himself as Richter. Upon hearing the name, Raon inwardly acknowledges Richter with a hint of nervousness. Inwardly, Raon recalled hearing Richter's name before. A genius swordsman who joined the North and South Alliance with only a sword, rising to chief of a large mountain bandit group in a decade. Raon acknowledged that the Snow Tiger Claw bandits couldn't compare. Richter was a true martial artist with genuine skills. Richter discerned that these kids hailed from a renowned family, a direct lineage of the Siegharts. Observing the absence of engravings on Raon's and Runan's swords, he concluded that they must be trainees. What should I do?" he uttered, then with a nonchalant tone and expression he casually proposes, "Should I kill you?" Richter unleashes his formidable aura. signaling his hostile intentions. Raon, having once lived the life of an assassin, remains unfazed, drawing his sword in response. Richter, impressed by Raon's composure, questions how he can withstand such a potent aura. Now he understands that Raon is not just a normal kid. In his mind, Raon was contemplating all the things he can do to kill this guy. He knows he can kill this man if he approaches from behind, but he can't defeat him as he is right now in a head-on fight. But for some reason Raon doesn't want to back down, so he tells him to take his sword and come at him with all his might. Richter is shocked to hear this, because he knows that Raon already understands the situation, knows that he is going to be defeated. But Raon, with a confident voice, says that it's common sense for the weak to die to the strong. This leaves Richter dumbfounded, because he feels that it's something a kid should not say. After hearing this, he actually loses his interest to fight with Raon, because now he knows what kind of person Raon is, and he thinks that it will be a shame to kill someone like him. But Raon doesn't back down even now. He says, "A martial artist doesn't choose where he dies." All this stuff coming out of Raon's mouth is making Richter more confused and flustered. He sarcastically asks Raon if he's sure he is a kid. Does he have a collection of famous quotes or something? He was standing right in front of him and says that there is another reason why he doesn't want to kill him right now. He says, "The vicious wind has been watching us for a while." Raon doesn't understand what he is saying, but Richter jumps and gets away from Raon and tells him that it would have been fun if he were a part of the North and South Alliance. He stands on a snowy peak and asks Raon about his name. He looks curious to know more about Raon. Raon tells him that he is House Sieghart. After hearing Raon's name, he tells him that he hopes that one day he will hear about him from across Mount Terukan and Rabel River, and then he vanishes away from here. After this, Raon checks on Runan and tells her that they should leave from here too. Runan is thinking about something now about her fight. She asks him if she was good. Raon is confused and dumbfounded by this question, but he simply smiles and tells her that she was the best. This makes Runan happy, and this was the end of Raon's short but also long first mission. After a while, Raon returned and met the other trainees. He had returned with the head of the Snow Tiger Claw Bandits chief. Because of this, Martha and Buren were upset that they lost to him once again. Other students were a little bit upset too, so Lima comforted the other students for not performing as well. He also gave them some advice, which actually turned into a storytelling of how great his own first mission went for him. So we can say that the headmaster was pleased with how he did on his own first mission. Even Roth started to brag about his first battle, and he started to tell Raon about his first battle in which he froze an entire castle. Listening to the two very talkative people reminiscing almost made Raon feel his ears were bleeding. The rescued children had lost their parents, so the Slyon family decided to take them in. Slyon family is the family of Runan, and even the children liked the decision, since they started to like Runin after a few days. Upon returning from the missions, Runin and Raon were summoned by the Patriarch, where they were awarded with a bronze medal for their accomplishments. At first, Raon was surprised to be praised by the Patriarch, and we get to know the Patriarch gave Raon the two-tone flower by calling it Raon's own loot, despite the flower being a very rare miracle medicine. The Patriarch decided to give it to Raon. Raon is visibly confused about this, but he still takes it since getting the two-tone flower is quite a big deal. At night, when Raon came back to his home, his eyes were stunned to see someone in front of him. He was confused and flustered to see Dorian here. He asked Dorian why he was here, to which Dorian replied that Madame Sylvia had asked him to stop by. He further tells that Madame Sylvia asked him about what happened once the mission was completed. Raon was stunned to hear this. Beads of sweat fell from his face as he was in terrible shock. With a pinch of fear in his voice, he asked Dorian if he had told her everything. Dorian's eyes teared up when he informed Raon that he told Madame Sylvia about the touching story. Raon was dumbfounded by this and inwardly wondered, what has this idiot done? Suddenly he heard Sylvia's voice, who was accompanied by Maid Helen. Both of their faces looked like they couldn't process what they had just heard. Raon thought that Sylvia would be really mad if she knew that he stepped up to kill the bandits. He tried to explain the situation, but suddenly Sylvia ran up to him and hugged him. She smiled and told Raon that he did a great job. Raon was confused by this series of events. Sylvia asked her why she thought she would be mad. Raon replied that Sylvia always tells him to be careful. Raon was about to say some more things, but Sylvia cut him off and said that the reason the first patriarch wielded his sword was to protect the weak. She told him that he always has reached out his hand to those in need since then. The Sieghart continued to carry out his will to protect the weak. She tells Raon that her dream was to become a swordsman like the first patriarch. So how could she scold Raon for saving the hostages? She put both of her hands on Raon's shoulders and told him that she was proud of him. Maid Helen was also proud to hear the story, and she told the other maids that tomorrow she would go to the main residence and she would brag about Raon's successful first mission. Sylvia was very emotional, but on the other hand, Raon was not able to understand her. He felt that emotions were too complicated for him. He turned his face behind to look at what that bastard Dorian had done, but he was long gone from here. Raon felt that the situation was not that bad either. On the other hand, we see Runan cherishing the wooden squirrel which was given to her as a present by Raon. She was lying on her bed and thinking about the moments spent with Raon. She remembers on their first mission, where Raon motivated her to move forward and forget about her dark past. In her mind, she thinks that next time when she will meet him, she will thank him for all that he did for her. Now we find ourselves in the forest, where Lima was also thinking about Raon. We get to know what Rictor was telling Raon about the vicious wind. Actually, Lima was hiding behind the tree and watching the interaction between Rictor and Raon. With a grin, Lima says that it's been so long since he has seen in someone what he saw in the patriarch. To him, it seems like the seed for a new king has begun to sprout. Now we behold the grand presidential building of the Robert family. Inside, a man sat at his office table engrossed in writing. By the way, do you recall this white-haired gentleman? If not, allow me to remind you. He is Sir Derus Robert, the primary antagonist of our tale, the one who ended Raon's life back in the first chapter. He was writing something in his book, and noticed blood on the page. When he checked, he noticed the wound was still not closed. He remembers the day when he killed Raon, but before dying, Raon charged up towards him and attacked him. He remembered that it had been 17 years already since the day Raon had given him this wound. He continued to try out different high-quality miracle medicine since that day, but it didn't work. He also hired skilled physicians and renowned priests. However, no one has been able to erase this wound from his hand. He sees the wound on his hand, which neither heals nor gets worse. He feels that the wound looks exactly similar, just like it did the day he got it. He feels the wound is communicating to him, and it wants him to remember that day. He sarcastically says, "So some dead spirit is asking me to remember him," and feels that Raon is standing in front of him, and he laughs at him. He says that the past doesn't matter, because he is not a person who will look back on his own past. Now we get to know that there is only little time left until Robert's lifelong wish will come true. I feel he is planning something cruel, but we don't know what that is. Now we see Raon, who has achieved many rewards on his status window. We can see the bitter cold curse has been weakened. He got the 3-star Thousand Flames technique, and he has also achieved 3-star bitter cold aura. He got 3-star legendary senses, 3-star flame attribute resistance, and now he has achieved entry to sword expert. His aura manipulation speed has also increased. All of his stats have greatly increased. His sword proficiency has increased. His footwork technique proficiency has also increased. His PP has also increased. He is happy to see all these appraisals in his skills. He finally reached the expert realm, and he is satisfied with his performance. Although it is still entry level, but we all know that Raon has worked really hard to reach this point. Roth tries to insult Raon by saying that it is ridiculous because even a swordsmaster is just near an insect in front of him. So why is Raon being proud of himself for becoming an expert level? Raon tells him that it is rare for a 15-year-old to become an expert level. Even if someone looks all over the continent, they won't be able to find anyone of Raon's age who has already achieved expert level. Roth annoyingly tells him that only idiots consider age on the battlefield. Age doesn't matter. Weak is still weak. But surprisingly, Raon doesn't argue back. He accepts what Roth is saying. He says that even he knows that no one goes easy on the opponent just because the opponent is young when they are on the battlefield. Roth is still annoyed and further tells Raon that he is very weak compared to him. Even if Raon tries, he can't even touch his fingernail. But Raon smiles and tells him that he also agrees with him. Then Roth questions, "If you know that you are still so weak, then why are you able to smile like this?" To this, Raon replies, "Because I'm happy. In my past life I was nowhere near this level." He continues, "Even you admitted that I have grown somewhat." Hearing this, Roth becomes speechless, and he doesn't know what he should reply to Raon. He starts to throw a tantrum like a little child and says, "Why would I praise a human? I will never do that." Raon roasts him and says, "Don't get so mad over such small things." Raon says that he heard Roth's voice shake a little, so it confirms to him that he has become stronger. They both have been together long enough to know what Roth is thinking, but Roth doesn't accept this. He tells Raon, "A human like you who can see through my behavior should deserve more than death." Now he tries to freeze Raon with his power, but that doesn't affect Raon at all. He smiles and tells him that this kind of rage is nothing for him now. He claims that if Roth doesn't get his power again, then he's going to be eaten by him instead. Now we see Roth's typical useless trash talk, and he starts to reminisce again by saying, listening to Raon's nonsense reminds him of the old days. He starts to tell his story that back in his days in the demon realm, there were demons who came to challenge him. But before he can continue his story, Raon starts to walk away from here. These two have an interesting relationship. Let's see how their relation will grow in the future. The next day in the training hall, Lima tells everyone that the training for today is over and they can go now. But Björn stops Lima and reminds him that he himself has come 20 minutes late. So shouldn't all the students go 20 minutes past the usual time? But the lazy Lima tries to sneak his way out, saying that they can make up for it tomorrow, and that was enough for today. Inwardly, Björn calls him an irresponsible elf. Now Raon gathers all the students around him and tells them to finish up the training. The one in charge for today should start the clean-up, he says. We see Dorian go to a locker to pick up cleaning stuff, but as soon as he closes the locker, he notices that Martha was giving him cold stares. He gets really afraid and screams, trying to run away from her, but she catches him. Annoyed, she tells him to quickly finish cleaning up everything together, because she's already busy enough with her training. She's cold and shouts at other students, asking them, what are they all loitering around for? Since she have to clean, she tells them to quickly get out from here. This makes Raon realize that she is only calm towards him, and even the headmaster was standing behind him, confirming that she is unchanged. She only switches up around Raon. Raon turns behind and is confused to see Headmaster Lima here, because he had run away from here just now. The headmaster goes in front and tells everyone that he's come back for something he forgot. The students standing there are a little bit afraid and scared to know what he is about to say. They all question what did he forget. The headmaster gathers all around here and announces them to listen carefully. He claims that there is something else he has to announce, and it is really very important. Students are curious and confused to know what it is this time, and the headmaster tells them that there is a second mission for all of them. Hearing this, all the students get confused and stand still in one place. They don't know how should they react to this. The headmaster laughs and says how could he forget to tell them this important thing. All the students are dumbfounded that how could Headmaster Lima could be so irresponsible that he forgot such an important thing. We get to know that it's already been half a year since the first mission has been completed. Raon thinks it took longer than expected for the second mission to come. He feels that there are fewer duties for the Siegharts to handle compared to his past life. Headmaster now further explains them about the second mission. Apparently there has been orc invasions in the southern part of the Sieghart territory, and their mission is to eliminate the orcs who are threatening the villagers, and they should protect the people of the village. In simple words, we can say that their mission is the protection of the village and monster raid. Everyone gets excited to hear this news because it is an actual orc raid. They always waited for such a kind of mission to arrive. Now they all can show their sword skills and finally test out their swordsmanship skills. Lima calls them newbies and grabs the attention by saying that why are they so excited about this mission? They all get confused by the headmaster's words, but now the headmaster further explains that the instructors will not be accompanying them on this mission. They are the only ones going to the village, and they need to work together to accomplish the mission. Now, this was surprising for all of them. But suddenly Buren raises his hand and asks Lima that what if they come across a dangerous situation that they cannot handle? What should they do in that situation? To this, Lima replies, "It's up to you to handle. If it's a mission you cannot accomplish, then you should know when to give up." That's why the leader's ability to accurately judge a situation is important. He claims that a leader needs to be able to judge what the best response to the given situation should be. Now Dorian raises his hand and asks Lima, "Isn't it bad if we run away from a mission?" Lima tells him that normally it is considered bad, but it depends on the situation too. If you all come across one of the 5 demons and manage to escape, then in that situation that would be praiseworthy. Hearing this answer from Lima makes Dorian happy, because now he knows that running away won't get him into trouble. And seeing his reaction, Buren is confused and speechless. Now, Lima drops the actual bomb by saying that they all have to leave the day after tomorrow. They all are stunned and speechless to hear this, because they have to leave in 2 days, and this is not an easy mission. The kids were surprised, wondering why they had so little time allocated to them. It felt like they were being rushed too much. One person mentioned that the approaching nightfall made them feel even more rushed, squeezing their time down to just 1 day. Lima jumped in, explaining the complex preparations needed for an upcoming monster attack, differentiating it from regular guard duties or dungeon explorations. With a friendly smile, he stressed the potential consequences for the village if they didn't prepare well in advance, advising them to be careful. On the other hand, Buren suggested they could have prepared better if they had been warned earlier. Suddenly, Raon spoke up, ending the growing argument with a firm statement. All eyes turned to him as he reinforced Lima's consistent advice about the unpredictable nature of their missions, urging them to focus on readiness rather than panic. He pointed out that the more they worried about their situation, the less time they would have to prepare. Encouraged by Raon's words, one student admitted he was right, while another agreed that waiting for the perfect moment might not guarantee success. So they decided to take action together. Lima then explained how tough orcs were, highlighting their aggression and superior strength, emphasizing the difference between past skirmishes and the upcoming battle, due to the large size and numbers of the orc enemies. Realizing a direct fight wasn't practical, he suggested a strategy of evasion rather than defense. Advising them to travel light, he set the meeting time for dawn in 2 days, wrapping up the briefing by assuring them they had all the necessary information for now. Later that day, Raon was back at his house and was about to enter his room, but he suddenly noticed a bag next to his door. He felt that the backpack had a lightweight spell on it. He knew that this was sent by Lima, and with the spell on it, Lima was making it obvious that he wouldn't help them with this mission. Raon figured that Lima was trying to say that it's all up to them. But that was okay by Raon. Suddenly Roth called him an arrogant bastard. Asking if he thought that everything would go as he imagined, he continued by saying that anything unexpected could happen at any point. Raon agreed, mentioning how it's just like how Roth had given him all of his stat points. Those words made Roth want to shut Raon's mouth for good, but Raon assured him that wouldn't happen. Suddenly both of their attention turned to the door. As Raon opened it, He wondered who could be visiting him at this hour. He was shocked to see his mum standing there looking mad. With a serious tone, she told him that he should at least let her know if he gets a mission. Nervously, Raon asked her how she knew, wondering if Dorian had told her again. However, she replied that Lima was the one who told her. Inwardly, Raon cursed, thinking, "That darn elf!" He then apologized to her. She stood in silence and looked at him, then held his hand. She told him that being a head student meant a lot more than just being the representative. He needed to lead the other trainees into a better path. So, he shouldn't carry out missions alone. He needed to put his fellow trainees in the right positions to minimize damage and lead everyone to success in the mission. His friends' lives depended on the choices he made. Inwardly, Raon anticipated a lecture, but instead she offered advice. Placing her hand on his chest, she explained that monster raids might appear simple, but they're actually quite challenging. She urged him to ensure the safety of the villagers by eliminating every single threat. Emphasizing that during missions he transitions from a trainee to a Sieghart swordsman, she hoped he would embody the old ideals of their family. Raon admitted he had expected her to yell at him, prompting her to express that she is mad, worried, and frustrated too. However, she quickly hugged him, acknowledging it wasn't the time for scolding. She warned him to brace himself for a proper scolding once he get back, but expressed relief that he had gotten brighter after beginning his training. But she could never stop worrying about him. Those words resonated deeply with Raon, reminding him of a past where no one had shown concern for his well-being. Being embraced by someone who genuinely cared felt comforting. The following day, the students stood respectfully as Lima concluded his speech. Stressing the unpredictability of their journey, he urged them to exercise utmost caution and advised retreat if needed. Responding with a unified, "Yes, sir," the students acknowledged his directive. With a nod, Lima bid them to depart, noting that while the journey typically took a month, the road they had built would shorten it to 2 weeks. He wished them luck, and then the students thanked him. Raon then took charge and instructed everyone to line up in formation with 4 rows, moving according to the buddy system they established earlier that morning. Lima watched them with pride and silently acknowledged that he was confident they would succeed because Raon excelled not only in combat and aura, but also in his strategic thinking. Lima was certain Raon would breeze through this mission and return triumphantly, especially considering Raon was only 15. Lima always had high expectations of him whenever he saw him. Meanwhile, Raon reminded everyone to stay mindful of their positions in case of battle, assigning Dorian and Cetane to double-check all the gear and the health of the team members. Suddenly, an instructor approached Lima and inquired if they should follow the students now, noting that at this distance they wouldn't notice if they departed. However, Lima replied, "Not yet," explaining that one of them had particularly sharp senses, referring to Raon. Then Lima let out a yawn and mentioned he was going to catch a quick nap before departing. The other instructors questioned if it was wise to delay, suggesting they leave immediately. But Lima assured them they should worry about the orcs instead of the students. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit place adorned with skulls, a cloaked figure inquires if the gathered individuals are confident in the information they've provided. One hooded figure kneeling before him confirms, stating they've received certified information that it's that village. The leader nods, asserting that they should proceed, authorizing the elimination of anyone who gets in their way.
In the heart of the untouched wilderness, where the whispers of the trees tell tales of old, a new season begins. The village, nestled at the edge of the forest, holds secrets yet to be uncovered. Then the scene shifts to Raon, who is bewildered to see someone. Then it's shown the person Raon was staring. It was Sieghart's direct lineage 6th Training Hall's top trainee Cain Sieghart. Both groups were surprised to see each other in the same place. Raon spoke up, his voice tinged with surprise. "Why is the team from the 6th training ground here?" Cain, the leader of the opposing team, echoed Raon's question. "I have the same question. Why are you guys here from the 5th training ground in this area? Raon's gaze locked onto Cain, and a name echoed in his mind. Despite being from the 6th training ground, Cain seemed to be in surprisingly good shape. Raon thought to himself, he's in much better condition than I remember. He also seemed to be a pretty advanced sword user now. Cain replied to Raon, we're heading out on our orc raid mission. But what about you, Raon Sieghart? What brings you to this place? Raon replied, we're also on our orc raid mission. Cain's eyes widened in surprise. You're saying that Training Hall 5 also received the orc raid mission? He paused, his brow furrowed in concern. Our training head didn't mention that we'd be working alongside another team. Raon's expression turned skeptical. What? The scene shifted to the night before departure, at a nearby bar. Limer, a seasoned instructor, raised his mug in a toast. To your students, Raon. They've gained great honor for their accomplishments in their last mission. And I heard they even defeated a group of bandits, despite their young age. That's truly impressive, and a testament to your leadership. Limer leaned in, a thoughtful expression on his face. I must say, considering their outstanding performance in the previous mission, I'm inclined to wonder, should I send them on the orc raid mission? Limer chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. I bet they'd get it over with in a hurry. Limer added with a smile, and I'm sure the head of the family will praise me again for the success of this mission. But before Limer could continue, his interlocutor immediately cut in, actually, that's not possible. The 6th training hall has already been assigned to take on the orc raid mission. Instructor commander of the 6th training ground spoke up, consuming the monsters isn't a bad thing. What's important is proper teamwork to accomplish the mission, rather than relying solely on individual strength. Your students are undoubtedly strong, but they seem to rely too heavily on their own abilities. In contrast, the students from the 6th training ground are better suited for this mission, as they have been trained to prioritize teamwork. Manhwa, the instructor of the 6th training hall, spoke with confidence. In the past week, every single student in the 6th training hall successfully completed the notorious Hell Week training without a single failure. Therefore, we will be taking on the orc raid mission. Limer let out a sigh, a hint of amusement in his voice. Are you anxious or something because my students have been getting attention recently? Why don't we just send both teams on the mission? Methan's eyes widened in surprise. You want to send 2 training halls out on the same mission? Limer smiled, a hint of mischief in his voice. Anyway, we have to get rid of those orcs sooner or later. So, we'll send the 2 training halls together. If 2 groups are competing with each other, they'll get it done much faster and better, don't you think? Both Limer and Manhwa were excited to see how this would play out. Manhwa nodded, a serious expression returning to his face. I'll go ask for permission from the Patriarch. This is an unconventional approach, after all. The scene shifted back to Raon's group, where Ben was addressing Cain's team. There must have been complications in the communication. You guys can head back. Ben's expression exuded confidence as he turned to Cain's group. We can take this mission on our own. Cain's face darkened with frustration, his tone taking on a sharp edge. I won't let your words slide, Ben Sieghart. Has your time in the 5th training hall made you arrogant? Cain's anger boiled over, his words cutting deep. The 6th training hall excels in missions that require teamwork, far surpassing the 5th training hall in this regard. I'm certain this mission will be overwhelming for you, given your lack of experience with teamwork. Ben chuckled, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Cain Sieghart, I'm well aware of your impressive skills, but you'd do well not to underestimate the 5th training hall. Raon's thoughts turned inward, a hint of puzzlement crossing his mind. I'm sure Limer knew that both training halls would be here. But why didn't he tell us in advance? Raon closed his eyes, his thoughts clarifying. Limer believes that experience is crucial. If I consider that, then this mission is very close to the real thing. But teamwork and tactics are crucial in monster raids, and those are exactly the areas where we're lacking. A more sinister thought crossed Raon's mind. What if Limer intentionally pitted us against the 6th training hall, wanting us to learn through competition and discover our own weaknesses? Raon's eyes narrowed, a hint of annoyance crossing his face. That sly, snake-like elf, he muttered under his breath, cursing Limer's cunning nature. Raon's expression softened, his thoughts taking a more reflective turn. Well, I suppose it's a valuable learning opportunity for the others too. And then there's what Mother told me before I left. Raon's gaze drifted inward, his mother's words echoing in his mind. I want you to show me that you're a swordsman who protects others. The memory had lingered with him ever since, a constant reminder of the promise he'd made to her. Raon intervened, his voice calm and measured. Hey, calm down, both of you. Are you just going to waste time arguing? Raon's expression turned thoughtful, and then a hint of a smile played on his lips. You know what? Why don't we just settle this with a bet instead? He suggested, his tone light. Otherwise, we'll just keep arguing in circles and never reach a conclusion. Ben's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to Raon, his voice laced with skepticism. What? What do you mean, a bet? We have no idea what kind of situation we'll be facing, so why waste our energy on something like that? Raon's expression remained calm as he replied to Ben's concerns. Neither of you wants to give up on this mission. For this mission, I'm certain we'll be facing a large number of orcs. Given its classification as a raid, I'm also expecting to encounter a high orc too. Raon raised his hand, holding up a single finger to signal to the group. All right, we have a bet to decide who will be the commander of this mission. Raon spoke up, outlining his strategy. We'll take down the leader of the orcs first, creating chaos in their ranks. Then, we'll carry out the rest of the mission. Isn't that reasonable? The two groups fell silent, taken aback by Raon's words. He continued, his tone measured. If the commanding team is struggling, it'll just be an opportunity for the other team to take advantage of the situation. Does that sound good to you? Raon asked. Kane nodded in agreement. All right, sounds good. Raon's expression reflected his relief. Okay, then. Raon gave a decisive nod. Let's get started. We'll head to the mountain. As soon as Raon finished speaking, the two groups burst into a sprint, their competitive spirits ignited. Martha's thoughts raced as she ran, her mind focused on the challenge ahead. The conditions are simple, she thought to herself. Either take down the entire enemy team or capture their flag, that's all it takes to win, Martha thought, a hint of a strategic mind at play. It's actually simpler than having everyone fight each other. Raon turned to Martha, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then shall we plan our approach, he asked. Martha's eyes sparkled with confidence as she replied, a hint of disdain in her voice. Why bother? They're all just a bunch of losers. Martha called out to Raon's group as she sprinted ahead, her voice laced with competitive spirit. I'll go wipe them all out. You just sit here and wait. I've got this. Martha's voice dripped with disdain. There's no need to use tactics against those losers. As Martha clashed with the enemy, her anger erupted in a fierce roar. Unleashing her legendary sense skill, she tapped into her heightened awareness. Because of my sharpened senses, I don't need to see, she declared, her voice echoing through the battlefield as she struck down her foes with deadly precision. Ben's eyes narrowed in concentration as he thought to himself, carefully picturing the situation on the battlefield. Raon watched as the battle commenced, a thoughtful expression on his face. Just then, Lunan approached him, concern etched on their faces. Is it really okay to have them fight without a plan? They asked. Raon shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice. They're all so confident. It's not like they'd listen to me anyway. Lunan turned to Raon, a hint of concern in his voice. Is it possible to win against them? Raon's expression was grim. No, I'm sure we'll lose. Martha's frustration boiled over, and she couldn't help but think of herself as pathetic. The feeling only intensified her anger. Ben, too, seethed with frustration, his emotions simmering just below the surface. Martha's thoughts swirled with growing frustration. Why can't I get through them? She seethed inwardly. They're all weaklings, but their defense is infuriatingly strong. Martha's thoughts were sharply interrupted by a young man from the opposing team. You guys aren't the center of the universe, he exclaimed, his eyes blazing with determination. Don't look down on us. Martha's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, she was left speechless. The sounds of clashing steel and pounding footsteps echoed through the forest, a cacophony of chaos as the battle raged on. As the dust settled, Ben and Martha stood amidst the aftermath of their battle, their faces etched with shame and disappointment. Their eyes cast downward, they couldn't help but feel humbled by their defeat. Raon asked with a smile, so, was it as easy as you imagined? It looks like you guys were the ones to fall back, though. Raon's expression turned stern, his voice taking on a serious tone. You guys are mistaken, he said, his eyes scanning the group. The world doesn't stay still while you're improving. Did you look down on them because they were ignored by the Orwan Kingdom? He paused, his gaze piercing. I'm sure we'll win since we did better than them recently. Isn't that what you guys thought? Raon's voice cut through the air, his words sharp with criticism. This is what happens when you just fight without any tactics, without working together, without knowing your enemy. The group's eyes dropped, their faces somber. You were drunk on your own arrogance, Raon continued, his tone unyielding. You ended up wasting your energy, aura, and even exposed our techniques to them. The group's silence was palpable, heavy with the weight of their mistakes. Kane's group was abuzz with excitement, their voices filled with admiration as they congratulated each other. Those swordsmen train every day too, one of them said, nodding in respect. Just because we might be doing better doesn't mean we should look down on them. Kane watched his team with a warm smile, his eyes shining with pride. He stood silently, his presence a testament to his leadership, as his team basked in the glow of their hard-won victory. The scene shifted to Raon and Lunan standing off to the side, their voices hushed in conversation. Lunan's brow furrowed in concern as she asked, "Then we lost?" Raon turned to the group, his eyes locked on Lunan as he replied, "No, we still have a chance." Ben's eyes widened in surprise, his voice stuttering, "Are really?" Martha's face was set in determination, her voice shaking with emotion. "I'll do anything," she vowed, "if we can win against those bastards." Raon's gaze swept across the group, a hint of approval in his voice. "Well, at least you're still willing to try," he said. "All right, then." Raon declared to his team with unwavering confidence, "I'll tell you how we can win." The scene shifted to the 6th Training Hall's team, who were ecstatically chatting about their victory. The 5th Training Hall was a cakewalk. One of them exclaimed. Another team member chuckled in agreement. It was so refreshing to watch them struggle. However, a more cautious team member interjected, "Don't let your guard down. We can't underestimate them." After all, the 5th Training Hall had already proven themselves to be formidable opponents, having successfully taken down the Snow Tiger Claw Bandits, an affiliate organization of the North and South Alliance. He muttered to his team members, "I'm sure they won't give up." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air, and the atmosphere shifted. Everyone's eyes snapped towards the direction of the sound, their faces alert and attentive. The group's eyes widened in surprise and shock as Martha appeared before them. Instantly, they grasped their swords, ready for battle. One of them sneered, as expected, "We'll put an end to this." Martha's expression, however, was one of amusement. She chuckled, her eyes glinting with mockery, and said, "What an idiot." Martha's amusement slowly gave way to a stern warning. "You're going to regret it if you ever talk badly about us again." As soon as Martha finished speaking, she charged forward with incredible speed. The 6th Training Hall's team sprang into action, their eyes locked onto Martha. "Attack, 4th formation!" One of them shouted. As Martha closed in, the trainees of the 6th Training Hall gripped their swords tightly, steadying themselves for the impact. Their leader called out, "Concentrate your aura towards the front." As Martha closed in, she swiftly shifted her foot to the side and launched a sideways attack with her sword, catching her opponents off guard. The 6th Training Hall's trainees were caught off guard, their minds racing in surprise. "What the?" they thought, stunned. "They're attacking from the side, not head-on." The battle raged on, with the clash of swords and the sounds of intense combat echoing through the forest, refusing to subside. Ben readied himself for battle as he assumed a peculiar posture. The enemy's eyes widened in recognition, and one of them called out, "It's the preparation posture from earlier. Counter it now!" One of the group members shouted, "Just like we prepared." Ben burst into a sprint, swiftly passing the counter group. The enemies, caught off guard, stood frozen in stunned silence. As Ben sprinted past them, he taunted, "You've been fooled." With momentum on his side, Ben launched a swift and persuasive attack on the next group. As Ben's attack landed, the enemy's screams echoed through the forest. The enemy warriors were stunned, thinking to themselves, how did he change his movement so quickly? As Ben stood proudly, the team from the 6th Training Hall looked on in stunned silence. They thought to themselves, has the 5th Training Hall changed their fighting style entirely? What in the world just happened? One of the 6th Training Hall team members thought. What could have caused the 5th Training Hall to change their fighting style so drastically? As Martha clashed with her enemies, they panicked, desperately trying to counter her swift and precise attacks. Martha beamed with joy, thinking to herself, Raon was absolutely right. The scene then cut back to before the battle, where Raon stood addressing the team. "Why do you think we lost to them last time, when we're stronger than them individually?" he asked, his eyes scanning the room for answers. Suddenly, Ben spoke up, "It's because they have better information and tactics." Raon replied, "Exactly." Raon continued, "The 6th Training Hall already knew our personalities and skills. They planned their tactics around that, exploiting our weaknesses and catching us off guard. However, we didn't prepare anything, overconfident in our own abilities. In the end, we suffered a humiliating defeat in a battle that was well within our grasp." The green-haired boy asked Raon nervously, Then are we gonna lose now?" Martha's expression turned even more frustrated upon hearing his question. Martha's anger boiled over, and she grabbed the green-haired boy's collar, her face red with rage. "Shut up, don't jinx it," she yelled. The green-haired boy's eyes widened in fear as he begged for mercy. I'm sorry." Raon spoke up, his voice calm and measured. "Well, even if we can't consider it a full loss, we did lose a significant amount of stamina and aura. It's true, we are now at a disadvantage. But they're not the only ones with information and tactics," Raon continued. Ben listened attentively, while Martha still held the green-haired boy's collar, his eyes brimming with tears as he pleaded with her to let him go. Ben's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked Raon, "Do you have a plan, then?" Raon replied, "House Sieghart, the top trainee of the 6th Training Hall, possesses an exceptionally sharp sense of sight and intuition." Raon continued, "Thanks to that, he was able to anticipate your approach from a distance and strategically deploy trainees who could counter your strengths." Martha's eyes widened in surprise, and she muttered, "Damn it, House Sieghart." Raon analyzed their opponent's strategy, explaining, "Martha, your strengths lie in your power and endurance, but your attacks are relatively simple. Kane sent swordsmen who could withstand your blows, aiming to drain your aura." He turned to Ben, "And you, Ben, are incredibly fast, but your skills are somewhat predictable." Kane countered by sending swordsmen who are more agile and quick-witted, able to adapt to your movements. Raon shared his idea with the group. "So, how can we turn this around and win?" "The simplest approach would be to change our strategy and send in different team members." Raon continued, "But I don't assume that's what you guys want." Martha spoke up firmly, "Yeah, I don't want that. I have to win." Ben chimed in, his voice filled with determination, "Sorry, but I feel the same way." Raon declared, "Then you both need to fight differently." Martha and Ben exchanged surprised glances. Martha's curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Differently? How do you mean?" Raon outlined his strategy, starting with Martha. "The guys you fought are definitely sturdy, but since they're not adept at moving around with their aura, there must be more openings. Look for one and strike there. Target their weak points and take them down efficiently." Raon turned to Ben, "You tend to struggle against opponents who rely heavily on their instincts to fight. However, those types of fighters often have a weakness. They can be vulnerable to deceitful tactics. For now, you need to abandon your usual fighting style and try to deceive them instead." Martha and Ben spoke in unison, their voices laced with curiosity. Martha asked, "That sounds good, but haven't you been here all this time?" Ben chimed in, his tone slightly accusatory, "You make it sound like you've just been watching us fight." Raon's expression turned confident as he replied, "It's true that Kane has sharp senses, sharper than most trainees. In fact," he paused for a moment before adding, "but mine are better." The scene shifted to the heat of battle, where Runan fiercely exchanged blows with her opponent. Meanwhile, Raon scrutinized the situation with his razor-sharp senses. A thought crossed his mind: everyone's performing well. Runan's also gaining the upper hand. It doesn't look like she's going to lose. The scene shifted again, and Raon was seen sitting calmly on a rock, his eyes fixed on an unwelcome visitor who had arrived without permission. Raon's voice was firm as he spoke. "Now, then." Raon's gaze intensified as he spoke to the person standing behind him. "Shall we begin?" The figure stepped forward, revealing a familiar face. It was House Sieghart. As Raon sat on the rock, lost in thought, he mused to himself. Given the drastic turn of events, Kane's options were limited. He had no choice but to come searching for the flag. Kane's expression turned serious as he spoke up. "I was wondering why we were suddenly losing." "So, you ordered them to change their tactics, huh?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "The rumors that you're not recognized by the other trainees were false, then." Raon's eyes widened in surprise, his face a picture of bewilderment as he stood there, frozen. The wind whispered through the air as Raon and Kane stood frozen, their eyes locked in a piercing stare. Then, Kane's voice cut through the silence, his tone low and deadly serious. "But this fight ends here." Kane's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as he called out to Raon, his voice firm and commanding. "Raon, I've heard that your aura is a fire type." Kane's eyes flashed with intensity as he unleashed his aura, its full power bursting forth in a majestic display. Raon's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Kane's aura. His mind reeled in shock, and he thought to himself, "Is Kane's aura also a fire type?" As Raon gazed at Kane, Kane's expression turned confident, and he declared, "Unfortunately for you, I possess the highest tier of fire-type aura. Moreover, my aura reserves surpass those of most official swordsmen. Theoretically, you don't stand a chance against me." Raon's voice took on a grim tone, his words laced with a hint of annoyance. "Why does everyone in this household talk so much before a fight?" Raon's eyes blazed with intensity as he unleashed his aura, its full fury bursting forth in a spectacular display of flame-like energy. Raon and Kane stood facing each other, their auras blazing with fierce intensity. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as their auras clashed, swirling together in a mesmerizing dance of fire and flame. Raon's voice cut through the tension, his words a challenge to Kane. "Let's begin." Raon's eyes flashed with determination as he declared, "I'll show you that my fire can overpower yours." His voice was like a spark, igniting the air with an intense, fiery passion. As Raon darted forward in a flash of speed, Kane's eyes widened in surprise. His mind racing, he thought to himself, "He's fast, and those flames, they're enormous." Kane's thoughts continued to whirl as he processed Raon's sudden display of speed and power. "I'd heard rumors that he defeated not only Martha, but also Orwan's prince. His aura can't possibly rival mine in terms of sheer power, and yet, I sense that he's incredibly strong." As Raon unleashed a swift and fiery attack, Kane sprang backward with incredible agility, narrowly avoiding the flames that licked at the air where he had just stood. Undaunted, Kane's confidence surged forth as he thought to himself, "However, I'm still stronger." With a fierce battle cry, he charged forward, his sword flashing in the light as he clashed with Raon. The two combatants exchanged blow for blow, their swords ringing out in a cacophony of steel and flame as they fought with unbridled fury. Kane's eyes widened in stunned silence as the fight raged on. One particularly brutal clash sent him stumbling back, his face torn open by the force of Raon's blow. A blood-curdling scream tore from his lips. "Kuk." Reeling in agony, Kane's mind struggled to comprehend the unthinkable. He thought to himself, what? How does this make sense? I'm the strongest. I'm the one with the highest tier fire-type aura. How can he be overpowering me? Raon seized the opportunity, launching a relentless assault on Kane. Though still reeling from the previous blow, Kane somehow managed to raise his sword and block Raon's attack. Stunned, Kane's mind struggled to process the impossible. His thoughts tumbled forth in disbelieving chaos. "Though my flames are weaker. No, that can't be. I'm the one with the superior fire-type aura." As he stumbled backward, Kane's eyes locked onto Raon with a mix of shock, denial, and growing dread. He thought again, "This can't be." Kane's face contorted in a fierce snarl as he unleashed a mighty roar, the sound waves shaking the air. With a burst of adrenaline-fueled fury, he summoned every last ounce of his strength and unleashed a devastating strike. The clash between Raon and Kane culminated in a cataclysmic explosion, as if the very fabric of the air had been torn asunder. The sound wave from the blast echoed through the forest, a deafening roar that sent birds fleeing in terror. The explosion sent a massive plume of smoke billowing into the air, casting a dark, impenetrable shroud over the surrounding area. The once clear forest was now a scene of utter chaos, the smoke swirling with maddening intensity as the two combatants struggled to regain their footing. As the smoke finally began to clear, a haunting sight came into view. Cain lay motionless on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Raon's sword, its blade still shimmering with a faint, fiery glow, hovered menacingly above Cain's head, its point poised mere inches from his head. The air was heavy with tension, the only sound the soft, ragged gasps of Cain's labored breathing. Raon stood over him, his chest heaving with exertion, his eyes blazing with a fierce, unyielding intensity. Raon stood tall, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he spoke. "Your fire is stronger." As Cain lay defeated on the ground, his battered body a testament to the brutal battle he had just endured. Raon stood over Cain, a triumphant smile on his face. "Your fire is stronger?" he asked, his voice dripping with confidence. He paused, then answered his own question with a smirk. "Yes, sure." Suddenly, Raon's group returns, and their jaws drop in shock. They can't believe their eyes. Cain is lying there, defeated. The green-haired boy stammers, that person. What's about to go down?" Cain slowly stands up, his movements deliberate and calculated. The group watches him with a mix of curiosity and caution. The green-haired boy's voice trembles with unease. What is Cain Sieghart doing here? The tension is palpable. What's Cain's next move? Ben steps forward, a sly grin spreading across his face. The easiest way to turn the tables when you're losing in battle is to take down the enemy's commander. He gazes at Raon with a smile. "You knew that this would happen?" Ben's grin widens. That's not all." Ben's eyes narrow slightly as he responds. "You were right. They were fooled easily." He pauses, acknowledging Raon's strategic mind. "It wasn't just me either. If it weren't for your orders today, we would have lost to the 6th training hall today." Martha's expression turns slightly sour as she speaks up. "I don't like that he's right, but it's true. If your advice didn't work, I was going to take back my promise to submit to you." She pauses, a hint of begrudging respect in her voice. But we did basically win thanks to you." Martha's expression remains serious as she continues. "We acknowledge that you're the head student of the 5th training hall, and will continue to follow your orders without complaint." Raon thinks to himself, a hint of a smile on his face. Looks like they matured a bit from this experience. That's nice to see. Raon's thoughts continue. This is the 5th training hall that I know. Just then, Lunnan walks over to Raon and sits down beside him. Meanwhile, Ben and Martha exchange a weighted glance, their eyes locked in a silent understanding. Raon stands up, his presence commanding attention. He gathers all the trainees of the 5th training hall around him. "Good work, everyone," he says, his voice filled with pride. "But I'm sure you all learned something through this fight." Raon's expression turns serious as he continues. "It's dangerous to be drunk on your own confidence and arrogance. And we saw what happens when you rush into action without planning any tactics in advance." His voice takes on a stern tone, driving home the importance of the lesson. "If this wasn't a bet, but a real battle, we would have died. Do not forget what you learned today." Raon's expression softens into a warm smile, aiming to lift the group's spirits. "It's late now, so we'll camp in this forest. Get into groups, prepare to set up camp, and choose who'll stand watch." As the group scatters to begin their preparations, Cain's gaze lingers on Raon. His eyes cloud with thought, his mind consumed by the mysterious head student, Raon Sieghart. Cain's thoughts take an introspective turn. "He's much better than I had anticipated. He's obviously more accomplished in both mental fortitude and combat." A hint of self-awareness creeps into his mind. "I thought that the 5th training hall was just full of arrogant people, but I guess I was the arrogant one." Raon is engrossed in a conversation with his teammates when Cain suddenly interrupts, his voice tinged with a hint of sincerity. "I learned from this, Raon Sieghart." Cain's eyes lock onto Raon's, a hint of newfound respect evident in his tone. "You've taught me that I shouldn't let my guard down until the end, and that I need to prepare a backup plan for if the initial plan fails." Cain's expression turns introspective, a hint of humility in his voice. "I thought that we would win no matter what. We had known about you guys from the start, after all." His words trail off, implying a realization that his prior confidence was misplaced. Cain's voice takes on a tone of genuine humility, his words laced with sincerity. "But not only did we lose, I also lost a duel against you. I thought I was stronger, but I guess I was just arrogant." He pauses, reflecting on the lessons learned. "I've learned a lot from this. Thank you." you're my savior. Kane's eyes lock onto Raon's, a deep appreciation evident in his gaze. Raon's eyes narrow slightly as he observes Kane, a thoughtful expression on his face. To himself, he thinks, Kane is much better than the others from the direct bloodline. Raon extends his hand, and Kane reciprocates, their palms meeting in a firm handshake. I learned from this too, Raon says with a nod. Kane smiles, his eyes gleaming with determination. We'll be supporting you in the mission, as promised. The scene shifts 2 weeks forward, the group now standing at the edge of a forest, near a towering cliff. Their destination lies just ahead, but the sheer scale of the cliff leaves both groups perplexed. Raon walks towards the cliff's edge, his eyes scanning the landscape below. He turns to face the group, a serious expression on his face. So, that's the village. His voice trails off, inviting the others to take in the breathtaking view. Raon's gaze sweeps over the village below, his thoughts turning inward. A small village, without any special regional products or tourist attractions. Just a simple place where a few people farm and live off the land. His eyes narrow slightly as he reflects on their mission. This isn't a special mission either. It's just a routine operation, carried out regularly because of the occasional monster appearances. Raon's expression turns thoughtful, a hint of weariness creeping into his eyes. However, why do I feel like someone has been watching me all this time? Raon's eyes narrow, his mind racing with growing unease. It doesn't feel like an instructor is here with us, he thinks to himself. It feels a lot more ominous. Like they're trying to figure out how to fight us. Raon's thoughts trail off, his expression grim. He remains speechless, his mind fixed on a single conclusion. The best we can do right now is to deceive that person and be wary of them. Raon turns to Ben, his voice low and serious. Ben, I have a favor to ask. Ben's eyes narrow slightly, his curiosity piqued. What? Raon's voice is firm and decisive. You take the leader position for this mission. Ben's eyes widen in surprise, his face a picture of stunned silence. Ben's expression is incredulous. What are you talking about, Raon? Raon's expression turns serious, his voice filled with conviction. Remember our first mission? It was just me and Runan fighting the Snow Tiger Claw bandits. So, it'll be better if you guys lead the mission this time. He pauses, his eyes locked intensely on Ben. Didn't you say on the first day of official training that you'd catch up to me? Raon's gaze remains steady, his challenge hanging in the air. You meant that, didn't you? So show me what you've learned until now. Ben's expression sets in determination. Alright, I'll show you that I've changed. Ben's voice rings out, filled with newfound confidence. I'll be the one to lead this mission, then. Raon turns to the group, his voice clear. You guys heard, right? We're following Ben's orders from now on. The group responds in unison, their voices firm. Understood. Raon leans in, speaking in a hushed tone to Martha. Martha, I'll tell you the reason later. For now, just play along, okay? Martha's expression remains calm as she responds. You didn't need to tell me separately like that. I told you that I'm going to follow your orders, and that's what I'll do. Raon's eyes widen slightly, and he falls silent, his gaze fixed intently on Martha. The scene shifts, and Raon's voice takes on a more serious tone as he addresses Wrath. Wrath, you feel the people watching us, right? Wrath's deep, ominous voice responds. You noticed it too? Wrath's voice swells with pride. Well, it makes sense, as you took my traits. Raon's curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks, what about their location? How many are there? Wrath's voice drips with mockery. As if I'd tell you his location. You can resolve it on your own. Raon's lips curve into a sly smile. It's just one person, then. Wrath's expression freezes in stunned silence, and he utters a soft ha. Raon seizes the moment, his voice swift and triumphant. You said his, not there. Wrath's face twists in rage as he snarls. Thanks for letting me know, Wrath. Raon's words hang in the air, and Wrath's anger boils over. You little. Wrath's furious screams echo through the air, but Raon's expression remains calm and collected. His eyes narrow slightly as he thinks to himself, but we can't be certain that there's only one of them. Raon's thoughts continue, his mental caution prevailing. It's just one guy observing us, but he might have a group somewhere else. I'll need to stay vigilant and not let my guard down. Raon lets out a deep, exhausted sigh. Ha! His eyes seem to hold a mix of frustration and weariness. Raon's voice is laced with concern as he says, I have a feeling that this mission won't be easy. The camera pans out, showing an aerial view of the dense forest below, the trees stretching out as far as the eye can see. The The scene shifts to a man sitting on a rock, looking at someone with a mixture of curiosity and caution, and asks where did they come from. The scene reveals the group's true identity, the assassins of House Sieghart. One of the assassins, standing tall, speaks up. They're the Siegharts. The leader, seated on the rock, raises an eyebrow. One of the 6 emperors? They weren't that impressive, though. Assassins speak up with a smile. I think they were just trainees. I didn't see an instructor with them, so I believe it's their second mission. The leader's expression turns stern, his voice firm. You weren't noticed? Assassins speak up. Of course not. I'm sure they didn't even notice that I was nearby. Leader with a smile spoke. Well, I don't assume some mere trainees would see through your stealth techniques. Assassin suddenly changed the subject. Assassin in a low voice. But we took control of the orcs, so I don't understand why they sent in trainees. Leader with a smile. I'm sure the villagers were sensitive to change and requested for help, saying that there was an increase in the number of orcs. I thought that we would find the mana stone quickly, but it seems like we've been too complacent. The assassins asked the leader. We couldn't find the item anywhere. I think it must be in the village. Assassin in firm voice. Shall we attack right away? No, we'll stand by for now, the leader declares, his voice firm. But the assassin, ever the opportunist, counters. But this is a perfect chance to eliminate the trainees. But the leader, with a more strategic mind, counters. While it's easy to kill them, acting rashly could reveal the existence of the mana stone. That would be a far greater loss. The tension between the two is palpable, as they weigh the risks and rewards of their next move. Meanwhile, Raon's group is warmly welcomed by the villagers. As they settle in, the leader and assassin continue their clandestine conversation. The leader, with a cunning smile, suggests a compromise. Let them deal with a few monsters. Make them think that they've completed their mission. The leader stands up, a sinister glint in his eye. With a swift motion, he and his men begin to transform. The scene darkens as they don Orcish costumes and armor, their faces twisting into grotesque masks. In a grim voice, the leader declares, "We'll strike the village once they've left. We'll ravage everything, leaving nothing but destruction in our wake." The air grows thick with tension as the men nod in unison, their eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and brutality. The village, bathed in the warm glow of hospitality, remains blissfully unaware of the horrors that await it. Raon's group, still basking in the villagers' gratitude, has no idea that their departure will signal the start of a nightmare. As the night deepens, the scene shifts to a cozy house within the village. Raon's group is seated around a warm dinner table, laughing and chatting as they savor their meal. The soft glow of candles and the crackling of the fireplace create a peaceful ambience, a stark contrast to the darkness gathering outside. Raon takes a bite of his food, his eyes drifting into thought about Ben Sieghart. Raon, to himself, I was a bit worried about him at first, but he's doing much better than I anticipated. Noting that he didn't exploit his title for personal gain or to feed his ego. Instead, he prioritized the success of their mission and took the time to reassure the village chief and its people. Raon observes that Ben is genuinely making an effort to improve. Raon's thoughts continued, shifting his concern elsewhere. It wasn't Ben I should be worried about. Ben and the trainees were more than capable of handling the monsters on their own, even if I weren't here. Raon's mind turned to a more pressing concern, the mysterious individual who had been monitoring their movements from the outskirts of the village. Though he couldn't be certain, Raon had sensed the person's presence vanish towards the mountains as soon as they entered the village. Raon's thoughts lingered on the unknown observer, sparking a nagging question. Was this a test orchestrated by the Sieghart household, or was it someone else entirely, lurking in the shadows? I guess we'll find out tomorrow. The scene shifted to the next morning, where Raon's group stumbled upon a disturbing discovery. The ground bore the unmistakable tracks of orcs' footprints. Ben knelt down to examine the footprint more closely, his expression grim. It's clear, he announced to the group, monsters are indeed lurking in the vicinity. The village head approached the group, a look of concern etched on his face. This time of year, monsters typically appear in our vicinity, he explained. However, this year is different. The number of monsters is triple what we normally face. I'm afraid our village isn't equipped to handle such a large-scale threat. To be precise, our scouts have counted over 100 monsters in the surrounding area, the village head elaborated, his voice laced with worry. Given the terrain and our limited visibility, it's likely the actual number exceeds 200. The issue isn't just the sheer number of monsters, the village head cautioned. You're likely unfamiliar with these woods, and navigating them can be treacherous. We'll provide you with a local guide to ensure you don't get lost in the mountains. He's the fastest and most agile young man in our village, and I'm confident he'll be a valuable asset to your team. Cebu mountain guide Kanbar stepped forward, his expression tight-lipped. To himself, he thought, I had a feeling something was off when the chief came to see us last night, but to be assigned as the guide for the Sieghart's trainees? This is the worst. Raon stood beside Kanbar, his eyes narrowing in puzzlement as he gazed at the mountain guide. Raon leaned in, speaking in a confident, reassuring tone to Kanbar, Don't worry, we'll make sure you return home safely. Kanbar's eyes widened in astonishment as he processed Raon's words. His expression was a picture of surprise, with a hint of curiosity. It was as if he had been caught off guard, and his mind was racing to understand the implications of what Raon had just said. Ben's voice cut through the air, commanding attention. Listen up, everyone. While orcs are usually superior to other monsters when it comes to combat, we mustn't underestimate the cunning of goblins and kobolds. They often resort to dirty tactics, employing poison and other underhanded methods. Even a minor injury can prove disastrous, so remain vigilant and don't let your guard down. The group responded in unison, their voices crisp and resolute, Yes, sir. Ben turned to Kane's group, his voice firm and authoritative. Training Hall 6, surround the perimeter and keep watch for any monsters attempting to flee or escape. Kane nodded sharply, responding with confidence, All right, leave it to us. Ben's voice rang out, his words electrifying the air. Then let us begin the raid. To the monsters that threatening this land. With a fierce battle cry, Ben charged forward, his sword at the ready. Show them the power of the Siegharts, he bellowed, his anger and determination palpable. The group surged forward in his wake, their swords flashing in the sunlight as they followed Ben into the fray. Let's go. Wrath's voice was laced with disdain as he turned to Raon. Those idiots. What a foolish thing to do. They've been preparing for an ambush all this time, and then they go and scream their lungs out, exposing our location. It completely defeats the purpose of a surprise attack. Raon offered a calm, rational perspective, they're just trying to overcome their nerves, Wrath. Shouting can be a way to release tension. It's an understandable mistake, especially since this is their first raid mission. Wrath's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Raon, his mind racing with a silent assessment. This guy should be on edge, given it's his first monster raid mission. Yet, instead of being nervous, he's thinking several steps ahead. He carries himself like a seasoned veteran, not some green rookie. The forest echoed with the cacophony of clashing steel and the screams of the orcs as the group clashed with the marauding horde. The sound of swords slicing through the air, the crash of armor, and the cries of the wounded created a chaotic symphony that resonated throughout the forest. Martha's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as she exclaimed to Ben and Lunnan, I'll annihilate them all. Her voice was alive with joyful fervor, her enthusiasm for battle infectious. Ben shouted above the din of battle, priority target, goblins and kobolds. Take them down first, then we'll focus on the orcs. They've broken through our formation, one of the group members yelled in alarm. 2 orcs are flanking us, heading in the opposite direction. Kanbar's voice trembled with fear as he warned Raon, the orcs are heading straight for us. Meanwhile, Raon stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing with a panicked thought, Ugh, I shouldn't have come here. But he quickly snapped out of it, gripping his sword tightly as he steeled himself for the impending battle. With a fierce determination, he prepared to face the orcs charging towards him. In a swift, deadly motion, Raon sliced through the first orc, his sword cutting a precise, bloody arc. The orc's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, its blood spilling everywhere. Raon then turned to face the second orc, his eyes blazing with fury. The orc, taken aback by Raon's sudden display of skill, swung its sword in a wild, desperate arc. But before the battle could even begin, Raon had already ended it. The orc stood frozen in shock, its sword still raised, as Raon stood before it, his chest heaving with exertion. With a calm, deliberate motion, Raon slid his sword back into its sheath, the sound echoing through the sudden silence. Kanbar's eyes widened in stunned amazement as he slumped to the ground, his gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies of the orcs. He turned to Raon, his voice barely above a whisper. "Acha? When did they die?" The silence that followed was oppressive, punctuated only by the sound of Raon's heavy breathing and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. The two orcs lay motionless on the ground, a grim testament to Raon's deadly efficiency. Raon approached Kanbar, his expression concerned. "Are you hurt anywhere, Mr. Kanbar?" Kanbar's eyes widened in surprise, as if he hadn't expected Raon's solicitude. "Ah, no. I'm fine." Raon nodded, a hint of relief in his voice. "I'm glad." Raon's curiosity got the better of him. "There's one thing I've always wondered. Are there any urban legends about this mountain?" Kanbar's expression turned thoughtful. "Urban legends?" Raon replies yes. There are stories about great treasures hidden deep within the mountain, and tales of terrifying monsters that roam the peaks. Kanbar's eyes sparkled with recollection. "Ah, there is one. I remember hearing it from the villagers when I was a child." Kanbar's eyes took on a faraway look as he began to recount the legend. According to the story, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place on this very mountain. The king of the goblins, a powerful and malevolent ruler from the western lands, marched his dark army against the knights who protected this realm. Raon listened intently, his interest piqued by the tale. Kanbar's voice took on a conspiratorial tone as he continued the tale. It's said that the Goblin King's ring, a powerful artifact rumored to grant its wearer immense power and control over the dark forces, is still buried somewhere on this mountain. Raon's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression frozen in stunned silence. Raon's gaze drifted off into the distance, his mind racing with newfound understanding. He thought to himself, "I see. I get it now. The eyes I can feel on me right now, and the ones I felt before. It all makes sense." Raon's eyes narrowed, his mind digging deep into the recesses of his memory. A name, long forgotten, resurfaced. Eden. He whispered to himself. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the tales of old. They're one of the 5 demons. Raon's expression darkened as he recalled the lore surrounding Eden. They're infamous for their insanity, he thought to himself. Eden's purpose is restoration, a twisted desire to revert the world to a time when monsters ruled supreme. A chill ran down his spine as he contemplated the implications. They seek to resurrect an era where beasts and darkness reigned, and monsters were worshipped as gods. Raon's thoughts turned grave as he acknowledged the true extent of Eden's powers. If their twisted ambitions were all there was to them, they would have been eradicated long ago. But they possess a far more sinister ability, the power to tame and control monsters. He paused, his mind reeling at the implications. They can also wield the abilities of the monsters they command, despite being human themselves. It's a power that rivals that of the Siegharts, making them a force to be reckoned with. Raon's eyes seemed to gaze into the past as he spoke in a hushed tone. This strange power that Eden possesses, it's a secret that even the most esteemed households on the continent are unaware of. He paused, his expression hinting at a long-held confidence. "But I know that secret, thanks to Derus Robert." Raon's thoughts drifted back to the fateful events that had left an indelible mark on his life. The entirety of the Shadow Squad was slaughtered, leaving only me behind in that hell. His mind still grappled with the mysteries of that time. I didn't realize it then, but it's definitely strange. Derus knew from the beginning that Eden used mana stones. A hint of skepticism crept into his thoughts. How would he know that, as one of the 6 emperors? And why didn't he reveal that to the world? The question swirled in his mind, fueling a growing sense of unease. Wrath's sudden question cut through the air, his voice low and discerning. "Raon, what are you thinking about right now? I can feel a deep, dark rage emanating from within you." Raon's eyes snapped back into focus, his gaze meeting Wrath's. He was taken aback, realizing that his emotions had become apparent. Thinking of Derus is messing with my emotions, he thought to himself, a hint of self-awareness creeping into his mind. Raon took a deep breath, his eyes never leaving Wrath's face. "Let's calm down," he repeated, his voice measured. "What's important right now is Eden." Raon's eyes seemed to bore into the ground, his mind fixed on the possibility. "I assume Eden's purpose is to find the Goblin King's mana stone," he thought, his voice low and measured. It's been hundreds of years since the Goblin King's defeat here. Raon's gaze swept across the landscape, his eyes burning with a mix of determination and trepidation. I'm sure a mana stone of incredible strength is buried somewhere, he thought to himself. Raon's eyes narrowed as the pieces fell into place. His mind racing, he thought to himself, so, their plan must be to make us think we've accomplished our mission, just to get us out of the way, allowing them to secretly search for the mana stone once we're gone. Ben's voice pierced the air, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. That's the leader, he screamed to the group. I'll end this with one ultimate attack, and rush to attack. Just as Ben was about to unleash his ultimate attack, a massive explosion rocked the ground, sending shockwaves in all directions. Ben's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively covered his head with his hands, stumbling backward from the force of the blast. Martha's voice rang out, filled with pride, as she declared, "It's mine." A triumphant smile spread across her face. Ben's expression, on the other hand, was a picture of disgruntlement. He muttered under his breath, his voice low and laced with embarrassment, "How undignified." Martha's smile only grew wider as she gazed at Ben, clearly delighted by his reaction. Ben's expression transformed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he turned to the group. "The leader's dead," he exclaimed, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. "Now we only have to take care of the rest." The group erupted into cheers, their voices screaming out in happiness as they celebrated their hard-won victory. The scene shifted back to Raon, asking Kanbar, Mr. Kanbar, about that Goblin King story. Has anyone ever found treasure or jewels in the mountains ever since? Kanbar's eyes seemed to gaze into the past as he continued, "Actually, when I was a kid, the chief went to the mountain and returned with a red jewel he found at the mountain summit." Raon's eyes widened with excitement. "Where's that jewel right now?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Kanbar's voice dropped to a whisper, and he glanced around cautiously before revealing, "Most people aren't aware, but it was buried underneath the chief's house." Raon's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he struggled to process the revelation. Raon's thoughts turned grim as he realized the gravity of the situation. "This is worse than I imagined," he thought to himself. "If Eden doesn't find the mana stone in the mountain, they'll burn down this village." Scene shift. The 5th Training Hall and 6th Training Hall groups combed through the area, searching for any remaining orcs. A member of the 5th Training Hall group spoke up, "We don't see any more orcs around." One of the group member from the 6th Training Hall replied in agreement, "Same here." After completing their mission, the group returned to the village, where they were greeted with warm smiles and open arms. The villagers welcomed them back with joy, relieved that the threat of the orcs had been eliminated. The village leader, beaming with gratitude, shook hands with Ben. "Thank you for doing all this for us," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. The village leader continued, "You're just as skilled as they say the Siegharts are." "Thank you again." Ben smiled humbly, replying, "Of course, I'm glad we were able to help." Raon watched the village head and the group, lost in thought, when suddenly Martha appeared beside him, sitting on a tree branch. "Did things go the way you wanted?" Martha asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Although I'm not too sure what it is that you wanted." Raon's eyes widened in surprise as he called out Martha's name. "Martha. I'm not sure either, but I'll tell you when the time comes." Martha jumped down from the tree, her movements agile and swift. "Don't worry, Raon," she said with a determined look. "No matter what happens, I'll follow your orders until the mission is over." With that, Martha walked away, leaving Raon to ponder the weight of her words. Runan's sudden appearance breaks the silence. "Raon, what are you doing here?" Runan asks, curiosity etched on her face. Raon turns to face Runan, a mixture of surprise and caution in his expression. Runan's concern is palpable as he asks, "Are you worried about something? You don't seem like you're in a good mood." Raon's response is calm and collected, a hint of a mask slipping into place. "It's okay, there's no problem. The chief said he's holding a banquet. Let's go." The tension is subtly deflected, but Runan's eyes linger on Raon's face, searching for any hidden truth. As Raon walks alongside Runan, his thoughts drift to the impending situation. "Eden will not step in until we leave," he thinks to himself. "What happens tomorrow is going to be important." A sense of foreboding settles in, and Raon's expression remains calm, but his mind is racing with anticipation and concern. The next day, the group walked along the outskirts of Cebu village, chatting and laughing together. Their conversation was filled with a sense of pride and accomplishment. "That was perfect," one of them exclaimed. We took down all of the monsters in Cebu Mountain, and we ended up with very few injured. Another member nodded in agreement. It was our first mission, but we were able to clear it perfectly. As Ben glanced at Raon, he thought to himself, I assume that's why Raon isn't asking to take the lead again. There was no flaw in my leadership. I'm not sure why he gave me the authority, but I hope he'll realize that my leadership skills are comparable to him. With a sense of confidence and determination, Ben spoke up to the group, let's hurry out of here. His voice was firm and decisive, urging the group to move forward. As the group continued to move forward, Raon stood frozen, his eyes fixed on them. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, everyone, stop. The group halted abruptly, turning to face Raon with a mix of confusion and concern. Some of the group members whispered among themselves, what is it? Can't we keep going? It's too early to camp. Their voices were laced with confusion and a hint of frustration, unsure of why Raon had suddenly called for them to stop. They exchanged curious glances, waiting for Raon to explain himself. Raon's words hung in the air, this is where our real mission begins. Kane's brow furrowed in confusion, what do you mean, Raon? Raon's expression remained enigmatic, just like I said, the mission is not yet over. Ben's face darkened, his voice rising in protest, what are you talking about? The group's confusion and unease grew, sensing that something was amiss. Ben's question hung in the air, we killed the orcs and even cleaned up after them, so what are you talking about? Raon's expression remained calm, his voice measured, our mission was to take down the monsters and to protect the village. Ben's curiosity got the better of him, so what's the problem? Raon's eyes scanned the surrounding area, his voice low and serious, there was someone watching us until just a moment ago. Ben's eyes widened in surprise, his voice bursting out in alarm, what? The group's heads snapped towards Raon, shock and concern etched on their faces. Raon's expression turned grave, his voice laced with concern, they were watching us until an hour ago and then disappeared. You could say that it might have been an instructor, but I felt hostility. Too hostile to think that it could have been an instructor. The group exchanged uneasy glances, the atmosphere growing thick with tension. Raon's eyes seemed to gaze into the distance, his voice low and serious. I felt those eyes even before we arrived at the village, and I sensed them disappearing toward the village when we had gone far enough from the village. Ben's face went pale, his eyes wide with shock, are you serious? His voice trailed off, the implications sinking in. Martha's brow furrowed in concern, wait, from before we arrived? Raon's gaze remained steady, his voice precise, to be precise, it was when we arrived at the hill by the village. The group's eyes were fixed on Raon, awaiting his explanation. Martha's voice was laced with curiosity, then the reason you gave Ben the authority was. Raon's expression remained calm, his voice measured, yes, I hid my presence in order to get a better sense of the enemy. Kane's eyes remained fixed on Raon, but his mind began to wander, reflecting on the events that had transpired. He thought to himself, I felt this during the bet too. But his tactical sense, as well as his other senses, are better than an ordinary instructor. Even I couldn't tell that there was someone watching us. A mixture of surprise and admiration swirled within Kane. Ben's eyes searched Raon's face, seeking clarification, that's the reason you gave me the leader role? Raon's expression softened, his voice filled with a hint of warmth, yes, I thought that if you were the leader, you could take good care of the trainees. Raon continued, you did great too. I'm sure the enemy thought that you were the top trainee thanks to that, and they didn't notice me at all. Raon's words of praise warmed Ben's heart as he placed a hand on his shoulder. You are a true Sieghart, Raon said with a smile. I'll recommend you as the second top trainee once we return. Ben's thoughts were tinged with a mix of surprise, humility, and a hint of embarrassment. I thought I had put myself on equal grounds with Raon, he reflected, but it seems I was far off. He wasn't even trying to compete with me. He was just trying to gather more information about the enemy, something that had gone unnoticed by everyone else. A wry smile formed in his mind as he continued, and I didn't even know that. I was overjoyed, thinking I was equal to him. Raon's eyes scanned the group, his expression serious. As I said earlier, monsters are creatures that cannot cooperate with other species. But in this mission, we witnessed orcs and goblins working together in harmony. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. This can only mean one thing, the enemies are using some means to control the monsters. Raon's expression turned grave, his eyes burning with determination. Our first mission was to protect the village, and it's not over yet. A threat still looms over the village, waiting to strike. We can't consider our mission a success until that threat is eliminated. Raon's voice dropped to a whisper as he outlined their plan. We're returning to Cebu, but we'll need to be stealthy to avoid detection. Ideally, it'd be nice if we had equipment suited for it, but since we don't, turning to the green-haired boy, who seemed taken aback. The green-haired boy rummaged through his bag, producing an assortment of stealth gear. He held it up, a hopeful smile on his face. Would this suffice for stealth equipment? Raon's eyes widened in astonishment as he took in the array of gadgets. When did you get all this? He asked, his voice tinged with surprise. The green boy's smile grew wider, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I brought it just in case. Raon's eyes grew even wider in surprise as he stared at the green-haired boy. You carry around 40 of these, just in case? He asked, his voice laced with incredulity. The green-haired boy nodded nonchalantly, a cheerful grin still plastered on his face. It's good to always be prepared. Raon couldn't help but, impressed by the boy's foresight. Good job. Raon addressed the group, a determined glint in his eye. All right, let's move out. We'll conduct this mission with the stealth training we've received. He turned to Crane, his voice firm. Crane, I need you to inform the nearest Sieghart branch of the situation. You're the fastest among us, so I'm counting on you to get the message through quickly. Crane's eyes widened in surprise, and he hesitated for a moment before responding, all right? As Crane departed to complete his task, Raon's expression turned stern, his voice taking on a commanding tone. Everyone, listen up. From now on, obey my orders without question, no matter what. I will not tolerate any disobedience. The scene shifted to Eden's temporary shelter, nestled near the Cebu mountain. 5 hours had passed since the group's departure. One of Eden's followers, kneeling on the ground, spoke up in a hushed tone. They've finally all left. We checked the other side, just in case, but there was no problem. Eden's eyes gleamed with a calculating intensity as he replied, his voice low and even. Then we'll begin the plan. Then began to transform into his orc form, his body contorting and growing as he let out a fierce roar. Restoration, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the air. With a burst of rage, he slammed his leg into the ground with brute force, causing the earth to crumble and a massive hole to open up. And Eden climbed to the top of a nearby mountain, his sword at the ready. He gazed out at his followers, his eyes blazing with intensity. Kill them, he commanded, his voice carrying on the wind. Don't spare even one. The orc followers began to charge towards the village, their roars and battle cries filling the air. Raon's group watched from their vantage point on the hills, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding below. Ben turned to Raon, his voice low and urgent. There really were orcs left. Ben's face twisted in anger as he spoke up, his voice trembling with rage. We'll put an end to them for real this time. But Raon's calm and collected voice cut through Ben's fury, his words dripping with caution. No, not yet. I thought I told you that there are eyes on us. Ben's expression froze, his mouth still open in a snarl. He stared at Raon in stunned silence. Raon's eyes narrowed, his gaze scanning the surroundings as he continued, it's not some monster watching us either. It's a human. We don't know the identity of the enemy yet. Ben's face contorted in frustration, his voice rising in urgency. But look how many of the orcs there are. The villagers won't be able to stop all those orcs. Raon's voice remained calm and measured, but his words carried a sense of caution. But if we just intervene now and lose, we'll all die too. Ben's expression turned desperate, his voice laced with urgency. We better intervene now if we want to save the village. Raon's eyes locked onto Ben's, his gaze steady. Don't you remember the instructor telling us that it's important to really understand the mission? The timing is not right yet, and we need to be even more careful since the enemies are from Eden. The group's eyes widened in surprise, and Kane's voice rose in shock. Wait, Eden. Martha's voice trembled slightly as she spoke up. You mean the Eden of the 5 demons? Ben's face went pale, and he was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with alarm. Raon's expression remained serious, his voice measured. If they're able to control the monsters, it could only be either Eden or a Lord-rank monster. So, we need to be careful. Ben's voice barely above a whisper, his tone trembling with a mix of fear and reverence. I'm aware of how strong Eden is, and that you're right. Ben's trembling tone gave way to a surge of emotion, his voice rising in anguish and accusation. But if we don't move now, half the village will die. Are we supposed to just hide here and wait while they're dying? I thought that you were someone fitting of the name Sieghart. But this isn't right. We should fight right now. Ben's voice rang out with conviction, his words a passionate declaration. That's what a Sieghart swordsman should do. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, Ben leapt forward, standing at the edge of the cliff. His voice echoed out, a challenge to the others. I don't care whether any of you follow me or not. If any of you believe yourselves to be a true Sieghart swordsman, then follow me. Raon's voice was laced with frustration, his words tinged with exasperation. That guy. But before Raon could say more, Runan's voice cut in, her tone resolute. I'm going too. With that, Runan followed Ben's lead, jumping off the cliff. Some of the trainees from the 5th training hall spoke up, their voices filled with conviction. Sir Ben is right. As a Sieghart, it'd be embarrassing to be frightened just because the opponent is one of the 5 demons. Another trainee nodded in agreement, their voice ringing out. That's right. We're recruits affiliated with the 6 emperors. The trainees of the 5th training hall began to stir, their faces set with determination. With a collective burst of energy, they started to run, following in Ben and Runan's footsteps. As they rushed past Raon, they called out to him, their voices filled with urgency. We're going too. We have to hurry and protect the village and its people. Kane's voice cut through the air, his eyes blazing with determination as he turned to his group from the 6th training hall. Is it straight ahead? We'll help the 5th training hall and attack the ghosts of Eden. The group responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. Yes, sir. Raon stood still, watching as his group members rushed off to join the battle. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he gazed after them. Everything was unfolding just as he had predicted. Given the personalities of Ben and the recruits, he had known they wouldn't be able to stand idly by in the face of injustice. Their strong sense of justice would compel them to rush forth and stop Eden and the monsters. Raon's thoughts continued, a hint of strategic calculation in his mind. That's why I sent Runan and Aura a message to follow after them beforehand. With Ben, Runan, and even Kane heading there, not even Eden will be capable of holding out. If there's anything unexpected, his thoughts trailed off, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the possibilities. Raon turned to Martha, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Martha, why didn't you go? I thought you'd be the first one to run off. Martha's eyes widened in surprise, her expression caught off guard by Raon's question. Martha's expression turned serious, her voice firm. I told you, I'm following your orders down to the wire. Raon's gaze met Martha's, a slow smile spreading across his face as he regarded her. Raon's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. All right. In that case, we'll be heading towards the village like they are. But conceal your presence as much as possible as you move. There's no doubt Eden has reinforcements hidden away from the front lines. Raon's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with strategic thoughts. He could sense a strong killing intent emanating from the mountains, separate from the village. A hint of concern crossed his face as he thought about the 5th and 6th training halls engaging the enemy. The 5th and 6th training halls can take care of the rest of the enemies, he thought, but it'd be dangerous if they fight that guy head-on. A sly glint appeared in his eye as he considered an alternative approach. But that's only if you fight head-on, assassination is a different story. The scene shifted to Ben and his group, who were in the midst of a fierce battle against a horde of orcs. Ben's voice rang out, his words of guidance and encouragement cutting through the chaos. Don't take the orcs' attacks directly, step back and then counterattack, he shouted. If it's difficult for you to fight them alone, form teams. Remember, if we don't stop them here, the village will be in danger. As Ben clashed with the orcs, his thoughts flashed back to the previous day's battle. He noted a significant difference in the orcs' behavior, his eyes narrowing in concern. These orcs are far more ferocious than the ones I fought yesterday. He thought to himself, his mind racing with the implications. A hint of confidence crept into his thoughts as he continued to fight. If it's just this, then protecting the village wouldn't be a problem. Ben's thoughts took a darker turn as he considered the true nature of their enemy. His expression turned grim, his eyes clouding with concern. The problem is that as long as our enemy is Eden, then there's no way they'd stop at this, he thought, a sense of foreboding settling in. His mind flashed back to Raon's words, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the other's insight. Raon was right, all along. Ben's voice rang out, his warning echoing through the forest. All forces, watch out for threats coming from above and camouflaged within the forest. One of the group members' eyes widened in alarm as they looked around, their voice trembling with concern. Huh. No way. Ben's eyes locked onto the camouflaged figures, his mind racing with recognition. It's Eden's Green Phantom Corps, he thought to himself, his grip on his weapon tightening. He took in the details of their attire, the goblin masks and distinctive headgear, leaving no doubt as to their identity. A hint of surprise crossed his face, his eyes narrowing in concern. I expected them to come, he thought, but I didn't think there'd be so many. Ben's gaze swept across the forest, his eyes quickly tallying up the number of Green Phantom Corps members. His expression turned grave, his mind racing with the implications. A cursory glance tells me there's easily more than 40 of them, he thought, his grip on his weapon tightening. We've got to play our cards right if we want to fight this many foes. Ben's voice rang out, his words clear and decisive as he issued orders to his comrades. Kane, you hold back the orcs with the others, make sure they don't reach the village. Ronan, use your cold air to freeze the orcs and Green Phantom's feet, immobilize them. He paused, his eyes scanning the battlefield before meeting the gazes of his teammates. I'll take charge. Runan's voice was firm and resolute as she acknowledged Ben's order. Understood. I'll freeze them all. With a swift motion, she raised her sword, and a brilliant, frost-icy aura burst forth from her sword. The air around her seemed to shimmer and chill, as if winter itself was being unleashed. Suddenly, towering ice pillars erupted from the ground, their crystalline structures glinting in the fading light. The pillars encased the orcs and Green Phantoms, freezing them in place, their feet and legs trapped in the unforgiving ice. With a fierce battle cry, Ben unleashed his continuous flow sword technique, his blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. He pushed off the ground with his leg, using the momentum to propel himself forward. As he charged, the autumn wind sword technique kicked in, imbuing his blade with the fierce energy of the autumn gusts. The sword sliced through the crowd of orcs, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Ben's movements were a blur, his sword dancing through the air with a rhythmic whoosh, cutting down any orc that dared to stand in his way. His technique was a perfect blend of speed, power, and agility, making him a formidable force on the battlefield. As Ben stood victorious, his chest heaving with exhaustion, a sudden movement caught his attention. A Green Phantom, camouflaged in the branches of a nearby tree, swiftly drew back their arm and launched a poison-tipped needle. The needle flew silently through the air, striking Ben's back shoulder with deadly precision. He let out a pained scream, his body jerking violently as the poison coursed through his veins. Ugh! Ben gritted his teeth. Ben's voice rang out, warning his comrades of the new threat. There's poison needles from above. Use your aura to block it or dodge it with your footwork. But before anyone could react, one of the group members shouted out a new warning. Sir Ben, they threw down a bag of poison gas. Ben's eyes snapped towards the source of the warning, and he saw the bag exploding on the ground. Ben's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the potency of the poison gas. This poison is stronger than what the monsters use, he thought to himself, his mind racing with the implications. Without hesitation, he shouted out a warning to his group. Everyone, cover your mouths, he yelled, his voice carrying across the battlefield as he instinctively raised his own arm to cover his nose and mouth. The poison gas had already taken its toll, spreading quickly through the group. Some members began to sit down, their bodies weakened by the toxic fumes. One of them spoke up, their voice laced with desperation. Forget aura. I can't even lift my sword. Ben's thoughts were a jumble of worry and desperation as he assessed the situation. In that single moment, not only the other members, but even I was exposed to it, he thought, his mind reeling with the implications. He glanced around, taking in the sight of his teammates struggling to stay conscious. Runan's complexion is getting worse too, but the Green Phantoms and the orcs look completely fine. He noted, his eyes narrowing in concern. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. At this rate, we'll get wiped out, he thought, his heart sinking in despair. Just as all hope seemed lost, a sudden explosion rocked the ground near Ben, sending him stumbling backward. Ben's eyes widened in surprise as he stumbled backward from the explosion. This energy, and destructive power, he exclaimed, his voice trailing off as he realized who was responsible for the sudden turn of events. Martha, he called out, a mix of surprise and relief washing over him. Martha and her group charged onto the battlefield, their presence a whirlwind of steel and fury. Martha's voice rang out, her words a stark contrast to the desperate situation Ben's team had found themselves in. In place of these idealistic fools, let's clean up all the Eden trash, she shouted, her sword flashing in the fading light. Don't let a single one go. One of Ben's group members shouted out, his voice filled with relief and excitement. Reinforcements. Lady Martha and reinforcements have arrived. The news spread like wildfire, and the morale of Ben's group skyrocketed. One of them exclaimed, "If they were just a little later, we would have passed out from the poison." Another member nodded in agreement, their face set with determination. "Let's get up and join the fight," they urged, their voice filled with a newfound sense of hope and energy. Ben's eyes scanned the battlefield, his mind racing with strategy and hope. "I can't see Raon yet," he thought, a hint of concern lingering in his mind. But as he watched Martha and the reinforcements cut through the Eden forces, his confidence grew. But with Martha and the others, the tides have turned, he thought, a sense of relief washing over him. A newfound optimism took hold of him as he assessed the situation. "If this continues, we'll be able to win," he thought, his determination and hope renewed. One of the men in Eden's Green Phantom turned to another, his voice laced with alarm and desperation. "What kind of recruits are that strong?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed out at Martha and the reinforcements. The other Phantom nodded in agreement, his face pale. "Let's run," he urged, his voice low and urgent. "If we stay here, we'll end up dead." The voice was like a cold wind, sending shivers down the spines of the two fleeing Phantoms. "Are you deserting the battlefield?" It echoed through the forest, the words dripping with disdain and accusation. Martha, Ronan, and Ben's eyes snapped towards the figure emerging from the shadows, their faces set with alarm. Ben's voice was the first to break the silence, his words tumbling out in shock. "That can't be," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. The three warriors exchanged uneasy glances, their minds racing with the implications of what they were seeing. They sensed a presence that far surpassed the likes of the Green Phantoms, a power that seemed to radiate from the very air around the figure. The headgear of a champion. Martha whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of her own heartbeat, and the ability to speak human language. Ronan added, his eyes locked on the figure with a mix of fascination and fear. Ben's voice dropped to a whisper, his words trembling with a sense of awe. "Eden. Green Battle Phantom." Ben's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with questions. "You might be low-ranked," he said, his voice laced with skepticism, "but what's an officer of Eden doing here?" The Green Battle Phantom, Eden, regarded Ben with an unreadable expression. Then, in a voice that sent shivers down Ben's spine, Eden replied, "I'm sure I received a report of your return, but did you come back after realizing our intent to ambush?" Eden's gaze swept over Martha, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "You're quite good for recruits," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "From what I've seen of your strength, black-haired broad, it seems you've realized." Martha's eyes flashed with anger, her hand tightening around the hilt of her sword as she took a step forward, her blade at the ready. Eden's smile grew wider, his eyes glinting with malice. "While you barely kept your life intact, you should have just gone quietly," he continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "The reason you lot will die today is because you didn't know your place, and attacked Ben." The aftermath of the intense battle lay before them, a testament to the brutal clash of strength and wills. Martha and Ronan sat on the ground, their chests heaving with exhaustion, their faces etched with pain and fatigue. Ben, however, lay motionless on the ground, his body twisted in an unnatural position. His face was contorted in a grimace of agony, his eyes squeezed shut as he struggled to cope with the intense pain that racked his body. Eden stood tall, his chest barely rising with each breath, a picture of calm and composure. One of Kane's group members exclaimed, their voice laced with shock and awe. With just one hit, the three of them were. Another member of the group turned to them, concern etched on their face. "Where's Sir Kane?" they asked, scanning the surrounding area. A third member pointed towards the wooden barricade, their voice urgent. "Sir Kane is by the wooden barricade, facing the orcs." The first member's eyes widened in alarm as they thought of another critical factor. "Then what about Raon?" One of Kane's group members exclaimed, "There's no way he'd come after seeing that." Meanwhile, Eden's voice cut through the air, his words dripping with disdain as he addressed Martha. "Ho! You are able to stand? It seems you're the best out of the garbage here." Martha's eyes flashed with anger at Eden's insult, but she refused to back down. With a Herculean effort, she gripped her sword tightly and tried to stand up, her body trembling with pain and exhaustion. Eden's gaze lingered on Martha, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Of course, that's only a given since you were able to sense our presence," he added, his voice dripping with condescension. Martha stood up, her grip on her sword tightening as she prepared to face Eden's attack. Eden's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he spoke, his voice dripping with malice. "All of you will die here, today." With a swift motion, Eden raised his sword, ready to strike down Martha. But before he could attack, a scream roared through the area, shattering the tense silence. "No!" The cry was followed by a burst of fiery aura as Raon appeared behind Eden, his eyes blazing with fury. "You'll die," Raon declared, his voice low and menacing. Eden slowly turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he took in Raon's fierce expression. Raon stood tall, his sword at the ready, and with a swift motion, he unleashed his Thousand Flames technique. The first flames, Cyclorsion, erupted in a blaze of fire and steel, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Eden's eyes widened in shock as Raon's sword cut down his right hand, severing it from his wrist. Eden's smile grew wider as he gazed at Raon with an unblinking stare. That was a good ambush. However, it seems you didn't think I would step in to avoid a blow to my neck." Raon's face twisted in frustration, his eyes blazing with anger. "You crazy dash," he growled, his voice trembling with rage. "Giving up your arm because of that, that's why I wanted to end this with an assassination." Eden's expression changes to one of surprise, his voice tinged with admiration. "Although it may have been a surprise attack, you're quite skilled to have taken my arm. What a promising Sieghart." However, his praise is short-lived, as he quickly follows up with a devastating assessment. "But that's all it is. Seeing your current state, it's clear that you exhausted a majority of your stamina with that one attack." Raon stands before him, gripping his sword tightly, his body language screaming exhaustion. Raon's grip on his sword tightens, his mind racing with the consequences of his actions. He thinks to himself, just like he said, "I overexerted myself because I plan on ending this with that surprise attack." His thoughts are laced with frustration and self-doubt. He realizes that his decision to put everything into that one attack has left him severely weakened. His body aches with fatigue, his movements restricted by his exhaustion. "So now I can't move properly," he admits to himself, his eyes fixed on Eden with a mix of anger and desperation. Raon's eyes narrow, his voice firm as he asks Eden, "Are you the one in charge here?" Eden's response is immediate, his mocking laugh echoing through the air. "Ha! Do you think my superiors would show themselves over a puny village?" Raon's anger ignites, his face reddening with rage. "You never know," he snarls, his words dripping with venom. "You crazy bastards were never one to act predictably." Eden's expression twists in anger, his voice rising in a menacing tone. "You're quite sharp-tongued despite your appearance. Let's see how long you can keep flapping those lips of yours." With a fierce battle cry, Eden charges towards Raon, his sword flashing in the light. Raon, still reeling from his exhaustion, prepares to defend himself against Eden's onslaught. As Eden's sword comes crashing down, Raon raises his own sword to block the attack. His mind racing, he thinks to himself, "I'm not completely recovered yet, but that goes for him as well." With a surge of adrenaline, Raon summons the strength to block Eden's attack. The two swords clash, sparks flying as the blades meet. Raon's arm trembles with the force of the impact, but he manages to hold his ground. Eden's eyes widen in surprise, his voice laced with genuine admiration. "You withstood that? You're much better than I expected." Raon responds with a confident smirk, "If I can't withstand that much, I might as well give up on being a swordsman." Eden's eyes flash with excitement, and he raises his sword to attack once more. Raon, anticipating the strike, readies himself to block the blow. As their swords clash, Eden exclaims, "That's a good mindset to have, you brat." His tone is a mix of admiration and mockery. Ben watches the intense battle unfold before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. The ground shakes beneath their feet as Raon and Eden exchange blows, their swords clashing with fierce intent. Ben's thoughts are a jumble of confusion and surprise. Just what's going on? Even though that green battle phantom brought us down with a single attack, he's fighting him on equal footing. He can't believe his eyes. Raon, who was supposedly no match for the phantom, is now holding his own against Eden. Ben's mind reels as he realizes, not only that, but he's using the same continuous flow sword technique as I had. A mix of emotions swirls within Ben: shock, confusion, and a hint of disappointment. He thinks to himself, "I thought I was catching up to him, but he's not even on the same level as a recruit." Martha's calm and collected voice breaks the silence. "That's his true power. What he showed us earlier was just the tip of the iceberg." Ben's eyes widen in stunned silence, his mind reeling from the implications. He's unable to utter a word, his thoughts consumed by the revelation. As Raon and Eden continue their intense battle, Martha observes from the sidelines, her mind racing with concerns. She thinks to herself, however, this isn't enough. They seem equally matched, but Raon hasn't had the time to recover the strength and aura he used during his surprise attack. Martha's eyes narrow, her gaze fixed on Raon's struggling form. She worries about his dwindling energy, knowing that his chances of victory are slim. Her thoughts are laced with doubt. Will he be able to beat the green battle phantom, with the little strength he has left? As Martha and Ben continue to watch the intense battle, lost in their own thoughts, Runan's sudden voice breaks the silence. We have to help Raon. Martha's eyes snap towards Runan, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Martha's eyes widen in alarm as she questions Runan's sanity. Are you kidding? Don't you see that I'm also holding myself back? You're even weaker than us, so what do you think you can even do? If you charge in there and make a single mistake, you'll die in a single hit. But Runan's resolve remains unwavering, her voice firm and resolute. She replies, that doesn't matter. With a fierce determination burning within her, Runan grips her sword tightly, preparing to charge forward into the fray. Martha's eyes narrow as she observes Runan's determined demeanor. She thinks to herself, I thought she'd be scared, but she's actually calmer than usual. Does that mean she's different from when she was just following Raon around? Martha's gaze lingers on Runan, her expression a mix of curiosity and surprise. Ben's voice rings out in support of Runan. I'm embarrassed that I even hesitated. Like Runan said, we have to help Raon. Martha's eyes widen in surprise, and she questions Ben's sudden boldness. Oi, have you already forgotten about that attack from earlier? Do you really think anything would change if the three of us rushed in? Martha's skepticism is palpable, her words laced with concern for their safety. Ben's voice rings out with conviction. Even so, I can't just turn a blind eye and leave a comrade to fend for themselves. We are swordsmen of Sieghart. His words are laced with pride and a strong sense of loyalty, echoing the values of the Sieghart swordsman. Ben's determination to stand by his comrades, no matter the danger, is unwavering. Martha's frustration is evident as she throws up her hands. Whatever. You guys better take responsibility if anything bad happens. But in a surprising turn, she leans in, her voice taking on a confidential tone. Let's put our lives on the line and fight. Her words are laced with a sense of determination and resolve. While on Raon's side, Eden's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of surprise and admiration in his voice. It is surprising that a mere recruit would be able to last this long against me. You're talented to the point I'd like to recruit you into Eden. He pauses, his gaze intense. What is your name? Raon's response is firm and resolute. Raon Sieghart. His name is spoken with pride, a declaration of his identity and allegiance. Eden's expression darkens, his voice laced with anger and curiosity. Wait, are you perhaps a direct descendant of Sieghart? Seeing the color of your hair and eyes makes me wonder. His gaze intensifies, as if scrutinizing Raon's every feature. It seems the blood of the northern king of annihilation runs thick within you. Eden's words are tinged with a mix of fascination and hostility. Eden's face twists in rage, his voice thundering. I take back my recruitment offer. As things are now, I will use whatever means possible to kill you. His words are laced with venom, his anger boiling over. With a fierce battle cry, Eden screams, no matter the cost, and swings his sword at Raon with reckless abandon. Raon's thoughts are a jumbled mix of alarm and desperation as he dodges Eden's frenzied attack. This lunatic, he thinks to himself, his mind racing to keep up with the intensity of the battle. As he narrowly avoids Eden's blade, Raon realizes, he got faster. Is he utilizing his very life force to draw out more strength? Raon's concern grows, his own strength still not fully recovered. He's relying on the ring of fire to hold on, but even that might not be enough. His thoughts are laced with a sense of urgency. I'm barely holding on, but I haven't fully recovered yet. The weight of his own vulnerability hangs heavy, as Raon struggles to survive Eden's relentless onslaught. Raon's eyes widen in shock as he notices a figure gripping a sword, jumping behind Eden to attack. His mind goes blank, and he becomes speechless. His thoughts stumble. Martha. Raon's eyes are fixed on the figure, his brain struggling to process what he's seeing. Martha leaps into action, sword flashing in the light as she strikes Eden's back. The blade bites deep, and blood erupts from the wound, splattering everywhere. Eden's scream of pain and rage echoes through the air. Ack! As he spins around, his eyes blazing with fury, he fixes Martha with a contemptuous glare. A mere small fry like you dares to dash. Eden's words are laced with disdain, his tone implying that Martha is no match for him. Runan sprints past Raon, her frost aura swirling around her. As she reaches the optimal distance, she unleashes her breath of winter, a chilling blast of frosty air that envelopes Eden. With perfect timing, Runan calls out to Ben, "Now!" Ben bursts into action, speeding towards Eden with incredible agility. With a powerful leap, he jumps into the air, his sword at the ready. As he reaches the apex of his jump, Ben unleashes a mighty scream, HAAP, and activates his continuous flow sword technique, Starlight Entwined Radiance. A radiant glow envelopes Ben's sword as he begins to weave a complex pattern of strikes. Eden's massive hand shoots out, catching Ben in a vice-like grip. Ben's eyes widen in agony as Eden tightens his hold. Ben screams in pain, his voice echoing through the air, but Eden's expression remains impassive, his eyes gleaming with contempt. Eden's voice drips with disdain as he sneers at Ben. "Did you think you could bring me down with such petty tricks? It seems you've greatly underestimated me." Eden's words are a crushing blow, his tone implying that Ben's efforts are nothing more than a nuisance. Eden's smirk widens, his voice dripping with condescension. "If you aren't at least on the level of that blonde brat, you'll never be able to land a blow on me." Ben's expression remains steadfast, his eyes gleaming with determination. A hint of a smile plays on his lips as he responds, "Yeah, like you said, with the attacks we just used, it'd be hard to take you down." Ben pauses, his gaze never wavering from Eden's, "But it can at least buy some time." Eden's eyes widen in surprise, his voice barely above a whisper, "What?" But before he can react, Martha unleashes her Titan aura, transforming into the meteor form, Ultimate Point. Her body glows with an intense, brown light as she jumps towards Eden. With a fierce battle cry, Martha screams, "Let's see if you can take this, Eden." Her sword flashes in the brown light, its blade biting deep into Eden's body. Eden's eyes go wide as Martha's attack slices through him, her sword passing through his torso with a spray of blood. The force of the blow sends Eden stumbling backward, his body trembling with the impact. Eden's face contorts in agony and rage, his voice thundering, "Arg, you brats!" With a swift and brutal motion, Eden hurls Ben towards Martha, the two colliding in midair. The impact is tremendous, their bodies crashing together with a sickening crunch. Both Ben and Martha scream in pain, their voices echoing through the air as they stumble backward, their bodies entwined. The force of the collision sends them both tumbling to the ground, their limbs tangled in a heap. Eden's eyes blaze with fury, his chest heaving with exertion. He takes a step forward, his massive frame looming over the two battered warriors. Eden's voice drips with disdain as he gazes down at Ben and Martha, his words laced with scorn. "Mere insects like you ought to know their place." His expression twists in contempt. "Do you not understand that this last stand of yours is meaningless?" Eden's tone implies that their efforts are futile, that they are nothing more than insignificant specks to be crushed beneath his heel. Behind Eden, Raon's eyes blaze with intensity as he charges his aura to its fullest potential. His voice thunders through the air, "It's not meaningless." The ground trembles beneath Raon's feet as he unleashes a mighty roar, his aura bursting forth in a spectacular display of power. The air around him seems to distort, as if the very fabric of reality is being warped by his energy. Eden's eyes widen in shock, his face frozen in a mixture of surprise and incredulity. He becomes speechless. Raon's voice remains steady, his determination unwavering. "Thanks, everyone. I had enough time to recover, thanks to your efforts. I'll make sure that this opportunity, that you've risked your lives for, won't go to waste." With a confident nod, Raon declares, "Leave everything to me." It shown Ben and Martha, who lie unconscious on the ground, their bodies battered and bruised from the intense battle. Eden's eyes widen in astonishment as he turns to face Raon, his voice filled with incredulity. "How do you still have that much strength remaining? Just who are you?" Raon stands tall, his fiery aura blazing around him like a raging inferno. With a swift, deadly motion, he raises his sword, ready to strike. His eyes burn with intensity as he declares, "Green Battle Phantom of Eden, you should feel honored. This is my first time using this technique against an enemy." Raon's voice echoes through the air, filled with a sense of accomplishment and determination. "I thought I wouldn't be able to use it yet, but thanks to the realization I made during this battle, I can." With a fierce battle cry, Raon declares, "Thousand Flames Technique, Winds of Blazing Dominion." As he speaks, his fiery aura surges to new heights, engulfing his body in a blazing inferno. The air around him seems to distort, as if the very fabric of reality is being warped by the intense heat emanating from his aura. With his sword at the ready, Raon prepares to unleash a maelstrom of flames upon Eden, his eyes burning with an unyielding determination to emerge victorious. Eden's thoughts are a jumble of alarm and urgency as he realizes the true nature of Raon's flames. What's with those flames? They're different from what he had earlier. My instincts are telling me that they're dangerous. With a growing sense of desperation, Eden knows he must act swiftly to eliminate the threat. I must kill him now, regardless of what it may take. Unleashing a fierce battle cry, Eden charges towards Raon with reckless abandon. Raon, anticipating this move, flashes forward with his fiery aura, his sword gleaming with an intense, orange light. With every ounce of strength at his disposal, Raon slashes downward, unleashing a devastating blow that seems to embody the very essence of his being. The air shudders, the ground trembles, and the outcome hangs precariously in the balance as the two warriors clash in a spectacular display of power and fury. Raon's fiery aura engulfs Eden, consuming him whole. The force of Raon's slash splits Eden's head in two, sending half of it crashing to the ground. The scene is gruesome, with Eden's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Raon stands victorious, his confidence and strength radiating from his very being. His stance is triumphant, a testament to his overwhelming power. The outcome of the battle is clear. Raon has emerged victorious, while Eden lies defeated and lifeless. Raon stands panting, his chest heaving with exhaustion. The intensity of the battle has taken its toll, but the triumph in his eyes is undeniable. Runan, on the other hand, is left speechless. Her eyes widen in awe as she gazes at Raon, her mind struggling to process the incredible display of power she just witnessed. The air is thick with tension, the only sound Raon's heavy breathing. The weight of Raon's victory hangs heavy, leaving Runan and the surroundings in stunned silence. Martha's voice trails off in surprise, her eyes wide with incredulity. "Raon, you really," she exclaims, unable to finish her sentence. Ben's voice fills the gap, his tone filled with awe and admiration. "He really took down the green battle phantom," he declares, his words echoing through the stunned silence. The weight of Raon's achievement hangs in the air, leaving his comrades struggling to process the enormity of his victory. The green battle phantom, a formidable foe, has been defeated by Raon's unwavering determination and unrelenting power. With his sword held high, Raon's voice rings out, filled with determination and conviction. "Hey, it's not over yet. Eden's green phantoms are still here," he declares, his eyes blazing with a fierce inner light. The group's attention snaps back to the present, their faces set with renewed resolve. Raon's words ignite a fire within them, and they stand ready to face the remaining challenges. "For the fiefdom's peace and the village's prosperity, we'll take them all down." The group's response is immediate and unanimous, their voices rising in perfect sync. "We'll follow your orders," they declare, their words a testament to their unwavering loyalty and trust in Raon's leadership. The scene shifts to a jubilant atmosphere, hours after the battle. The group is in high spirits, cheering and reveling in their hard-won victory over Eden's green phantoms. With swords raised high in triumph, they bask in the glory of their achievement. The air is filled with laughter, shouts of joy, and the clanging of swords, as they celebrate their victory and the peace it brings to the fiefdom. Ben's voice cuts through the celebratory atmosphere, his tone filled with sincerity and respect. "Raon Sieghart," he calls out, his words drawing everyone's attention. "We were wrong," Ben admits, his voice laced with humility. "If it weren't for you and the reinforcements, we would have been annihilated after going into battle first. On top of that, the village people we were supposed to protect would have died too." Ben's words hang in the air, a heartfelt acknowledgement of Raon's crucial role in their victory. Ben's voice takes on a tone of genuine remorse as he continues, "Thank you for saving us, and I'm sorry for disobeying your orders." He pauses, his expression unwavering, before adding, "Just that, even then, I still would have gone to the village. Turning a blind eye to injustices because you're weak is not how I believe a Sieghart swordsman should act." As he speaks, Ben places his hand on his chest, his gesture a symbol of his conviction and commitment to his principles. Raon turns around, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Well done," he says, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Ben's eyes widen in surprise. "Huh, what?" he stammers, clearly caught off guard by Raon's praise. Raon's expression turns serious, his eyes locked on Ben's. "Because you all fought with all your might, I was able to take advantage of the green battle phantom's opening," he explains. You all played a key role in this victory. If even a single one of you weren't here, then who knows how things could have turned out. Raon's words are a heartfelt acknowledgement of the team's collective effort, recognizing that their victory was a direct result of their combined strength and determination. Raon's voice takes on a tone of profound sincerity, his words spoken from the heart. As such, I'd like to thank all of you, he says, his gaze sweeping across the group. I'm being serious, without an ounce of insincerity, he emphasizes, his expression a testament to his genuine appreciation. Ben's face sets in a determined expression as he speaks up, his voice laced with a mix of emotions. I don't know what you're thinking, saying all that, he exclaims, his words a mask for the deeper feelings stirring within him. He pauses, his eyes flashing with a fierce resolve. Anyway, I'll grow stronger, so that this doesn't happen again. That way, I'll be able to play my part without depending on someone like you, Raon. With that, Ben turns around, his back straight, and begins to walk away, leaving Raon and the others to watch him go. Raon turns to Martha, a warm smile on his face. You did well too, Martha. I was able to recover thanks to you distracting the green battle phantom at the end. Martha's eyes widen in surprise, clearly not expecting Raon's praise. A faint blush rises to her cheeks as she listens to his words. Thank you for following my orders, Raon adds, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Martha's expression softens, and she smiles, her eyes sparkling with amusement. If I can't even follow orders, I should just bite my tongue and die, she says, her voice laced with a hint of self-deprecation. With a nod, Martha turns to leave. I'll head to the village first and help with repairs, so take your time, she says, her voice fading into the distance as she walks away. Raon's eyes gaze off into the distance, his mind consumed by a sense of relief. I wonder if this mission is finally over now, he thinks to himself, his body beginning to succumb to the weight of exhaustion. As the adrenaline wears off, Raon's legs start to buckle, and he struggles to stay upright. He attempts to hold himself up, grasping his legs with his hands, but it's no use. His thoughts grow cloudy, and he curses his own vulnerability. Damn, because I relaxed, I can't get any strength in my legs, he thinks, his vision blurring. Suddenly, Raon's body gives out, and he begins to fall. But before he hits the ground, a pair of gentle arms swoop in to catch him. Runan's face appears above him, concern etched on her features. She carefully lays Raon's head in her lap, cradling him with a tender touch. Raon's eyes flutter closed, his body finally surrendering to the exhaustion. Runan's voice is laced with concern as she asks, Raon, are you all right? Her eyes scan his face, searching for any signs of distress. Raon's eyes widen in surprise as he looks up at Runan. So you are still here. He trails off, his voice filled with a mix of relief and curiosity. A hint of a smile plays on his lips as he asks, did you notice that I was about to collapse? Raon's eyes sparkle with amusement, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten in his surprise at Runan's timely intervention. Runan nods, a gentle smile on her face. Ah, just like when you were training at the training hall, it looked like all the strength left your body. Raon's eyes widen in surprise, and he says, I see. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he realizes that Runan has been paying closer attention to him than he thought. He thinks to himself, I wasn't just looking after these guys. They were looking after me too. A sense of gratitude and appreciation washes over him. Raon's gaze meets Runan's, and he says, thank you, his voice sincere and heartfelt. Raon's peaceful moment with Runan is abruptly shattered as his eyes scan a sudden influx of system notifications. His gaze darts back and forth, taking in the numerous messages and alerts. Raon's eyes scan the system notifications, his mind racing with excitement and curiosity. The messages reveal a plethora of rewards and upgrades, a testament to his remarkable performance in the battle against the Green Battle Phantom. As he examines his updated status window, a satisfied smile spreads across his face. His name, House Sieghart, is now accompanied by the esteemed title, Unbreaking Spirit. The trait, Unseen Strike, is a welcome addition to his arsenal, granting him new possibilities in combat. Raon's thoughts turn inward, reflecting on the significance of these upgrades. Looks like this is the result of taking down the Green Battle Phantom, he thinks to himself. All my status points have gone up, along with earning a new trait and title. I'll have to look into this more later. With a newfound sense of energy and purpose, Raon carefully stands up from Runan's lap, brushing himself off. He offers Runan a reassuring smile, grateful for her concern. I'm fine now, so head back to the village first, he instructs, his voice firm and confident. I'll check if there's anything dangerous around here for now. Runan's eyes narrow slightly, as if assessing Raon's condition, before nodding in acceptance. Seated on a rock, Raon becomes engrossed in his system, scrutinizing the details of his newly acquired title, Unbreaking Spirit. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he contemplates the title's implications. This Unbreaking Spirit title is far better than I thought it'd be, he thinks to himself, a hint of excitement creeping into his mind. 3% might seem small, but as I grow stronger, the amount my status points go up by will increase. Raon's eyes scan the detailed description of the title, his understanding deepening. A title granted to those with an unshakable spirit while fighting against a strong opponent. Ability: when fighting against an opponent stronger than you, all status points will increase by 3%. His thoughts continue. I'll have to face plenty of opponents stronger than me from now on, so I can view this as being constantly in effect. A determined glint appears in his eye, as he realizes the potential benefits of this title in his future endeavors. Raon's attention shifts to the Unseen Strike trait, his eyes scanning the description. When attempting an ambush or assassination, your presence will be reduced and the chances of landing a fatal blow to your opponent will be increased, he reads. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he contemplates the trait's potential. Unseen Strike does look like an assassination-specific trait, he thinks to himself. If I had gotten this before I fought with the Green Battle Phantom, could I have taken him down with my ambush? Raon's mind replays the battle against the Green Battle Phantom, considering how the Unseen Strike trait might have altered the outcome. Wrath's eyes widen in astonishment as he gazes at Raon's rewards. His expression transforms from calm to incredulous, his voice laced with a mix of surprise and frustration. Wait, you got this kind of reward by taking down a lousy opponent like that? Wrath's words trail off, his tone implying that the Green Battle Phantom was hardly a formidable foe. He pauses, shaking his head in dismay. This may be a system designed by me, but how does this make any sense? Wrath's outburst conveys his bewilderment at the generous rewards bestowed upon Raon. Because of you, I'm getting stronger with every passing day. Thanks, Wrath, Raon says, his voice sincere and calm. Wrath's face twists in rage, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. I'll make sure you don't get an easy death, he snarls, his words dripping with malice. I'll bite and tear your flesh apart endlessly and grant you eternal pain. The intensity of Wrath's fury is palpable, his words painting a gruesome picture of the agonizing fate he has in store for Raon. Raon turns his back on Wrath, his movements calm and deliberate. As he begins to walk away, he tosses a casual challenge over his shoulder. Try it if you can. Wrath's eyes widen in surprise, his face reddening with rage. He's taken aback by Raon's nonchalant response, clearly expecting a more fearful or submissive reaction. Wrath's surprise quickly gives way to frustration, and he lets out a mighty roar. The sound echoes through the air, a primal expression of his anger and helplessness. Undeterred by Raon's dismissal, Wrath gives chase, following him as he walks away. The scene shifts to the village, where the group is busily repairing the aftermath of the battle. The air is filled with the sounds of hammering, sawing, and shouted instructions. Someone calls out, "Bring some lumber over here," while another voice asks, "Where did you put the debris?" A third person shouts, "The wooden barricade is finished here." Villagers and group members work together, their faces set in determination as they labor to restore their home. Some villagers chat with each other, exchanging stories and concerns, while others lend a hand with the repairs. Raon slowly opens his eyes, blinking away the haze of sleep. He looks around, taking in the bustling scene of the village repairs. The sounds of hammering, sawing, and chatter fill the air, a stark contrast to the peaceful atmosphere he had been seeking. He talks to himself, a hint of amusement in his voice. I just wanted a quick break, but I guess I fell asleep in that short time. Raon's words trail off, and he rubs his eyes, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. As he sits up, he takes a deep breath, feeling a bit more refreshed. Raon pushes open the door and steps out of the house, blinking in the bright sunlight. He takes in the scene before him, noticing the progress made on the repairs. The wooden barricades, once damaged, now stand sturdy and strong. As he surveys the area, a familiar voice calls out to him. "Raon, are you awake?" It's Runan, her eyes sparkling with concern as she approaches him, a bucket of water in hand. "Are you feeling all right?" she asks, her voice gentle and caring. Raon offers a reassuring smile, feeling a bit more refreshed after his nap. I'm feeling better after getting some shut-eye," he replies, his voice calm and relaxed. Runan's expression softens, relief evident in her eyes. Runan's expression turns serious, and she speaks with a sense of urgency. Then you have somewhere to be. Everyone is waiting for you, so hurry. Raon's eyes narrow, confusion etched on his face. Huh, who's waiting for me? He asks, his voice tinged with puzzlement. Runan's response is accompanied by a flashback to the previous day's events, where the people of Cebu village are shown bowing in gratitude. The village chief steps forward, a warm smile on his face. All the people of Cebu village have come to greet our savior, the Sieghart swordsman, he announces, his voice filled with sincerity. The chief's eyes lock onto Raon, his gaze filled with admiration. Thank you for saving our village. You put your life on the line and fought for the sake of our village. If it weren't for you, swordsman, our village would have suffered greatly. The chief's voice takes on a tone of deep gratitude. Both your noble visage and what you've done today, we shall never forget either of them. The villagers nod in agreement, their faces filled with appreciation and respect for Raon. Raon stands frozen in surprise, his eyes widening as he takes in the village chief's words. Suddenly, he turns to his group, his thoughts shifting inward. I can feel it, he thinks to himself, a sense of awareness washing over him. My comrades' respect, aspirations, as well as the village people's gratitude, awe, and sincerity. Raon's mind is filled with the weight of their emotions, and he can't help but feel a sense of pride and responsibility. Raon's thoughts drift to his past life, and he can't help but compare it to his current existence. A hint of wonder crosses his mind as he realizes, it's my first time feeling this. Memories of his life as an assassin flood his thoughts, and he recalls the stark contrast between then and now. When I lived as an assassin in my past life, goodwill was something I'd never come into contact with. There was merely life and death. A tinge of bitterness creeps into his thoughts as he remembers his past allegiance. Everything of mine was for Derus Robert. However many people I killed for Derus, however many filthy things I did, all the recognition went to Derus. Raon's eyes seem to gaze into the past, his expression a mix of nostalgia and regret. Raon's thoughts take a profound turn as he reflects on his current situation. A sense of wonder and awe washes over him, and he thinks to himself, but right now, for the first time in my life, I'm being acknowledged. His expression turns serious, and he pauses, lost in thought. He asks himself, have I ever been acknowledged like this before? As he stands before his group and the villagers, Raon feels a sense of vulnerability. He's unaccustomed to receiving praise and recognition, and it's clear that this experience is having a profound impact on him. Raon's thoughts continue, exposing a growing desire within him. I can feel my greed growing, the desire to be acknowledged further, the desire to feel even more awestruck gazes. As he tightens his hand, his determination solidifies. From now on, I will live not as an assassin, but as a swordsman. I'll see this scene countless times. Raon's gaze lifts, and he's met with the breathtaking sight of the full moon hanging low in the night sky. The serene beauty of the moment seems to seal his resolve. He makes a promise to himself, his voice a whispered vow. That's how it'll be, from now on. The night air seems to vibrate with the weight of his commitment, as Raon embarks on a new path. The scene transitions to the village street, where a group of villagers are gathered, chatting and laughing together. The atmosphere is lively and carefree, with a sense of community and camaraderie. Meanwhile, Raon's group is walking around the village, taking in the sights and sounds. As Raon approaches the village chief, he calls out to him, "Do you have a minute? There's something I'd like to ask you." The village chief's expression changes to one of surprise, and he responds with a hint of reverence, "Ah, Sir Raon, of course." The chief's tone conveys a sense of respect and deference, acknowledging Raon's status as a hero and a savior of the village. The village chief and Raon stand near a small hut, away from prying ears. The chief's expression turns serious as he asks, "So, what did you want to ask me?" Raon's voice drops to a calm, measured tone as he inquires, "Do you know who controlled the orcs to attack the village?" The village chief's eyes widen slightly, and he nods solemnly. "Ah, yes, the blue-haired swordsman told me. I heard they were one of the 5 demons of Eden." The chief's words trail off, leaving an air of foreboding and unease. The village chief's expression remains puzzled as he continues, "I truly don't understand why they would attack this village. This is just an ordinary, small village." His words convey a sense of innocence and naivety, highlighting the village's peaceful nature and lack of any apparent threats or motives that would warrant such an attack. Raon's expression remains serious as he responds, I heard from Sir Kanbar during the battle that long ago, you retrieved a red gem from Cebu Mountain. The village chief's eyes widen in surprise, and he takes a step back, as if the revelation has left him breathless. Ah, yes, when I was young, I discovered it in the mountains and brought it back to the village. His voice trails off, and he shakes his head, as if trying to process the implications. It can't be, he exclaims, his tone a mix of shock, denial, and concern. Raon's expression remains solemn as he confirms the village chief's suspicions. That's correct, Eden was after that gem. The village chief's face contorts in concern, and he takes a step back, as if the weight of Raon's words is crushing him. Then, do you mean that all this happened because of it? He asks, his voice trembling. The chief's eyes widen in horror as the truth sinks in. I almost brought this village to its ruin, he exclaims, his voice cracking with emotion. The weight of his responsibility and the potential consequences of his actions threaten to overwhelm him. Raon's expression remains grave as he explains the situation to the village chief. This time, we managed to fend them off, but as long as that gem remains in this village, Eden will continue to attack. The village chief's face turns pale, and his eyes widen in terror. Can't be, he exclaims, his voice shaking with fear. The weight of Raon's words crushes him, and he looks like he's about to collapse. The village chief continues in a calm tone. Of course, after it was planted in the ground, the land grew much richer, and the village got warmer. We have always worshipped it as our patron god. To think it would be a manna stone that would call Eden upon us. He pauses, considering the weight of the situation. Just what can we do? Should we dig it up and dispose of it? The chief's words convey a sense of desperation and uncertainty. Raon's response is unexpected, and he says, no, I will take it with me. The village chief's eyes widen in surprise, and he asks, what? You, our savior, will? The chief's tone is laced with incredulity, and he seems to be questioning Raon's willingness to take on such a burden. Raon's expression remains resolute as he explains, Eden believes it to be a treasure capable of reviving the dead. Even if you dispose of it, they'll just continue to search for it. So, instead, I will take it back with me to Sieghart. The village chief's face contorts in alarm, and he asks in a worried tone, if you do that, Eden will go after Sieghart. He takes a step forward, his eyes filled with concern and gratitude. The chief's voice cracks with emotion as he exclaims, how could I possibly allow myself to pass this danger on to our savior? Raon's serious tone conveys a sense of determination and conviction. It's fine. That is the path of Sieghart. The village chief stands in surprise, his eyes fixed on Raon with a mixture of gratitude and reverence. He slightly bows his head and replies, it seems Sieghart is once again giving me grace that I cannot repay. Raon's expression changes to one of confusion, and he asks, again, you say? His tone implies that he's unaware of any previous connection or debt between Sieghart and the village chief, sparking curiosity about the nature of their relationship. The village chief sits down, a mix of sadness and resignation on his face. I've buried it over here. To think that the item that I brought to protect our village would bring harm to it instead. He carefully digs up the stone, and as he hands it to Raon, the fabric wrapped around it catches Raon's attention. Raon's eyes widen in amazement as he asks, what's that fabric wrapped around the stone? The village chief's expression remains somber as he explains, it's a cloth passed down in my family. I wrapped it around the stone to cover the red glow coming from it. Raon's eyes narrow as he examines the manna stone, his mind racing with concerns. He thinks to himself, so this is the Goblin King's manna stone. If this manna stone were to fall into Eden's hands, a new monster possessing the Goblin King's abilities would be born. Raon's thoughts are laced with worry, as he realizes the catastrophic consequences of Eden obtaining the manna stone. The weight of his responsibility to protect the stone and prevent it from falling into the wrong hands settles heavily upon him. Raon's expression turns serious as he makes a sudden request, Elder, please wrap the stone in the cloth first. The village chief nods and carefully wraps the manna stone in the cloth, ensuring it's securely covered. Raon's eyes watch intently as the stone is wrapped, and he thinks to himself, I finally get it. The village chief's eyes gaze into the distance, as if memories from decades ago are resurfacing. Decades ago, when I was barely older than you, there was a time when Glenn Sieghart, the current patriarch of Sieghart, had saved our village. Raon's eyes widen in surprise, and he asks, the patriarch did. His tone is laced with incredulity, as if he's struggling to connect the dots between the village chief's story and his own knowledge of the patriarch. The village chief nods, a warm smile spreading across his face. Yes, I can still recall it vividly, just as you did. he saved the village from an onslaught of monsters, and he faced us with a smile and treated us kindly. The village chief's words paint a picture of a heroic Sieghart, one that contrasts with Raon's own perceptions of the patriarch. Raon's eyes narrow, his mind racing with skepticism. He thinks to himself, kind, with a smile, are we thinking of the same person? His inner monologue suggests that Raon's experience with the patriarch has been vastly different from the village chief's nostalgic recollection. The village chief, seemingly oblivious to Raon's inner turmoil, suddenly becomes flustered. Oh geez, it seems I've rambled on for too long. He turns around, gesturing for Raon to follow him. Please come this way, I will take you to the gem. As Raon walks alongside the village chief, he suddenly catches sight of someone holding an ominous helmet. His eyes narrow, and he thinks to himself, that helmet resembles an ogre. His instincts scream warning, and he becomes alert, gripping his sword tightly. With a sense of urgency, Raon asks the person standing before him, are you mad blood demon? The air is thick with tension as Raon awaits the stranger's response. The narrator interrupts the scene, noting that the terms phantom will now be referred to as demon from this point forward. The mysterious figure, indeed a mad blood demon from Eden, responds with a hint of surprise and admiration. Oh, did you recognize this helmet? Even for a Sieghart recruit, you sure are quick-witted. The demon's words are laced with a mixture of curiosity and caution, acknowledging Raon's exceptional instincts and abilities. The mad blood demon's eyes narrow, his gaze intensifying as he scrutinizes Raon. Strength that I can't gauge accurately. He pauses, his voice dripping with intrigue. So, you're the one that killed the Green War demon. The demon's words are laced with a mix of curiosity and caution, as if he's sizing Raon up, trying to understand the extent of his abilities. The air is thick with tension. Raon's voice trembles with fear as he asks, are you the superior that he mentioned? I'm pretty sure he said you wouldn't come here. His eyes are wide with alarm, and he takes a step back, as if trying to create distance between himself and the demon. The mad blood demon's expression remains calm, but his words send a chill down Raon's spine. Because that cloth was hiding the Mana Stone's energy, I could never find it no matter how much I combed through these mountains. The demon's gaze falls upon the village chief, and he takes a step closer, his presence menacing. The village chief and Raon exchange a nervous glance, and Raon's eyes widen in shock. He's speechless. In this chapter the narrator is mixing some scene forward and backward to give readers so much suspense. The mad blood demon's voice sends shivers down Raon's spine as he continues, if it weren't for that, this village would have already been razed to the ground. The demon's words are laced with malice, and Raon's instincts scream warning. Suddenly, Raon becomes alert, gripping his sword tightly as he asks, who are you? His eyes narrow, and he thinks to himself, how did I not notice him until he came this close to me? Raon's mind racing with questions, his senses on high alert. The mad blood demon's smile grows wider as he responds, making a sound with his fingers. With a flourish, he summons his helmet, and his eyes gleam with amusement. Me? He asks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, I think you already know. He pauses, letting the tension build. You called me, mad blood demon. This scene reveals the events that transpired before Raon's initial confrontation with the mad blood demon, showcasing the demon's menacing presence and Raon's instinctive reaction to the threat. With his helmet securely in place, the mad blood demon's transformation into his orc form is complete. His voice is now a menacing growl as he says, that's because I dumped this mission onto him. If it weren't for you killing him, I wouldn't have come here. Thus, it's all your fault that I am here. As he speaks, the mad blood demon begins to release his dark aura, and the air around him seems to distort and ripple with malevolent energy. The village chief, sensing the impending battle, begins to move backward, his eyes fixed on the demon. With a steady hand, the Raon grips his sword, readying himself for the fight ahead. Raon's thoughts are laced with desperation as he acknowledges his own fear. My body's trembling from his presence. Forget me, even if all the recruits in Cebu village faced him, we'd lose. His mind racing with the impossibility of defeating the mad blood demon. Just as all hope seems lost, Wrath's voice echoes in Raon's mind, offering a grim ultimatum. Raon Sieghart, frankly, you cannot win against him. You have two choices available. Wrath's words are devoid of emotion, yet they carry a weight that makes Raon's heart sink. Wrath continues, his voice relentless. The first is to die to him while putting up a useless resistance. The mad blood demon takes a step closer, his presence causing the ground to crumble beneath his feet. As the demon looms over him, Wrath presents the second option, his tone dripping with an unsettling enthusiasm. The second is to grant me control of your body. The words hang in the air like a dark promise, leaving Raon to ponder the horrific choice before him. With the mad blood demon mere inches away, Wrath's voice echoes once more, driving home the desperation of Raon's situation. Those are the only two choices you have. As the scene shifts to Raon's group, we find them hard at work, rebuilding the village's fences. Ben turns to Martha and asks, "Why did you come here?" His tone is neutral, but Martha's response is laced with a hint of sarcasm. Martha inspects the fence, her eyes scanning the wooden barriers before she responds, "I heard you were repairing the wooden barriers, so I came to check if you were doing it properly." "Nice work." Her words are dripping with condescension, and Ben's eyes narrow, sensing her mocking tone. Martha continues, her voice laced with amusement, "Don't you think you might be better suited for woodworking than sword fighting?" Ben's face darkens, his anger rising to the surface. In a sharp tone, Ben retorts, "If you're done checking, then shut your mouth and scram." Martha's expression remains calm, but her eyes sparkle with mischief as she responds in a mocking tone, "Hey, you ought to respect your elders. If you want something, you should politely request it." Martha's words are laced with sarcasm, and she concludes with a hint of arrogance, "There's only one person who can give me orders." The air is thick with tension, and Ben's anger is palpable, but Martha's calm demeanor suggests she's not intimidated by his outburst. Runan's arrival with a selection of fresh fruits catches Martha off guard, and she spins around, asking, "What are you doing here?" Her tone is laced with surprise, and Runan's calm demeanor provides a stark contrast. Runan holds out the fruits, explaining, "I picked some fruits." Martha's curiosity gets the better of her, and she presses for more information. "The villagers already put out some stuff, so why?" Runan's response is simple and straightforward, "They're for Raon. These are fresher, so I picked them." Her words are devoid of any ulterior motive, but Martha's teasing nature gets the better of her. In a mocking tone, Martha speaks up, "Wow, well, aren't you devoted? Anybody watching would mistake you for a married couple." Her words are laced with amusement, but Runan's expression remains calm. Unfazed by Martha's teasing, Runan begins to walk away, saying, "I'm leaving." Suddenly, the explosion catches everyone off guard, and for a moment, they're frozen in shock. Runan is the first to react, turning to look in the direction of the blast. Her thoughts immediately turn to Raon, and a sense of urgency takes hold. Without hesitation, Runan takes off in a sprint, racing towards the source of the explosion. As she passes Ben and Martha, she tosses aside the fruits in her hand and shouts out a warning. That's the direction that Raon and the village chief headed. Her voice is laced with concern, and she quickly adds, "Emergency, gather your weapons and call Cain and the training hall." As Martha and Ben follow Runan, they quickly arrive at the village chief's house. Martha's eyes widen in shock as she takes in the scene before her. That's the village chief's house. Just what happened here? Her voice is laced with concern and confusion. Ben's face is etched with worry as he calls out to his friend, "Raon, if you're okay, answer me." His voice echoes through the air, but there's only silence in response. The explosion catches Martha, Runan, and Ben off guard, sending them stumbling backward as they struggle to maintain their balance. As they look forward, they're met with a scene of utter chaos. Raon and the village chief are sent flying through the air, their bodies crashing into the wall mere feet away from Martha and Ben. Martha's eyes widen in shock as she tries to call out Raon's name, but her words are cut off mid-sentence. She's left speechless, her mouth agape, as she takes in the horrific scene before her. The mad blood demon's voice echoes through the air, "House Sieghart." The demon's words are laced with amusement, and Raon lies on the wall, holding the village chief in his hand. Raon's face is a mess of blood, and he's breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with each labored breath. The battle is far from over. Raon's got some tough decisions to make, and the consequences will be dire. Want to know what happens next? Share your theories in the comments below. If you're eager for more, let me know in the comments below. I'd be happy to continue the story. By the way, I've got a recommendation for you. I recently uploaded another amazing system-type manhwa that I just can't get enough of. Trust me, you'll love it 100%. I'll pin it on the end screen, so be sure to check it out. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button. Thanks for joining me on this journey, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter.